Hey, real quick, if I could get everybody's attention. So first of all, thank you guys for coming out. We appreciate it. This is the way the process is supposed to work. When we have stuff going on in the community, we get folks coming out, so it is good to see you here. A couple of things real quick. We are printing more agendas, so they'll be out in a minute. We'll come out and pass them out if you need an agenda for tonight's meeting. The other is, many of you probably know, restrooms are to the back and the right. If you need a water or a soda, back where Kathy is standing, she can wave to where you know. Right in there to the left is a little fridge. If you go quick, you can get a cold water. If you wait, you will get a room temperature water. So your call, whichever you want to do. That's sort of the thing. Again, as Emily probably told you coming in, if you want to speak at the hearing of residents, which is a general part at the front, we ask that you sign up for that. But if you want to speak on a zoning case in particular, you don't have to sign up for that. When they go through the item in the presentation, they'll open the public hearing and you guys can just sort of self-manage yourselves coming up to speak. You're welcome to do both, but you don't have to. The last thing I would ask, or two things I would ask. One is, much like church on Easter or Christmas, if we could get folks to scooch in to fill up spaces because we got a crowd and so we need all the seats for everybody to sit. And then the last thing is, and you'll discover this if you haven't been here before, when the AC comes on, it's very loud. It's a little bit hard to hear. And so we would ask that folks try to not kind of talk too much or too loudly, just to make sure everybody can hear the presentation that they're here for and things like that, because sometimes in spots in the building or in the room, the noise will kind of carry. So we appreciate it. The last thing I'll tell you, if you need an agenda, raise your hand. We have more of those now. We'll pass them out. And then finally, before we get going is, after the zoning cases are done, one of staff will go out front outside, because again, it carries in the foyer. So if you have questions about what happened or what the next step is, one of us on staff will go outside with you, answer all those questions for you on your case and things like that for you. So we appreciate you guys coming out.
I gotta wait for him to look at me. Now I gotta wait for the sign to come on. There it is. All right, thank you all for coming this evening. I'll call this meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. Before we move on, I just wanted to make sure everybody understands that we have two separate meetings this evening. The first one that I just called to order is the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee. And it's basically P&Z plus a couple of more folks, and what we'll do this evening is receive the semi-annual report on those capital improvement projects and expenditures. Once we finish that, we'll probably pause for a couple of minutes to give Mr. Jones a chance to step down, and then I will call the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order. Okay? So item number 2 of the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee is to seat alternate. Ms. Craig is with us this evening. Hearing of residents, did anybody sign up for this meeting? Nobody. Okay, no emails or texts or anything? And this meeting won't take very long, all right? So if you'll just bear with us. All right, item number 4 is public hearing. 4A, we will hold a public hearing, consider and file the semi-annual report evaluating the progress of the city on achieving the capital improvements program and identifying any problems in implementing the plans or administering the capital recovery fees.
Thank you. Good evening, committee members. Kathy Woodley, city engineer. Thought I'd do something a little different than we've done before. I have a PowerPoint to be able to tick through these things more quickly. I guess you've got the spreadsheets that James puts together with the financials on it. and I'm going to go through the projects. And since we have a big group here, and some new folks who weren't part of this committee previously, the projects that we're going through are only the capital projects that are funded through capital recovery funds. So the impact fees that we take in for water, sewer, and roads are used to fund some of these major projects. So this isn't all the capital improvements going on in the city, but they're the ones funded that you guys have some say about. So with that, this report covers the second half of fiscal year 23. So that's April 1st through September 30th of 2023. So it is a little bit dated. We should be coming with a report for the first half of fiscal year 24 in another month or two. So the water fund expenses, we had 4 of them, and I'll go through each one. Corbett Ground Storage Tank is at the end of Ray Corbett Drive. We built an elevated storage tank years ago. Now we're working on the ground storage tank. That project has been delayed because it's also partially funded by a $3.5 million grant that we got from congressional funding allocation. And there's been quite a bit of red tape that we've struggled to get through, but we're most of the way through that now. We have gone ahead and mobilized the contractor to the site and given a little plug to our engineering group there. I don't know if you saw us on the cover of the magazine, but it's kind of exciting. So the site we're standing at is the site of the ground storage tank. During the period, April 1st to September 30th, $641,000 plus were expended on this project. We continue, and we're getting very close to the end of the citywide master plan and impact fee update. You'll see something similar under wastewater expenses. It's being funded by impact fees, and the study will come up with a recommendation for updating those impact fees. During this period, we had $10,000 in expenses on that program. We have a project that is water loop lines between Ware Seguin and Lower Seguin. So see if you can follow my cursor up here. It's kind of hard to see. So it'll connect a main here and a main here, and then also make a connection of these 2 mains down here. So we have the design nearly complete, and we are working on acquiring easements for those lines. We also saw the completion of a water distribution main from Fred Couples over here through the Homestead subdivision to this, actually, believe it or not, is Schwab Road. It will eventually be connected from here up to 35, but this is a section that the Homestead development constructed. So this ultimately will provide a secondary feed from this part of town up to, it'll actually be completed all the way to Eckerd Road. Sewer fund expenses, we have less projects there, but probably more expenses. Woman-Hollering Creek wastewater project is still going on. It's nearing completion. Here we're showing a picture of some of the above ground piping at the lift station. And we expended $1.5 million on mostly construction during the reporting period. And here we are again for wastewater, the master plan and impact fee update. We're doing them as one project, but the expenses are split between the 2. So we spent $16,000 on that one during the period. Roadway fund expenses, we only have 1, and that was $152,000 to purchase this small piece of property here. I believe there was a trailer on it before. The trailer may or may not have been removed by now. But in any case, this piece of property was available. It's not particularly useful, and when we do need to acquire additional right-of-way for Lower Seguin Road for the widening that will come in the future, that would pretty much wipe out most of that tract and make it unusable. So we were able to just purchase it. And so we try to do that when there's property that we will need at least part of for future projects, pick them up when we can, instead of having to wait and possibly go to eminent domain in the future. So that's a rundown of all the projects for the reporting period. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Kathy. All right, this is on the agenda as a public hearing. So it is now 6:07 PM. If there's anyone that would like to address the committee with questions for staff or comments on the report, feel free to step forward. Nobody? Not a real interesting subject, that's true. So you're not going to show it then? Hang on. All right. Going once? Twice? All right, closed, and it is still 6:07 PM. All righty. For the committee, questions, comments? You weren't going to bother us with the spreadsheets and the dollar values and no?
Not going to. You can read those.
I looked at them. Go ahead.
For the first one, you said you are past the red tape or getting through it?
We're getting through it.
So what's
Yes.
left? Or, yeah.
So we have a consultant working to help put together the final plans that we needed. What happened was they had an influx of funding, selected projects, told us all, we're giving you money for your project, but they didn't tell us what we needed to do to get that money. And so little by little, we've been submitting things. We had a long period of time where we had to wait because they had sent a question up to the Office of Management and Budget in Washington, and we had to wait for answers from them. We had to request waivers for the Buy America, Build America, and America Iron and Steel requirements, and those waivers did come through, which saves us several $100,000. So I do not believe that every I has been dotted and T has been crossed, but we are to the point where we're collecting the information we need and making sure the project's being done properly, so we will be eligible for the reimbursement.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
When do you expect the master plan to be done and the review of the impact fee study?
So we will likely be calling a meeting of this committee in, I believe, May to go over the plan and receive any comments. And then after that, of course, go to City Council, probably the middle of July.
And part of the master plan is going to be an impact fee. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Correct.
Right, are we actually, do we approve this or we recommend it? Which do we do here?
I believe you recommend approval to council. Recommend acceptance, correct. We're not approving it because it is,
Gotcha.
it is what it is, but you
It is what
recommend
it is. That's right.
acceptance.
Okay. So if no one else has any other questions or comments, if someone would like to make a motion to recommend accepting, I've already lost it, but accepting the report as presented this evening?
Make a recommendation to approve the report as received.
I'll second.
That second came from Brian? Okay. And just to make sure that I think the correct word is recommend acceptance. Is that all right with you, Mr. Carbone? Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second to recommend acceptance of the capital improvements report to City Council. Any further discussion or comments? All right, for this one, we have to go back to the voice vote. So if we will start over at this end.
In favor? Or
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So if I counted right, that's 6 ayes, none opposed. That motion passes. Right? Okay. All right, so item number 5 is the adjournment of the Capital Improvements Advisory Committee meeting at 6:12 PM. Mr. Jones, thank you very much. All right, give us just a couple minutes to shift gears here. Okay, let's call it 6:13. And I'll open, this is the March 6, 2024 regular meeting of the Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission. Commissioner Brown has joined us. So we now have 6 up here. Item number 2, again, is the seat and alternate. Ms. Craig will stay with us. Item number 3 is a hearing of residents. So this time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the Planning and Zoning Commission. Each person should fill out the speaker's register prior to the meeting. Presentation should be limited to no more than 3 minutes. Discussion by the commission of any item not on the agenda shall be limited to statements of specific factual information given in response to any inquiry, a recitation of existing policy in response to an inquiry, and/or a proposal to place the item on a future agenda. The presiding officer during the hearing of residents portion of the agenda will call on those who have signed up to speak in the order they have registered. Okay, let's see what we got here. I have 2, 4, I have 6 names. 1 was crossed out. And you've all indicated that you want to speak, I think, about looks like the Irish Creek project. So as Mr. as Mr. James explained to you at the beginning of the meeting, you are more than welcome to speak now. When we get to the public hearing, there's no requirement to sign up. So during the public hearing, anybody that wants to speak may come to the dais and give us your comments. So you have the option, you can do both, or you can wait and speak during the public hearing. So as I call your name, if you just let me know. If you want to speak, come on up. First thing I need when you get here is your name and address for the record, please. Barbara Wargo. Later? Come on up.
Okay. My name is Barbara Wargo. I live at 3513 Blue Moon Spur in Selma. I'm in the Kensington Ranch, and I vehemently oppose your 5A on your agenda. As with many people here, I moved to Kensington Ranch because it's a single-family, detached housing development. Safety was a big issue for me. It has great access to public services. I came from an abusive marriage, and response time for police, ambulances was really important to me, and that's fantastic.
There you go.
I have a great concern that with this rezoning, it's going to have a lot of people coming into the area that are going to be transient, because it's all rental units. They are not going to have as much pride of property as the property owners do. Our HOA really helps to enforce keeping our properties at a certain value. Our property values go up. With all these rental properties there, our property values will likely go down. With such a drain of resources, I think they plan on putting close to 500 units. Our property taxes are probably going to go up while our property values go down. The traffic dumping onto Savannah Drive is going to be ridiculous. 1518 is already overrun because the developments have gone that already dump onto 1518. It can take a half hour to get from Savannah up to the highway already. And then if you try to go up Savannah now with 500 more families trying to go Savannah to get up to Schertz Parkway and out, that's going to be ridiculous. I suspect that crime with the transient population is going to really increase response time for emergency services. If they're going to be taken up continually going over to that development to respond to us, is going to be ridiculous. So I have a lot of concerns in terms of traffic. Our schools are already overcrowded. If you're going to have that many kids dumping into already Pascal Elementary, Wilder, our Clemens High School, we can't support it. And I have many, many concerns. I would like to keep living in peace in my single-family dwelling without the concern of this huge conglomeration of rental properties going up near us. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, please, you're wasting your own time, okay? I appreciate that you all are enthusiastic about this, but all that applause is not going to accomplish anything, and it just drags the meeting out even further. Real quick, you might have noticed when Ms. Wargo was up here, after you give us your name and your address, that little green light should come on. And 3 minutes later, the little red light will come on. So if you're still talking when the red light comes on, if you'd please just try to wrap it up for us, all right? Next up is John, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name, from Rustic Willow?
My name is John Clark. I live at 347 Rustic Willow in Selma. I live in Kennington Ranch. I'm also the president of our HOA. And basically, I'm here to say that we are the majority, our board of directors, and one of them is, I believe both of them are here with me tonight, are against this proposal for several reasons. And I think I represent the majority of our homeowners, as you can see from behind me, represent that we do not want this to happen. And the young lady that spoke before, I agree with all of the aspects that she talked about. We're talking about traffic. Right now we have 916 homes in our HOA. So that's one car, and that's not usual today in today's society. So if you add 468 more to that, that's about almost 1,200 cars. And if you come down to one entranceway that they're talking about, which is across Irish Creek, which is also a floodplain, whether anybody knows that or not. So if they want to take the property, I understand is from our attorney, we can't fight that part of it because it's considered a certain portion of that section is considered public property. But we maintain it. We cut the grass in it, we do everything else in it. So my point is, why do we even do that? If it belongs to the public, let the city take care of it. And I would think also that we should have, if they want to build a bridge to get to their gated community, has an environmental impact study been done? Has a traffic study been done? And before I close, and I want to speak again at the closing at the hearing, I've also known that has the city of Selma been notified about this possible rezoning and what it will affect their community? The city of Universal City, which is Meritage Park, belongs to Universal City, not to the city of Schertz. And of course, Schertz knows about it, but I think the city or somebody from the planning section should have called those two city managers and had a little talk with them about what might happen with this development. I thank you, and I'll talk to you later on.
All right, thank you, sir. Is this Kip Homestead?
First, I want to thank you guys for your time. I'm probably the most outspoken out of all the people in Kensington Ranch. They all know me for the most part. But I want to talk to you more on parent role. My kid, I live on 3560 Irish Creek Road, so down this road that they're talking about. From a parent standpoint.
I need to interrupt just a second. I need your name and address real quick.
Kip Homestead. I live on 3560 Irish Creek Road.
Thank you, sir.
So my road is the one that's being directly affected. I apologize. My children walk to school. And so, as Pat just said, 468 homes or apartment homes are going to be built there. On average, most Americans have 2 to 3 cars. So if you do the statistical math, that's 1,200 additional vehicles coming through. We already have issues with crimes of opportunity in our neighborhood. Over the past 6 months, we have multiple burglaries in our housing area. And so what I want to implore to you is think about this on a safety scale. Our children are trying to walk to school. It gets dark early. We have that much more traffic coming through, that much more crime coming through. And I'm not against progression. I absolutely believe in developing this area, but I don't believe this is the right type of development for our single-family homes. I think this is a hindrance to us as a community, to us as a city, and doesn't really take in the personal side of this. I think it looks more of the, yes, financially great, but it doesn't take in the impact of the residents who live here, our children that have to walk to these schools. We just had a kid get hit in our neighborhood from somebody speeding through. We have these type of issues already, so it's only going to get exacerbated when we add 1,200 more vehicles coming through, when we have additional areas of operation or opportunities for crime to come through. That neighborhood will be gated. Ours is not. So think about the people that will be coming through for parties and all these things, driving home drunk. I'm not saying that it's going to happen, but the possibility, it is there. So as a father of 4, for my kids that live in a different state, when they come in the summertime, are their safety going to be there? That's my concern. And I just want to express that to you, so when you guys do vote about this rezoning, you consider the fact that we are concerned as parents. I'm a retired Air Force member. My wife's still active duty. So we're going to be here for 2 more years. So I want to think about this for the next 2 years. Is my family going to be safe? And we have the opportunity now to do what we can to prepare to keep them safe. And I ask you, if you are fathers, mothers, to consider that. Would you want your children to be walking with this much more foot traffic, with this much more traffic coming through the streets? Because we all know people are human. They're going to speed. They're going to do the natural things that they do. So I just implore you to take that into consideration when you make your decision. And I appreciate your time. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, next on the list is Lynn Bauer. And again, name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Lynn Bauer. I live at 3604 Sunglade Ranch in Schertz. It's part of the Kensington Ranch Estates. The access that I use to enter my property is Irish Creek Road. I'm against this initiative to allow a rezoning of that particular area, basically because when I retired from the Air Force, I and my wife selected that area as our retirement home. To me, it's an investment. When you decide to build apartments, rental properties close to us, to me, that's going to devalue the investment that I already have in place. I plan to die there, so it's not like I'm going to move out in 2 or 3 years. That is my residence that I will live in for the remaining of my life. I have a concern for the safety of people in the area. Recently, we've noticed that there are more transients in our neighborhood. Some are falling down on the sidewalk and falling asleep. Kids walk on those sidewalks going back and forth to school. When we call the police, the only thing that the police can do is basically ask those folks to move along. My wife has noticed, and she's called the Schertz police also, that along Savannah Drive, where those students walk to and from school, there's been cases where there are transients that are sleeping on the sidewalk. We know our community as homeowners. For people that rent property, they probably don't have the initiative to police their areas as well as a homeowner does and carry on that investment. So that's one of the main reasons that I'm against allowing a rezoning initiative to take place. Thank you for your time.
And then we have, is it Carol Davis?
Carol Davis, 3337 Wimbledon Drive. As my neighborhood of North Cliff went through this very same situation in the last year, one of the biggest complaints from all of the committees was that members of the rest of the neighborhoods don't come out and speak in favor or against the issues. I am here with my neighbors of Schertz behind me. I've never met any of them sitting in this room, and if I have, it was because I was their child's teacher. But I am telling you that this is the wrong call at the wrong time. This needs to stay as R2, single family, for the same reason that it needed to stay R2 on the old golf course. It's a neighborhood that is set and surrounded by single family neighborhoods. The only way to expand 1518, which yes, the state would have to do, and the city of Schertz is not in charge of that, is eminent domain. There is no way to expand 1518 between 35 and FM 78 without going through the eminent domain. And we are on the verge of that having to happen as is for the amount of traffic that is there. Also, this also seems to be another, squirrel project. Let's put in something bright and shiny so that maybe the citizens of Schertz will forget all of the things that need to be taken care of for the current residents that have chosen this community to be their homes. Our roads, our water, there are some major problems that need to be solved. Parts of 1518 from Allison Steele Enhanced Learning Center to Savannah Drive, each of those intersections is a massive pothole, every one of them, all the way up. But yet we're going to add another 1,200 cars. Can we please take care of the current residents before we throw another 1,200 in? We know that we're growing, but this group of people behind you, or behind me and in front of you, we are the ones that live here now. We chose to live here, and we expect our government to take care of us as is, not bring in new problems and think we're just going to go, new shiny building. We'll forget about what existed before. Please do what this piece of paper says. Do the right thing. Treat others the way you want to be treated. You chose to live in this community. Don't squirrel. Fix what needs to be fixed. This project will come in time, but the owner of it needs to recognize it is zoned single family, and it should remain single family to match what is in existence. I thank you for your service to this community, and please consider these words.
All right, I've tried to be nice, but that's enough, okay?
Take your time. He's being serious. I'm telling you, we've been through it. Don't clap after every person. It takes your time away. They want to go home to their families.
Thank you.
I promise. I'm telling you the truth.
Okay.
Just go with the flow. Keep fighting. Stick together. But clapping after everybody only irritates them, I promise.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate that comment. Yeah, folks, this is a public meeting. It's not a rock concert, okay? And I'd appreciate it if you would all conduct yourselves that way. A little applause, okay, but that outburst, it hurts my ears. All right, finally on the list is David Birch.
All right. Yes, my name is David Birch. I reside at 139 Hidden Knoll in Selma, and as many others here have done, my family, we moved into the Kensington Ranch subdivision coming out from San Antonio, where the expansive development of that city has brought on so many troubles. And a big part of why we moved up here was to escape some of those troubles of the bigger city. The issues of the traffic, the issues of, multi-family residences or the apartments that do bring all the issues of property values diminishing, crime, all the things that have been already mentioned here today by the residents before me. These are all concerns that we have, along with the fact that, yes, there won't be as much upkeep on these buildings because it's rental properties. I've lived in rental properties myself, and I'm sure many others have, and there's many fine people who do so. But the fact remains that that's going to degrade the quality just on what you see, what you experience in your day-to-day life of our community. And so I strongly oppose the rezoning into, from single-family homes, because I've got my kids who are here with me. For the younger two, this house has been all that they've known. And there are a finite number of exits up the highway that people can move as we're all seeking to build better lives and better futures for ourselves and for our families. And so with that in mind, this is where we'd like to stay. There's only so many more places we can try to go, trying to find that. And so I encourage y'all to keep the zoning as it is and ensure that we can secure this, solid future for ourselves and for our families. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Oh, a little bit's okay, but thank you. I really do appreciate that, and I understand it's a very emotional issue. All right, so that was our hearing of residents, and again, when we get to the public hearing, the rest of you, or even those that spoke, will have another opportunity. Okay? So item number 4 is our consent agenda. There's a single item on that this evening. It's the minutes for the February 7th, 2024 regular meeting. Are we voting already? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, so there is no discussion on the consent agenda. So commissioners, do we need to pull those minutes for discussion? If not, can I have a motion to approve?
Motion to approve our minutes.
All right, I have a motion to approve the consent agenda from Commissioner Bro. Do I have a second?
A second.
And a second from Commissioner Brown. There is no discussion on consent agenda, so please record your votes. All right, I see 6 votes. Can we publish that vote, please? We have 6 in favor, none opposed. That motion passes. All right, item number 5 is the public hearing. Actually, we have 10 public hearings this evening. I'm not going to read this to you, but here's the way it works. Okay, we'll start each public hearing with a presentation from staff. If they wish, we'll then hear a presentation from the applicant or the developer. When they're finished, I will open the floor for you folks to comment and question. Again, it's 3 minutes, and hopefully the little green light will come on. But again, everyone is welcome to speak. I do need, when you come to the dais, please, your name and address for the record. And again, those folks that spoke during hearing residents, you can speak again too, okay? And don't be shy. We'll stay here as long as we need. The whole purpose of that part of the meeting is to hear from you folks. This meeting is being videoed, is being recorded, so that you understand the process. The Planning and Zoning Commission is only a recommendation to the City Council. When we get done with each public hearing, we'll take a vote, and we have some options. We can recommend approval, we can recommend denial, we can recommend approval with conditions. But that's all it is a recommendation. The final decision will be made by City Council at a future City Council meeting, okay? But the reason I wanted to point out it's being recorded is the City Council members will, before that City Council meeting, they will watch that video. And so they will hear your comments and how you feel about the project. And then hopefully you'll pack their chamber and address them as well, okay? All right, enough wasting of time. All right, so item 5A is a public hearing for PLZC 2024-0004. Hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 44.3 acres of land from single-family residential district R2 to Planned Development District PDD, known as Guadalupe County Property ID number 6460, located approximately 78 feet south of the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas.
Good evening, Commissioners. PLZC 2024-004, a zone change request of single-family residential district R2 to Planned Development District PDD on approximately 44.3 acres. Daisy Marquez, planner. So here's the subject property outlined in green. To the north is the city of Schertz. To the right is still the city of Schertz. To the south is the city of Schertz. Here to the left is Universal City, and this portion over here is Selma. The current zoning is single-family residential district R2, and the applicant is proposing a planned development district PDD. So to the north, we have the Kensington Ranch Planned Development District, which is currently single-family residential. To the south, it is also zoned single-family residential R2, and it is currently vacant. To the right, it is also zoned R2, and it is Deets Creek and is meant for single-family residential. And then to the west, we have the Orchard Park subdivision that is in Universal City and is single-family residential. So on February 23rd, a total of 65 public hearing notices were sent out to everyone within 200 feet of the property boundary. As of today at 12 p.m., we have 107 in opposition, 2 in favor, 1 being from the applicant, and 0 neutral. And 2 signs were posted on the property at the intersection of Irish Creek and Savannah on the applicant's property, and then here at Behringer Road facing the UC subdivision on the applicant's property. So currently, the percent opposed is 27.38%, and as per local government code 2110060, the proposed change must receive, in order to take effect, the affirmative vote of at least 3/4 of all members of the City Council. And although this does not affect the P&Z recommendation to Council, it does affect the City Council vote. So UDC Section 2154 states that a zone change is required to establish the use of land and development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining a sound, stable, and desirable development. The approximate 44.3 acres is currently zoned single-family residential R2 and is proposing planned development district PDD. And per the letter of intent submitted with the application, the applicant desires to develop the land for multifamily development. And as per the Unified Development Code Section 21510, a planned development district PDD is intended to promote and encourage innovative development that is sensitive to surrounding land uses, and if it necessitates varying from available zoning districts, the proposed development should demonstrate community benefits. So the Cibola Farms PDD is proposing to utilize the apartment multifamily residential district R4 as its base zoning district, and it will establish 2 separate areas. Area 1 being the 11.97 acres that are within the JBSA Randolph Accident Potential Zone 2, APZ2. And Area 2 is the remainder 32.28 acre portion of the subject property, and development is limited to this area only. So again, just to give you an image of what they're proposing, so Area 2 is this area to the right that is the 32 acres and has that access on Irish Creek and Savannah. And Area 1 is directly within the APZ2 and has that access on Behringer. So Area 1 is again the APZ2 preservation area and is approximately 11.9 acres, and it is within the City of Schertz city limits and borders Universal City city limits. The purpose of Area 1 is to preserve the 11.97 acres as open space with no development allowed except for the development of a road to be maintained by the developer. The 2015 JBSA Randolph ACA study recommends properties within the APZ2, if developed as single family, be developed at a maximum density of 2 dwelling units per acre. There are approximately 11.9 acres of the subject property within this APZ2, which would equate to JBSA's recommendation of a maximum of 22 units within just the APZ. And the existing single-family residential district R2 requires a minimum of 8,400 square feet per lot, which would equate to approximately 57 single-family homes just in the APZ2, which would recommend JBSA's maximum density recommendation. In an effort to support the JBSA Randolph mission, the proposed PDD stipulates no residential development within the APZ2 to prevent encroachment. So we just wanted to point out some JBSA Randolph JLUS 2015 goals and objectives they had. The goal of the JBSA Randolph JLUS is to protect the viability of current and future military training operations while simultaneously guiding community growth, sustaining the environment and economic health of the region, and protecting public health, safety, and welfare. And to achieve this goal, the JLUS has a couple objectives, and one of them is collaboration, to encourage cooperative land use and resource planning among JBSA Randolph and the surrounding communities so the future community growth and development are compatible with the training and operational missions at JBSA Randolph, seeking ways to reduce operational impacts on adjacent land, proximate and within the study area. So again, here's Area 1 to the left and Area 2 to the right. And diving into Area 2, which would be the proposed mixed residential 32.28 acres, it is south of the Kensington Ranch subdivision, is approximately 77 feet from the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road, and will allow for the development of multifamily residential. And per the conceptual development plans, which are for informational purposes only, the applicant is considering single-family detached, single-family attached, and garden-style multifamily apartments. However, per the PDD, the property can still be developed in a standard suburban-style apartment complex with a maximum of 486 dwelling units. And for all intents and purposes, Area 2 development will be classified as multifamily use. So the Cibolo Farms PDD is proposing a reduction in density from 24 dwelling units per acre to 11 dwelling units per acre, with a total of 486 dwelling units allowed to be built only within Area 2. Conventional apartment multifamily residential district R4 requires a front setback of 25 feet, side setback of 10 feet, and a rear setback of 20 feet. But the PDD is proposing a minimum setback requirement to be increased to 50 feet all along the perimeter of Area 2. And within Area 2, landscaping is proposed to include a 20-foot landscape buffer with one shade tree every 30 linear feet on all sides. And here's a close-up of the Area 2 dimensional and development requirements. So again, this is just a conceptual site plan for informational purposes only. The applicant submitted the zoning exhibit overlaid on top of the conceptual site plan. And this is the other conceptual site plan, again, for informational purposes only. Here you can see where the development would only be within Area 2, and Area 1 would only allow the development of a street, but it would remain open space and it would be maintained by the developer. So additional requirements in the PDD is that it also includes additional miscellaneous requirements as per Joint Base San Antonio, also known as JBSA. And the developer must provide documentation and demonstrate their compliance before building permit applications, that they have followed the lighting, sound, spectrum-dependent systems, FAA review if applicable, and FAA Advisory Circular AC number 150-5233C. So when staff makes recommendations for PDDs, we look at UDC section 21510F, and we look at this criteria for approval. So 1, whether the proposed PDD implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. The proposed zone change to Planned Development District does implement the policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. The comp plan designates the subject property as single-family residential, and the single-family land use designation is intended for a mix of residential with some commercial activities that support the daily activity of development. The requested Planned Development District is also proposing to preserve approximately 11.7 acres of land and proposes to develop the remaining 32.28 acres at 11 dwelling units per acre with a total of 486 dwelling units. And per the application, the PDD would allow for a mix of single-family attached and detached for-rent units with garden-style multifamily apartments within the same development and served by the same amenities. The intent of the PDD is to provide multifamily residential development and does meet the intent of the existing and proposed comp plan designations that allow for a mix of residential with supporting land uses. 2, whether the proposed PDD promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. As part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. The City of Schertz practice in previous projects has determined that multifamily is not incompatible next to single family. The PDD proposes screening within the 32.28 acres of Area 2, which would require an 8-foot masonry wall, a 20-foot landscape buffer with one shade tree every 30 linear feet, a 50-foot building setback around the entire perimeter of the Area 2 boundaries. And since Area 1 is within the JBSA Randolph APZ2, the PDD requires that the developer demonstrate their compliance with the JBSA additional requirements before building permit applications as stipulated in the PDD. Additionally, the PDD stipulates that there shall be no development other than a street within Area 1 as a means to preserve the APZ2 and support the JBSA Randolph Air Force Base mission. And per the exhibit submitted in the application, the proposed PDD is proposing 2 access points. The main development access point is being proposed from the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road, which would be gated, and the second access point is proposed from Behringer Way, which is within Universal City, but would be a gated access point for emergency access only. And 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zone district classification and standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. The PDD is appropriate within the immediate area of the land to be reclassified, and the proposed PDD is compatible with existing and proposed comp plan land use designations for the subject property. The PDD also preserves the APZ2, which is crucial to the operations and missions of JBSA Randolph. And we took this directly from the JBSA Regional Compatible Use Plan, that as communities develop and expand due to growth and market demands, they have the potential to encroach on military installations and on operational or training areas. Uncoordinated development can exacerbate or create land use conflicts and other compatibility issues. Encroachment can have a multitude of undesirable impacts on community safety, economic development, and the sustainability of military operations. Addressing these issues and their potential impacts is currently one of the military's greatest operational challenges. 4, whether the proposed change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public school streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. The proposed development is located approximately 78 feet south from the intersection of Savannah Drive and Irish Creek Road. Savannah Drive is a residential collector with 70 feet of right-of-way, and the closest signalized intersections are to the east at the intersection of Savannah Drive and Schertz Parkway, and to the west at the intersection of Savannah Drive and 1518. And per an initial traffic impact analysis provided by the applicant and reviewed by the City of Schertz Engineering Department, the potential effects of the development traffic have been evaluated. The submitted TIA reviewed the effects of the development on the intersections of FM 1518 in Savannah, Irish Creek Road in Savannah, and Schertz Parkway in Savannah. And while the TIA shows that there are some detrimental effects, particularly to the Schertz Parkway and Savannah intersection, these effects can be mitigated. There are mitigation methods to maintain the level of service currently at the Schertz Parkway and Savannah intersection. The developer will be required to construct the mitigation measures as part of the public infrastructure permit that is submitted during the final plat process if the rezoning is approved. The other intersections, including the FM 1518 and Savannah intersection, will all function at an acceptable level of service even with the additional development traffic. An additional and more detailed analysis will be done and required of all the intersections affected with the revised TIA during the platting process. The revised TIA and further analysis will identify the appropriate mitigation measures for all intersections. And a public hearing notice was mailed to the Schertz Cibola Universal City Independent School District to notify them of the potential development, and they have not provided a written response indicating opposition or support. 5, the extent to which the proposed PDD will result in a superior development that could be achieved through conventional zoning. The proposed PDD allows for the preservation of the accident potential zone 2 for the long-term viability of existing and future military missions, which should be a paramount consideration. Area 2 is based on the apartment multifamily district R4 zoning, but with the additional screening requirements, increased landscape requirements, increased minimum building setbacks, and decreased density. As a result, Area 2, the proposed PDD, will calculate its density requirement on the entire 44.3 acres, but will limit development to the 32 acres within Area 2. If the existing single-family residential district R2 remains on the property, then the APC2 can be developed, which can then strain the relationship that the City of Schertz wants to maintain with JBSA. Additionally, with conventional zoning that is already in place, the City of Schertz cannot enforce additional requirements that JBSA Randolph would desire. The additional screening, landscaping, minimum building setbacks, reduced density, required compliance with JBSA Randolph development requirements, and the restriction of development with the APZ2 would not be possible to enforce in the existing single-family residential R2 or in conventional apartment multifamily district R4. The proposed PDD enforces compliance with the APZ2 preservation and additional JBSA requirements and ensures JBSA Randolph that the 11.72 acres of Area 1 remain undeveloped. And whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full, no application will receive final approval until all back taxes are paid in full. This does not impact the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to City Council. And then whether other criteria are met, which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured that all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change and at this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council. So due to the proposed Planned Development District's preservation of the APZ2, reduced density, and compatibility with the Comprehensive Land Use Plan land use designation, staff recommends approval of PLZC 2024004. And then the applicant is also here with a presentation.
All right, thank you.
Which one is it? That one. Let me just make sure. All right. My name is Ken Brown. I'm with Brown and McDonald, representing the applicant. There really isn't a lot to say after that. It was very, very thorough, but I do have a short presentation, and I would like to go through it if at all possible.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you. I think everyone now is generally familiar with what we are calling the Cibolo Farms tract, approximately 44 acres. Well, I think everyone here knows where it is now. I didn't move it. So our zoning request, as stated, we have about 44 acres. It is all zoned R2 right now. We are seeking to rezone it to PDD, Planned Development District. 11 or almost 12 of the acres, and I believe this is very important, is going to be set aside for open space, and the remainder would be for R4 uses. The existing land use designation is estate neighborhood, and so there's not a plan amendment required. This is consistent with your plan. I understand that you are working on a 2024 comprehensive plan. If that is adopted, we would be consistent with the new plan also, and there would not be a need for a plan amendment. So I think that's, I think it's important to state that you guys have been doing comprehensive planning and continue to do it, and our application is consistent with the old and the new plan. So this is a very important, we believe, part of our application. 11 or 12 acres is in the APZ2. We started meeting with JBSA first. We've had meetings with JBSA, city staff, and have made efforts with the Kensington Estates Neighborhood Association. But our first efforts were with JBSA because without knowing what we could do on that 12 acres, we didn't know what was possible on the remainder. We started in November, had three meetings with them. They have very exacting standards. As you know, that tract, that 12-acre tract is zoned R2 right now, which would allow 57 approximately single-family units. And your code requires that JBSA support the application, not just not oppose it. You have a code provision that says JBSA has to support it. And we went back and forth with them, and we finally decided the best thing to do was not allow anything in that area. I'm sure this is a very military city, but you're aware of their mission, and they just impressed upon us that any kind of incremental change at some point could tip and threaten their mission. And so we decided that the best thing to do was to do nothing on that piece of property and keep it in its natural state, which we will maintain. I think I said all of that. I did. So then we started looking at the remainder of 32.2 acres. It is zoned R2. And when you take that into account with the 11 or 12 acres, currently we could develop 229 single-family units on the entire tract. Once again, that would be putting 57 units, single-family units in that area that I don't think anyone thinks that anything should be there. But that could be done. So what we're proposing in leaving the 12 acres vacant and utilizing the remainder 32 acres is 150 single-family style dwelling units. Remember, this will be developed as one development, one lot, but there is a growing change in single-family development as rental units, and these will all be multifamily rental units, but 150 of them will be built and look just like single-family units. So if we were doing the entire 32 acres as R4, it would permit up to 774 units, which I think we can all agree that is too much. And so part of the PDD is we're limiting that density. I'm glad that's staying up with me. So in doing the PDD, and I know staff went through it and I won't belabor it, but there are some conditions that they're putting in. Most of them have to do, from the city side, are buffers, setbacks, trees, natural areas, things like that. On the JBSA side, and it's in your packet, we are complying with all the conditions that they have about sound, lighting, communication technologies, flight navigation, and wildlife attractment features. So all of that is in your ordinance and enforceable by you. JBSA doesn't have to be concerned with it, that it is in your ordinance and it will be enforced. I think one of the bigger issues, and clearly everyone was paying attention because the staff's report was long but thorough, but when they brought up the traffic part of it, there was probably some concern. But we have done a traffic study. Our engineer is here with Collier's Engineering. We interface with the city's engineer. I think the staff read to you that the increase of our traffic would not negatively impact from the level of and I'm not a traffic engineer, from the existing background traffic now. There will be some mitigation required, and that'll be done when a full traffic impact analysis is done, and that those mitigation or features would be paid for by us. I would really rather, and I'm sure you'll have questions about traffic, I would really rather our traffic engineer address that. But we have addressed the traffic issue up front with staff, that our development is not going to cause a failure of that road or the intersections. The last slide is, I did want you to know that we made an effort and reached out to the neighborhood. I mean, we knew they were going to be concerned. We knew they were going to be upset. And maybe we contacted the wrong person, but the contact person that we made an effort to talk to really didn't respond to us. We finally got a response, and I think someone mentioned it here tonight that they thought that we were going across their property, and we are, but there's a dedicated right-of-way across their property also. And so I think they thought that we weren't going to be able to get that access, and maybe that's why they didn't respond. But we have made efforts to talk to the neighbors. I don't want you to think that we just said, who cares? We knew they were going to be concerned. I think the staff did a very thorough report. I think it's really important that we have JBSA's recommendation and that we are keeping that parcel that could be developed right now open space. There is a housing crisis. There is a crisis for different types of housing, and that's what we're trying to provide. And I would respectfully request your support for our application. It is consistent with your comprehensive plan and is being recommended by JBSA and your staff. If you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, just to go over the procedures one more time. I will open the floor for public comment. You're all welcome to come up, and just like in hearing the residents, try to keep it to 3 minutes. The little green light will come on. 3 minutes later, the red light should come on. So if you're still talking when the red light comes on, I'm not going to cut you off, but I'd like you to wrap it up. And again, name and address for the record, and then we'll start the timer. So it is, I'm going to call it 7:04 p.m., and the floor is now open for public comment. So, yeah, just kind of handle it yourselves if you want to line up or however you want to do it.
My name is Tom Troutner. I live at 3612 Sharp Hill in Kensington Ranch, the city of Selma. I have a couple questions for the gentleman that was just up here.
All right, well, let me steal just a few seconds of your time. What we'll do is both myself and staff will write down your questions.
Okay.
And then when we're done and it's open for discussion, we'll try to get you those answers. All right, sir?
All right. You
Okay,
have 12
go
seconds.
ahead. That's all right. I got it. Go ahead.
Just kidding. Okay, was I correct in what I heard that the 44 acres is planned for development, but they're going to set aside 11 acres, give or take. So their density study is for 44 acres, and they're going to cram that into 32. So the density study is junk. Okay. Crash zone. So area 1 is the crash zone, complies with the crash zone. Was I correct in assuming that? So I'm led to believe that that plane's going to crash in that little area, if it's going to crash at all, and not on the houses before, after, or north of it. I live right under the flight path. I can see the pilot's face. I can tell you if he's wearing a mustache or not. It's nowhere near either one of those, zone 1 or zone 2. It's further west. And I was curious as to know, how do you plan to mitigate traffic? There is no way to mitigate it. You can't, you got to widen every road. Don't see it happening. Can't widen Savannah, that's already done. 1518, not sure how that can be done, but I'm not a city planner. Schertz Parkway, that's already what it is. It can't get any wider than that. So I don't know when they say they're going to mitigate it. I would dare say, sir, you don't live in that neighborhood, you have no idea, right? That woman was not, or that gentleman was not exaggerating when he says it takes 30 minutes to get to the frontage road from Savannah. In soccer season, longer than that. Soccer's traffic is backed up way past Savannah, further down. It's almost impossible. You're faster on foot. That being said, I have those questions. And for the record, I strongly oppose the zoning of for the reasons everybody else spoke. I don't want to parrot everything, but thank you for your time.
You're welcome, sir.
So Kip Homestead, 3560 Irish Creek Road. My road is directly affected by this traffic. And again, nothing against the lawyer, but he spoke a lot of lawyer speak. I don't know if you guys noticed as much as I did, but JBSA says that they support it, but in his words, they said he didn't support it because they don't want him to build what he wants to build. The reality is neither him nor his clients live in our neighborhood. They really have no clue about what the congestion is because they don't live it. They don't experience that congestion that we do every Saturday between the hours of 8 o'clock and 3. Because as soccer, we have that soccer stadium-ish. We have, during the school day, we have the school systems, amongst many other issues. So I implore you to take this back to your client, that this neighborhood is not what it looks like on paper. We are already congested to the T. We already have the crime and the issues that we're trying to deal as a neighborhood with taking care of one another, that this is not the neighborhood. We're not against development. We're not against saying, please don't come here. We want people to come here. But we just want you to use the single family that is zoned as, so that way we can maintain the level of community togetherness that we currently have. There is a place and there is a location for multifamily homes. This just isn't that. This is, you can tell by the passion, and I do apologize on behalf of everybody for the outburst because you can see how passionate it be about our neighborhood. We love where we live. I didn't grow up in Texas, but I became a Texas resident. I am Texan as it's gonna get as a convert. I love Schertz. When my wife bought here before we got married, I was like, what did I get myself into? But I have grown to love Schertz. And I have lived in apartment complexes. And I can tell you that it is a different environment, but it is not what we want for this neighborhood. We implore you guys to make your recommendations to City Council not to approve this, because you can tell by just simply this, as well as 107 nays that you got, that this is not wanted in this neighborhood, not because we don't want the people, but we don't want the building, we don't want the impact and the trouble and the headaches that it's gonna cause, because we live here. This is our area that we have to deal with. And I don't know where you guys live, but put yourself in our position if this was to happen where you live. If you had this big of an impact when it comes to people, vehicles, safety, and crime, and the availability to emergency services. So thank you, I appreciate your time again.
You're welcome. All right, come on up.
My name is Angela Chaplin. I reside at 415 Walnut Crest in Selma. I'm going to go from a little different perspective. I've actually been in property management for almost 20 years, so I know firsthand the amount of traffic, the amount of crime that it can bring, because I deal with it every single day. And I would like to ask a little bit of, he stated that there's a housing crisis right now. There's not a housing crisis right now in San Antonio. Matter of fact, the rental occupancy is almost at the lowest it's been, and I've seen in 15 years. Our occupancy right now in the apartment communities is anywhere from 85 to 92% at max. I work in San Antonio at a community that for the past 3 years we've been pre-leased, and right now I'm at 90% occupied because there's so much development going on in San Antonio right now and the surrounding areas. There's not a shortage of housing opportunities for people. There's 4 apartments going up right now just right outside of 1604 and 35. So we moved out here about 9 years ago to get away from all of that. I have 3 kids, 2 of which have graduated, and I have a son that is in junior high. This is our forever home. This is why we moved out here, to be a part of a smaller community, less traffic, less crime. This is just going to bring more. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francisco Rosas, 3129 Malbach Drive. I'm within the 200-foot buffer. My house is exactly right behind where that green space is going to be in. One of the things is that the developer never reached out to us. Me and my spouse both work, but we're home on the evenings and the weekends. We received no notification about this until just recently when we saw the signs up in our neighborhood. We are Universal City, we're not Schertz, but no one has come out to talk to us. I also work at this community association manager for an HOA company as well. When the developer reaches out to association managers, they don't just call. They send letters, certified letters. They also get in contact with them in their offices. I've had developers sit in my office and talk to me about other developments with my other HOAs. I don't have any HOAs in this area, but if a developer really wanted to get a hold of a community association manager and speak to the HOAs, they would make it happen. The fact that we got no notification, a lot of other residents get no notification about this until we saw the signs. Now, one of the things is he did reach out to JBSA 3 times to make sure he's within compliance with that zone so they can develop where they want to be, but nothing else. So I am definitely against this because we have no notification of anything. This is the first we're even seeing these concept plans. We feel that this community is great. Me and my husband moved here out of the city because we thought this would be a great place to live. We love where we're at. We love our neighbors. We talk to everybody. But no one in the developer has reached out to us at all. Told us nothing. And our house is directly affected by this within the 200-foot buffer. So if that's the case that they did reach out to us, I see nothing. All right, but I am against it. Thank you for your time.
I'm Michelle York, 3601 Sunglade Ranch. And I just wanted to say I respectfully disagree with the fact that they tried to reach out to the community, even though they did have phone calls, just like this other gentleman said. There could have been more of an effort to reach out to the actual residents and ask, questions and talk to the people in the 200 buffer. The other thing that I kind of heard down here, and maybe I was wrong, but I heard that he was saying, the lawyer was saying that ordinances are in place that Schertz can enforce. And so what I heard with that is they're going to build a nice, shiny community, put a lot of people in a very small place, and then leave it to us, the residents, to fund more PD, to have to get the water, to get the resources, to maintain the traffic. So they're going to come in, they're going to develop something very nice that they feel is very nice, and then they're going to say, Schertz, good luck with that. How are we going to get the resources for the police department? We can't even fill, positions we already have. There aren't people applying for those positions. 498 new residents at three people per resident, 1,500 more residents. Are we going to need more PD? Are we going to have the resources to hire more PD? Yes, with development comes money, but also comes more drainage as well. So I just would really appreciate a recommendation of no for this right now. I don't think we have enough answers for these questions to actually fix the resources before we put a nice big development in. I just really want you guys to do the recommendation of no and keep it as an R2 right now, because I don't feel like we have the resources. The school, if you're looking at this here, the school line from Pascal actually goes from Pascal Elementary all the way down to that particular opening every day. There are no sidewalks on the right side of the road from the drainage ditch back to where we are. And so that's a big safety issue for me. I have 3 kids and they all go to the school district, and so walking home is a big thing. On that curve, right as you're coming around the corner, we've seen where I've actually seen a car come around there and careen, flip over and land in that ditch, and it is not a safe area right there, and adding so much more traffic is just going to make it that much more unsafe. So it's just really it's not good at this time. Like, I'm not saying I don't want it ever to happen. Like, I'm not for multifamily, but residential, like, let's keep it where it needs to be so that we can grow at a pace where our infrastructure can actually support it. I don't really feel like this is infrastructurally sound. Thank you.
My name is Brad Parker, 323 Rustic Willow. To address the traffic, you're probably right. Savannah can probably take a little extra traffic, but 1518 and Schertz Parkway can't. It's not getting out of the neighborhood or not getting to those 2 intersections that's the problem. I just started a family. I moved out here specifically because it is a single family home area. There was plenty of opportunities for me to buy some really nice places over in Retama Park. Glad I didn't, because I've seen the crime reports there. Everywhere I've been, when I lived back home in Denver, about 3 blocks down, they built an apartment complex, very nice. It was actually all very high dollar, whatever you want to call it, very luxury living, but it brought so much crime and so much traffic and so many people. I lost almost $85,000 in value on my house. It was only worth $160,000 when I owned it anyway. It's about 10 years ago, but with the amount of added traffic, the amount of extra people that are getting added in, My biggest concern is the safety and happiness of my family and those families living around me. Kip mentioned it earlier. There was already an unfortunate vehicular pedestrian accident in our neighborhood over the weekend already. We don't want to see any more repeats of that. Adding this type of a population density, those kids are probably never going to make it to school safe. And the kids are the only thing that we really should be thinking about. I'm really bad at this, so kind of read something from the email I did send in. Just that we live in the Kensington Ranch community. We noticed the rezoning, and we are none too pleased with the possibility. Apartment complexes just bring more noise, more people, more traffic. Getting out of the neighborhood is already bad enough. The construction alone is going to wreak havoc on the neighborhood, and projects like that never go fast. Look at that massive complex that's going up on 1604 and what is that, Judson, I think. It's been building since I moved here to Texas, and that was 5 years ago. My family and I are vehemently opposed to the rezoning. Developing the land, by all means, but we really need to keep it a single-family home community. It's just what fits. So, thank you for your time.
Pablo Rosales, 246 Rustic Willow. I'm against the rezoning of the zone of the area. I know the attorney hired an engineer for the traffic, and well, I mean, I've lived here for 10 years. They could have just asked around. There's definitely no way that we can take in more traffic. And I know there's, provisions for potentially, augmenting the current infrastructure, but gives no clues as to what that means and what's going to take. The reality is we are homeowners here. We have invested in our properties. We take pride in our properties. We want to make sure that our property values stay consistent and not drop because we have a lot of apartments coming in. Over 450 apartments, 462 or something. It's just going to add a lot of crime to the area. We have the proximity of the school right there. It's going to affect the kids. It's just nonsensical to put this multi-family complex in the area. It's not a smart move. You're going to have a lot of unhappy taxpayers if that's what happens, right? Thank you for your time.
Barbara Wargo, 3513 Blue Moon Spur, Selma. I have a couple issues. One, although this community has two entrances, they carefully say that the entrance from the Universal City side is for emergency use only. So you're going to have all 463 units coming in and out the entrance that goes onto Savannah Drive. That's potentially 1,200 vehicles going in and out on Savannah Drive. There is no way that is not going to impact things. They say it might have a slight deleterious effect. That effect is going to be ginormous. And they said it's not going to affect traffic patterns onto 1518. I don't know how they came up with that conclusion. That's got to be Aggie math. There's just no way. There is no way. And then we take it a little bit further. Look at HEB. If you've been there on Sunday after church or Costco, the lines already, there's no way you're going to add in 463 more families going to there and to Costco and to, Walmart where there's never anybody behind the, when you're trying to check out. I mean, we can't support that kind of stuff right now with these multi-families. We need to look after the people who are here right now. That is going to be a freaking nightmare for everybody who lives here. If you want to put in single-family units, that are not for rent, but for people who are going to buy them and maintain them and put them at an appropriate density. What they did is they can't build in a flood zone. Yeah, you can't build in a flood zone, but they're sitting there and so they're building up because they got to cram it in because they got to get those numbers in to make the money for the out-of-town people invested, but they're not looking after the people who are here on our quality of life. So they need to skip whatever magic numbers they're coming up with. But seriously, and then who's going to police it? You've got Selma, you've got Schertz, you've got Universal City. Who's responsible? If there's an emergency, who comes and responds? Oh, no, these are the Selma people. No, this is the Schertz part. No, this is the Universal City part. Who comes and takes care of it if there's an emergency? That makes no sense. So please, please, please vote against this monstrosity. Thank you.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mark Wattis. I live at 237 Hawks Meadows on the Selma side. So I'm going to talk to y'all from a military and a financial side of this, all right? So, one, you're going to build this little subdivision, this little housing complex. This is in a flight line. I'm a retired Marine. I was stationed out in Camp Pendleton and 29 Palms in California. They did this next to Miramar Marine Corps Air Station, next to the impact areas where if a plane lost power and had to crash land, they're gonna land in somebody's living room and kill somebody. So what they started doing was moving all the fixed-wing units out of Miramar to other camps. Now, this town survives off of flight training. So what happens when the military decides, you know what, we're gonna pick up flight training and finish moving it to Corpus, or we're just gonna move it all the way to Florida, and you lose all your money from the base. And then your schools lose their money from the students attending your schools. Think about it. So you're either gonna get somebody killed when somebody lands in their living room, or you're gonna lose the money from our kids no longer attending your schools. Y'all need to start thinking harder, smarter, be grown-ups. She's not telling you the truth of what happens when one of these planes crashes in your living room. It happens plenty of times at Miramar when an F-18 goes down, or you have a helicopter crash in your pool. She's not going to admit that, and she's not going to tell you that. You can look up the studies. My grandfather was a crashing investigator for a fixed wing. It doesn't just crash in a small 5-foot plot. These planes, when they impact the ground, that plane crash, all the scattered remnants go over a mile, depending on what angle he hits the ground. If you haven't served in the military and haven't done a trap mission, you haven't had to pick up plane parts, and then you won't even have to worry about picking up body parts for days and days later when you finally smell them. So what are we going to do when those kids walking home from school find somebody in a ditch? How are we going to react to that? Think about what you're planning on doing before you give this lady and this home developer and these lawyers the thumbs up. It's not a smart idea to do this. These pilots are already running out of room between the flight line and these open fields because they already built a home subdivision on the backside of the flight line where your other fire station's at. When they go to take off or land from that direction, there's already houses there. There's nowhere for them to drop that plane. They're losing room to drop. Y'all need to think about this, all right?
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for giving us your time tonight. I appreciate it. My name is Jennifer Shoemaker. I live at 3819 Misty Quail in Kensington Ranch, and my neighbors have all really made some fantastic points, and I don't need to regurgitate them. You've heard them over and over again. I certainly hope that you will give them sincere consideration. And I really just wanted to come up here to the podium so that I can be on the record in opposition of this rezoning proposition. So thank you for your time, and please do consider it.
Does it turn green? Oh.
Oh, no, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. My name is Pinzong Tsai. I live on 3528 Irish Creek. I just have a couple questions. I'm not quite understanding how the traffic analysis was done. Because I feel it seems to be surrounded only on Savannah. But I live in Kensington Ranch since 2011. I've seen the house being built. I've seen all the different subdivisions being built. The traffic is not on Savannah. The traffic is people trying to get out to 35. The traffic is people trying to get back to 78. Have we done analysis on those? Because I have seen the increased traffic over the years, especially, well, I don't have kids going, I go 15, 18. That has substantially increased the traffic over the year because of development. Like this afternoon, we were trying to get on 35. The traffic was back all the way to Valero. That's about 1 mile, almost 1 mile away, traffic. Now we're thinking about, I think Kensington Range, somebody said that we have about 1,000 neighbors. I don't know how many we have on the other subdivision. Now we're gonna add 1,000 to that. That traffic is gonna back all the way to 1518 and Savannah. Now, here's the other thing. 1518 and Savannah, we don't have a right turn lane. Coming from 78, people are rushing to the light to turn right onto Savannah. That is some traffic buffer that you're gonna see and potential accidents right there. The second, so that was one traffic thing. I was wondering, why are we only doing analysis on this small area when most people actually have to get outside of that area? The second thing I was wondering also is, when we talk about the safety analysis, the safety report, why are we only looking at a 200 buffer feet? There's nobody living there. I'm sorry, there's 65 people. 65 people does not represent the people that live in that surrounding area. It does not represent the 1,000 people or even just 600 people that is on the estate portion of it. Those are the people being affected, not the street. And the other thing I was wondering about the builder is, have you done the flood analysis? Because that little strip between Savannah and your property is flooded every single time there's a heavy rain. So that's something to consider too when it comes to flood concerns. Also, if the other land on the other side is vacant, why are we not consider? And okay, sorry. If the other side is vacant and Savannah is already crowded, why are we not putting an exit on the other side? That's something we need to consider too. Is how, if we really do want this happen, I know it's extra effort to put in a street. I understand that, but if it is necessary, so, thank you.
Thank you. Keith Patterson, 364 Silver River in Schertz. Long-time Schertz resident. We've been here almost 30 years. We've always been proud to be a part of the city. Love the walking paths, bike paths, all the decisions that the city council's made over the years. It's been great. We built 3 houses here in Schertz over the years, and we built all 3 of them away from apartment complexes on purpose. And so I would encourage you to look at that traffic very carefully. The analytical data that they presented is vastly different from my experience without 500 more families. The other thing about that is the timing. If you have single family development, the addition of families and cars is slow. If you build multifamily housing, the addition of families and cars and infrastructure needs goes quickly. You just drop 500 people on the property and all of a sudden you've got all of these extra needs, police support, infrastructure, traffic, and then as we know, infrastructure improvements don't go quickly. And so we would be the ones burdened. I don't know how the funding works on this, but I would say that if it's not a great advantage to the city, and if there's not federal or state funds that are coming because of this development, that this number of people encouraging you to buoy our property values, you know, that's us giving you more money. So if it's not a great advantage to the city, I think you should consider the advantage that you would have with happy residents. Thank you.
My name is Richard David Daniels. I reside at 3524 Enchanted Farm in Schertz. And I've lived there since 2009, and I've been a Schertz resident since 2005. First, I'd like to say that I moved to Schertz from the West Coast back in 2005, and I love Schertz as a city. I've been very, very pleased with the direction that the city has gone and everything, and don't want to live anywhere else. I wanted to retire here. Well, that all changed when I saw that notice up there for the rezoning. And so I want to say that I appreciate your presentation. It was very, very well done. The council, I appreciate theirs. They had all the pros in there, okay? I feel the answers on why this project should not be approved is in both of those presentations. And it shows it on the one snapshot where you see the zoomed out photo of this area and all that is around it. And all you see is residential homes. People, families, just like me. To me, that particular picture in both presentations had a profound effect on me, because that's the answer why it should not be approved, is because there's nothing else like it around. There is all residential homes all the way around it. And I cannot fathom in my mind why you would even consider this. And I thank you very much for your time.
My name is Amy Capiello. I live at 368 Silver River in Schertz side of Kensington Ranch. I do have a lot of issues with the idea of multi-apartment rentals going in to our area. I know they were saying that traffic's not an issue, but something else to consider with the traffic is about 2 years ago, there was an accident that took out the street light at 1518 in Savannah. And traffic trying to get out, especially turning left, because it was left as a stop sign for us, and it was a throughway for 1518, was very hard to mitigate through. And something to consider with that is if there is some type of massive accident, road construction, water break, something, where you have to close either 1518 down or Schertz Parkway down, not only do you have all the people that live in the area currently, but now you're saying an additional, who knows how many actual vehicles going through from a potential up to 450 new homes there, or apartments. Another thing I'm kind of curious about is has there been an environmental impact done as far as birds, wildlife, water, sewage, pollution? I think that's very important because of the area. That was one of the reasons we decided to retire here, especially in this area, because there is green space. It's very clean. With the water, I know we have the area not only just across from Irish Creek that has the water basin. Like, are they bridging over it? Are they cutting into it? Because right now there's not really much flooding on Savannah, but if you take that area out, it could cause. But also with all those houses, right now, with the way water drains, it goes, it's still pulling up in multiple areas, especially down, there's like a bridge and a waterway, I don't know what it's called, where a lot of the water goes. But how is this going to impact it? I mean, is it going to make it flood? Because you're taking away, I know, like, we have a 3,000 square foot house, and just from one downspout, I can get over 300 gallons of water. So that is a concern. Another concern is the school district. Are you going to have to rezone some of those houses, not in this area, but outside laying areas for some of those schools? So some parents did purchase houses, not in our area, but maybe around, that is zoned for Pascal. Are they going to have to be rezoned? Because some people buy houses just based on where their kids are going to go to school. And I think that's something you guys should address as well. Again, I see this being a bad thing right now, maybe down the road, maybe another location, and I hope you guys will consider not voting for this or voting negative for this. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Elsie Houston.
Oh,
I live at
just pull it down. There you go.
3505 Blue Moon Spur in Selma. I was not going to get up here and say anything, but I think of hearing, I'm opposed to the zoning, the rezoning. My late husband and I purchased our home in 2009, so I have seen the development. I myself have witnessed the traffic on 1518, so I don't understand how they get their data that we're not going to be impacted on that 1518. When we first moved there, traffic was just up to where the Gilman Honda is. Within years, a few years, it started backing up to, there's like a little saloon. Now, it's all the way back to the Valero. I myself have seen development in other areas, in other cities, and I am very proud to say, when somebody asks me where I live, I tell them I live in the very safest area, and that is Selma, Texas. I'm very proud to say that. If these homes, the multi-family homes, come up, I don't think I can say that any longer. This is a safety issue. I've seen children walk from the schools, and I've also seen how right now the impact of that elementary school on Savannah Drive, how far that traffic is backed up. I'm lucky enough to say I don't have small children. But with this multi-family rezoning, if that goes up, the traffic, who knows where it's going to go. I'm affected already on Savannah Drive by the cars that are coming up from Schertz Parkway. I myself have witnessed accidents on 1518. I still feel safe in my community. It's a beautiful place to live, but I don't want to move. We built our home there. I live there alone now since my husband passed. I don't want to move because it's a very safe place to live. With these multi-family homes, who knows who's going to be moving into those areas, and I can truly say I don't think I'll feel safe. I've witnessed transits in Fort Worth, Texas. Please don't allow our community to become that way. Thank you for hearing me.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Darlene Pantoja. I live at 3017 Malback Drive. Address is actually Schertz, but we are on that Universal City side, so we are in that buffer area that is being affected. And I have to say, I was a resident of Schertz from 2017 to 2020, and I married my husband, and he knew how much I loved Schertz and this area, all this area, that he did me a favor by moving back home, so this is my home. And we love where we live. We live in Orchard Park. It's a brand new neighborhood. We've only been in the neighborhood for 1 year. So I have to say, I'm not going to regurgitate what everybody has said. I think the point has been made clear. Traffic is an issue. I deal with that personally myself every day. Luckily, I can get through maybe 20 minutes on 1518 just to get to 35. And then I have to struggle through another 30 minutes to get to Fort Sam Houston, where I work. But what I do want to share with you all is the concern that this is a very family-friendly area, very family-oriented. One of the things that I noticed in this area, I've never seen so many children outside playing in the streets. I've never seen so many pedestrians outside walking their dogs, exercising. You've got these busy streets, Savannah, 1518, and then the neighborhoods in Orchard Park, the whole neighborhood. So I I just want to say how much I'm opposed to this. My family is opposed to this, and I hope that you all will consider opposing this plan. I'm not going to take any more of your time, and again, thank you for listening to me.
Hello, I'm Christina Carrillo. I live off of Fawn Pass, the neighborhood right behind the elementary school. I've lived here for a little over 20 years. I've had 2 houses built in Schertz. I wanted to remain here. Of course, the school system is the reason I moved here. It's been great for my kids. They're all both in college, so it's great atmosphere for the kids to grow and prosper. The families are an encouragement to that. The kind of kids and the kind of families that grow here in Schertz are ones that want to encourage kids to do better, be better. I've lived in complexes before when me and my husband were young, barely starting out. He did security, and I will let you know he was called out almost every night. That's the kind of environment a complex has. Whether it be loud noises, fights, pools, hot tubs, activities, whatever. There's always something going on at the complex. When we decided to move over here in Schertz, it was because it was a small community. I understand it's grown. I love the growth. It's beautiful homes, expensive homes, okay? They're not just median homes here, they're median and above. When you bring in a complex, you don't know what you're gonna get. I'm not sure if the answer has been said or not, if there's sliding scale, Section 8 gonna be evolved, any of that. I know it's not anything that anybody has said here, but I'm sure it's on their minds. I'm just saying it. I don't want that kind of community here because we're safe here. My kids are safe here. We're all safe here. And my neighborhood, there was a crime right in my area. The cops responded within 2 minutes because they said this neighborhood never has crime. So when we knew there was something called for it, they responded in flat, within minutes, which is good to know. That's the kind of activity that I still want here. I want to be able to count on the cops to be responsive in a responsible time to my house if needed. I don't want to know that they're off somewhere else because the crime has just gone out of control. I hear about the crime growing. Thank God I haven't seen any of that since that last incident. But I don't want it to grow because of a complex that was built so close to my area. I don't want to see that the traffic is increasing. I see it all the time. Cops are not regularly available to do traffic control in the mornings or after school. And they don't slow the traffic down one bit. It's still fast. And I get upset because I say, hey, there's a school here. These people are crazy going up and down Savannah Drive quick. And there's not cop responsible there. There's nobody there patrolling. So with this increase, it's just going to diminish more, safe places for our kids to be able, like right now they're able to ride home on a bike safely without the parent worrying if they're 10 minutes late. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hello, Tammy Cleveland. I live at 3517 Enchanted Farm. Couple of things that I just wanted to point out. Some of the things I'm going to review is going to be the single entrance on Savannah Drive. We can all see that there's going to be 500 to 1,000 cars trying to exit or enter out of here on a daily basis. We have our kind folks over here saying that they're going to mitigate traffic. The only way that we can do that realistically is with traffic lights and stop signs. That's actually going to exacerbate traffic. This is also going to be at the same time that all of us are going to work and our children are trying to get on the bus. They're going to be at bus stops with all of this traffic. We're going to be delayed going to work. Our children are going to be delayed going to school. It's going to be a massive upset. We've already discussed the higher crime that we know is statistically higher in multifamily establishments. We've already talked about the lack of pride in ownership. Another thing that I would like to point out is part of the pride of ownership is that we do stay in our homes long term. We have several children that go to these schools. We have 2-3 children that we send in these school districts. Because of that, as parents, we typically tend to volunteer more. We typically tend to be more involved, help our teachers out. People that are in a temporary space don't consider that space home, and they tend to not volunteer as much and take pride of ownership and give back to the community. And then the other thing that I would like to again review is the base situation. This gentleman that was up here was correct. If we cannot comply with what the base needs to do in order to protect our country, they will leave. And when they leave, they will take all of these servicemen with them, having an effect on our property values, our taxes, and everything else that we enjoy today. And I would like to end by saying that when we purchased in Schertz, we spent, a lot of us, our life savings in order to buy homes in this area. And we made that decision based on current zoning laws, current zoning statutes, whatever you want, whatever the rule is. I'm not sure of the terminology. My point is that we should be able to trust that our government will stick to that decision when we've put our life savings into these homes. Thank you for your time.
My name is Christy Duffett, and I live at 3400 Woodlawn Farms. My house is 4 houses down from Irish Creek, and I live right on Savannah Drive. My house backs up to Savannah Drive. So I have a little bit of a different perspective on Savannah. What you can't tell by these drawings is those 2 curves on Savannah Drive are blind curves. And I know this one because I have a 2-story and I look out over that particular curve every day. I'm also an avid runner, so I'm always out on the street running. One thing that has not been brought up tonight at all is the area of Kensington Ranch that is offset a little bit. It is Sunset Ridge and Willows Ranch. Those children have to cross the street every day to go to school because they're considered walkers because of the proximity to Pascal. There's no crossing guard there, and there is no crosswalk. My husband was president of the HOA, and I know he had been meeting with the TSEC quite a bit over the last year and a half about that particular area because those children, when they have to cross that street going to and from, they have that blind curve right there, and it is a huge safety hazard for these kids. And I have witnessed these kids, and I myself have tried to cross that area, and it is exceptionally dangerous because you start to cross and people come flying around that blind curve and they can't see the kids. So my concern is adding in 486 additional residences with all of those additional cars, those 2 blind curves, and the kids having to cross the street because there's no sidewalks on their side of the street to get up to Pascal to go to school every day. In my opinion, we are asking for kids and adults to get hit when they're trying to just cross the streets. That's my take on it. Take it for what it is, but I do know the TSEC has been involved and they've been trying to find a resolution. I don't know if that's been taken into consideration for the traffic study that's been done, but it is, those 2 blind curves are a huge concern with the additional traffic. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marie Mendez. I live at 3626 Drywood Ranch. I use Irish Creek multiple times a day. Actually coming to this meeting, I had to slam on my brakes because I was trying to get off of Irish Creek, and that blind curve she was talking about, a car whipped around. And I'm coming to this to oppose the multifamily. Although I am heavily in multifamily for 20 years, I manage 7 communities through San Antonio, Bernie, San Marcos, New Braunfels, and the housing crisis that has been mentioned here today is that apartment homes are struggling. Occupancy is down, rates are being lowered. We're at the point in New Braunfels, brand new construction. We're offering 2 months free to try to get people in. They're manipulating applications, manipulating criminal backgrounds. right? Because our clients want their money. They need their money. They bought these buildings. And the developer's gonna come in, they're gonna build it, they make it nice and shiny. And by the way, this is larger than an average community, multifamily community than in San Antonio. So it's quite large to only have one entrance. One of my properties today is 385 units, has 3. And we still see congestion. So can you imagine for us residents having to deal with that amount of traffic with that many people is ludicrous. So the other thing is the police issue. So you have to remember that, again, I'm not opposed for multifamily, but not here and not in Schertz. That still needs to develop other things. Police are gonna have to respond to every single call. In one property, I get about 20 calls a night just for noise, just because the neighbor upstairs was walking too loud. Police have to respond. It's their duty. You call 911, they have to respond. So how are we going to take care of so many issues with police, the traffic? I mean, it just does not make sense. And then the fact that, you know, housing crisis, no. Sorry, I'm nervous. The other thing I would have to say is, again, the blind curves is the issue for me with so many people, the fact that the gates, so after the developer builds this nice shiny property, they sell it. They stabilize it in occupancy, it's gonna be sold. We don't know who's gonna buy it. We don't know their funds. Gates get hit every single day. Residents ram them because they don't open fast enough. I have an owner right now who's refusing to replace the gate because they're done. They have no more money. So now all of these people just have to look at this broken gate day in and day out. I don't want to come out of my home, pay my taxes to see someone else's property and see their busted gate because this owner no longer has the funds. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Cofresi and I live on 449 Silver Buckle. I've actually been in my house since 2008. So it was one of the first houses in that neighborhood when they first started getting built. And so I've seen a lot of the changes. Many people have spoken about the traffic changes. I remember the story, oh, they'll never build here because we have these things. When I bought my house, I was like, yeah, that's the house I want, the lot I want, because they're never going to build behind me. Guess what? I have houses behind me. Oh, they're never going to build here because of this, and now they put this big drainage behind me too. Cool. Now they never were going to build across the street from where, my entrance, which my entrance is not Silver Buckle, but Woodlawn Farms, I think. And they built a whole they tore that all down, built more houses there. And now it's this. Over time, I've seen traffic grow tremendously. But my concern more is I work at one of the schools. The schools are already crowded. The teacher to student ratio is already stupid. We need more teachers. We're always looking for subs because we don't have enough teachers or classrooms or enough teachers for the students that need all the help that we have a lot of students that need help. And when you're walking down, when you drive home, when I'm driving home every day, I get to drive all the way down Pasco, all the way down to Savannah, where I see just the line of cars all the way up to wait for their kids for Pasco to get home. So I can't even imagine. It's not covered there, but that line is long at 3 o'clock trying to get those kids up. So I can't even imagine what it would do to have one entrance there. I was just like, wait, what? The first thought when I got that letter was, honey, we need to sell. We're moving. This is ridiculous. Our values are going to drop. I thought all those crazy things. And then I said, why would I sell when I can come here and have a conversation? The other thing I wanted to mention besides traffic is crime. I've seen crime uptick ridiculously amount. I'm on Next Door, I'm sure you guys all know that app. Or Ring, that's my other app. Every day I'm getting a little notification with pictures of people trying to break into cars and all that great stuff in our neighborhood. So I can't imagine if we add all these other people. I'm running out of time, so I just wanted to add one more thing. I'm one of those people that volunteer. I don't have kids. I volunteer everywhere. I went to all the middle schools that I volunteer at the school right now. That's how I know I'm there. I mean, how I work there. What I wanted to say is, I think we should think of it from a backward perspective. Instead of trying to build complexes and then trying to fix everything, we should first build the roads, build the schools, and then maybe add complexes where people can live. But we need the space first. So that's my point. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Darren Harvick. I live at 409 Round Creek. My wife and I moved here 2 years ago. We followed our daughters, really our grandkids. We followed them. We love this community. We love it. Most apartment complexes are along the interstate, right off the interstate. And I'm going to reiterate what the gentleman said earlier. You know, that one slide that showed well-established communities all around, and then this in the middle, it just doesn't fit. We'd appreciate your vote to oppose this rezoning. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Jason Witherspoon. I live at 3505 Willows Ranch, and it's up in that right-hand corner, right there, backing up to this neighborhood. I wanted to let you guys know that we moved to Schertz in 2016. We moved to Schertz from Alamo Ranch. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It's on the northwest side of San Antonio. That place was great when we moved there. We moved there in 2007 from the West Coast. We came here from California. 7 years in, it took an hour to get from our neighborhood 1 mile to the HEB, the Target, because they blew up. It wasn't just residential. It was a lot of commercialized development just like this with apartment complexes. It's a nightmare. We moved here, we're thinking, you know, this is going to be great. We were concerned because there was a farm back there and we didn't know what they would do with that. Well, they turned half of it into residential, and then now they're fighting to get this half turned into apartment complexes. So that is a huge concern of mine. When you talk about sound, I don't know about everybody else in this room, but I can tell you from my home, I can hear reveille at night from the military base. I can hear the football games at Clemens. I can hear the band play. If there's any noise going on with an apartment complex, it's going to spread. This land is flat. Like it blows my mind. I don't, you know, those sounds I don't mind, but I don't want to hear neighbors shouting at each other, crazy things going on, and you know, different things like that. So sound's an issue, definitely. And the other question I have personally too is, the lawyer was nice enough to let us know that the area behind this complex is also Schertz and also available for development. So if you approve this, what's to stop them from buying that property? And how would you deny them that if you approve this? So it's just a building issue that just compounds itself. I have kids, a boy and a girl, gone to Pascal Elementary, gone to Wilder, now at the junior high, Corbett, my son goes there, walking up and down that street. And it's a mass amount of children. I don't know if you've ever been on the street when school's gotten in or school's getting out. They have, like, there's 3 or 4, I think, groups of what they call walkers just from Pascal, and they're 30 kids a piece maybe going up and down those streets. Like they said, there's no sidewalk on the right-hand side going up Savannah to the elementary school, and these kids cross twice. They have to cross Savannah at the top, and then they have to cross back again at that blind curve. And we're talking anywhere from 90 to 120 kids, and that's on foot, on bike, and you can't tell me that 500 more units is not going to increase traffic in an already congested area. I have serious concerns about if this goes in and then what would follow and how that would be negated if it was possible. So I do appreciate your time. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope you vote no.
Me again, name's on file, Tom Troutner, 3612 Sharp Hill. I too am a member of the HOA Board of Directors for Kensington Ranch. I'm looking at, and I could be wrong, I just need clarification. Guadalupe CAD map search. And Irish Creek, there's 2 parcels of land there, and the one in question where they plan to build, 157-379, according to county records, is owned by the Kensington Ranch Homeowners Association. How are they going to build a road across land they don't own? I heard Daisy mention the words eminent domain, and from what I understand from eminent domain is it has to be taken for public use. How is a gated community considered public use? Also, nobody ever mentioned they were going to be 3-story apartment buildings. In construction, every floor is 10 feet, so that's a 40-foot high structure we have to look at going down Savannah. I'm from Southern California. We call those the projects. So, thank you. I need clarification for that. And it would be interesting to know their traffic studies, how we can make that public record, how we can see that, what they did, how they did it, and what their mitigating gigs are. I'm not sure that can happen. But I hope a plane doesn't crash in that little section. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm Robert Hinkle, 3520 Sunglade Ranch. Again, my main exit coming out of Sunglade Ranch is right there at Irish Creek. Again, part of our thing is coming out of Irish Creek is just with our relatively small neighborhood compared to that, is people coming around, again, as it's been noted, 2 blind curves. It's not, no matter what the speed limit says it is, that's not what people drive. If we have whatever number of people are going to come out of there, if 1 to 3 cars, if they try to come out at the speeds that people are driving, and we have that number of cars coming out of that, they're not going to make it safely. And then you add that number of cars going up the street, and it's been said many, many times, all the children, all the cars that are posted every morning up the street at Pascal, every time. I go out every morning for going to work. I've been here for 28 years now and retired military. I still work at Randolph. It's not feasible to put this much more traffic coming out on Savannah, coming out one exit. One of my duties in the Air Force was traffic engineer. That's not practical to bring that many cars out of one exit. It's not. You can't possibly do that. That's not good engineering. I don't know who their engineer is. That's not good engineering. That you can't do it. You can't put that much on 1518 in that short of a time. You can't put that much past a school zone in that short of a time past those kids safely. There will be an accident. There will be children at risk. It's been said by parents. My kids are grown. My kids are gone. Thank you.
I'm a little short, so. I just kind of want to summarize. My name is Carolina Hossa. I am also in the board of directors for the Kensington Ranch subdivision. And I wanted to make sure that we address one of the concerns or one of the slides that was brought up in the presentation by the attorney. I just want to make sure that everybody here understands, and they saw the call log, and I wanted to address it. We actually were not even notified by our management company until that last call log, which was about a week ago. So we have just been notified. As you can see, there's a lot of people here from the community, not just the people that were notified, but the word has spread rather quickly, and we wanted to be here to support everyone's concerns. As everyone has already said, people have bought homes in our subdivision because of the establishment in the area. It's very safe. I'm from the country, and so moving to the city, I moved here to San Antonio in 2015, bought my home in the subdivision in 2016, and I have seen, as everyone has already mentioned, and I'm nailing it down, they have mentioned how bad the traffic is, and I'm not even kidding. If I pull out of my subdivision and I don't turn on my Waze app, It's a matter of being late or on time to work because of how bad the traffic backs up. As it is, there's times that it backs up all the way to the start of our subdivision. And we, as you already know, we have a new subdivision that just got put in close by us. And so we're seeing that traffic already increase. I don't even understand how we could have 500 more homes, 1,000 more cars in our subdivision, in our street to 1518. So everyone's already brought it up, right? We're gonna see an increase in crime, unfortunately, if this were to happen. We already talked about traffic. I don't know how their statistics was done and how they came up with that, but I can tell you, coming from a scientific background, you can make statistics look the way you want them to. So I just want to express that because I'm not sure how they're doing their study, and I'd love to see it. People have already brought up the blind curve, and then the view, right? A lot of people purchase these homes, and now they're going to be looking at the top of an apartment building. I mean, I think they're all very concerned about that. And I just wanted to say that I was opposed to the rezoning, and I hope that you take into consideration the amount of people that were notified of the rezoning. There is a lot more people here today, and they've only been notified by their fellow neighbors. The sign that was put up, it's a small little sign. We've seen garage signs. We put up garage signs when we were having garage sales for our subdivision, bigger than the sign that they put up for that rezoning. So the word has spread. Like, I don't even drive down Savannah, and I'm finding out about what's going on, right? The neighbors have been talking. Everyone is super concerned. Some of them couldn't make it here today because the hearing was short. They already had plans. It's only, we didn't have enough time. So there's people that would like to be here today that couldn't be here. And as you can see, this many people showed up, and I think that speaks volumes. And I just hope that you reconsider our concerns. Thank you.
Good evening. Thanks for letting me speak again. My name is John Clark. I'm the president of the Kensington Ranch HOA. And my question to the attorney is, when he mentioned that the staff approved it, my question is, what staff? I mean, the city of Schertz staff? Who in the city of Schertz approved it? The other thing I'd like to just mention very quickly is that our past president's wife got up and spoke, Christy Duffett, and I know I was involved in that TSAC meetings, and the TSAC approved that crosswalk with a different design than we ever thought, and funded it and said it was $34,000 to be built. Well, the city of Schertz, to our detriment, did not fund it in last year's budget. So we had planned, the HOA and the board, myself, go before the city council every month for the next few months until we get it approved. So it is being considered, but now with this situation, it could even be worse than what we had planned in the beginning. I'm also retired military, and I did see certain things that the attorney presented, like they were cooperating with the U.S. military and all this other stuff. I'm 100% behind our military and everything they do. However, the other side of that coin is that development is money, and I know that too. And also, our development is 916 homes between the city of Schertz and the city of Selma. And yet, we're talking about 468 apartments or residents within a zone of 44 acres. I know that our acreage for our development between two cities is much more than 44 acres, or 30 some acres, excuse me. I forgot about the 11 zone. I would like to say thank you to all of our residents and folks that came forward and presented tonight. We appreciate that. One other thing, he also said that he contacted Alamo Ranch, our management company. My question is how did he know that Kensington Ranch HOA was managed by Alamo? Who did he get that from? And the city of Schertz had our past president's phone number in their records, Chris Duffett. And yet, nobody from the city of Schertz called our past president to tell him about this rezoning. So the lawyer didn't need to go see our management company. He could have went to the city of Schertz to get a good phone number. In the city of Selma, I know the city manager. I've known him for 10 years because of my involvement in the city of Selma, and he knows my personal phone number. So trying to get a hold of the management company without trying to get a hold of the actual members of the board of directors, to me, is not a good answer. I appreciate your time, and we appreciate everything you listen to us, and we're sorry to keep you away from your homes tonight. So.
Thanks for letting me talk one more time. My name is Lynn Bauer. I live at 3604 Sunglade Ranch in Kensington. I do have a couple questions. I about fell out of my chair, to be honest with you, when I saw the slide come up where you tried to contact our homeowners association. I'm really embarrassed that nobody got back, and I hope that doesn't sway your opinion. I do know that our management company has changed management directors recently, because I just received an email from them about 10 days ago with a name change of that person. So I don't know if we were caught between changing homeowner managers or not. I think the lady here may have explained that to you, but I just wanted to make sure you heard the rest of the story. It's not like we forgot to answer the mail. About answering the mail, the only way I found out about it was my wife got notified through Facebook that there was going to be some construction, and that we could contact the city about either supporting it or fighting it. So as soon as we heard that, she ran across to our neighbor, talked to her. They started getting up hard copies of documents to protest the change. And I'll be honest with you, if you got over 100 people that submitted those protests, that's remarkable for the short time that we were notified. I would ask you to consider expanding your depth of neighborhoods when you decide to do a zone change. 200 feet is probably only about 20 houses in the Kensington Ranch area from this location. It doesn't consider the vast majority of those people that live in that area that are affected by it. I did have a question for clarification I would like to see if you could answer. In one of the presentations, they talked about Zone A or a Zone 1 and a Zone 2. The Zone 2, from my understanding, was this green belt area, which they're not building on. But then it sounded like in the presentation later on they could decide to come back again and build more buildings there, whether they be apartments or what have you. That left me a little bit uncertain. The last thing, or the last two things that really don't pass the sanity check, I don't see how the Air Force would have any issues with abatement when you're putting that many people in a concentrated area and say, yeah, it passes their sanity check. It just doesn't seem logical that you would put that many people in an area and the Air Force would buy off on it. The other thing is, if you get some time, walk up to the schools. Those schools are jam-packed with kids. I don't know how you're going to get more people in those schools. It's just, it's a bad situation. With that, thank you for hearing me out. Appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Karina Castaneda, 419 Walnut Crest in Selma. And I, echo everything that everyone has brought to light tonight. So no surprise there. But two things in particular that I'd like to highlight to you to consider on behalf of our community at Kensington Ranch is ultimately, how will this rezoning benefit our community? I mean, from what I can see, the only one that would benefit is the developer. So that's one thing I would ask you to consider. The other is that I would invite all of the decision makers to come to our area and drive through during these busy times. Traffic study aside, I think you really need some insight to how some of the issues and concerns that we're all having, especially during school time. I think that would be really critical. I don't know if you do that individually, a field trip or something. Any decision makers, I think that would really bring to light some of these issues that we're having.
Hello, I'm Christina, second time up here. I just wanted to say I was opposed. I didn't think I said it the first time. But the questions I have, and I didn't have the time before, was what time did they do the traffic studies? Is it still okay to contact HOA to fight for us? And will it make a difference still? And if we contact the school district, the superintendent, everybody to also fight for us, if it would still be taken into consideration? I need to know if that's still doable so that I can go ahead and spread the word to everybody so that they can go ahead and start contacting these people. And also, I live right behind the elementary school, so I didn't know there was all this development going on, rezoning going on because of the little sign over there. I don't go that way other than going to church. I go that way. But even then, like, it's a little yellow sign. You don't see that way. If you don't turn that way, you're not going to see it. The only way I knew about it was I had a neighbor who mentioned it to me, so I decided to come. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, that's part of the job, okay? Anybody else want to say anything? No? One more? No? All right, it is now 8:18, and I will close the public input. For us military guys, that's 2018, but, so that was an hour and 14 minutes. So, and again, thank you all for being less rowdy than we started. I do appreciate that. I think we get a lot more done that way. I mean, you know, we go through this a lot, and to be honest with you, I'd rather be somewhere else tonight. I really would. But it's the process, and part of that is to get the community input. So with that, if the commissioners will bear with me, I'm going to take a few minutes here. Some of the questions that you folks asked, I already had on my list of things to ask. So I will ask those questions a little bit later in the discussion. You know, we talked about infrastructure and services. I can probably on one hand count the number of subdivisions and developers that have donated or contributed anything. In fact, I can only think of one, maybe two. I think one of them donated land for a fire station, which we ended up not using. Somebody else, I think, donated a school site. But by and large, these developers come in here and they put in their developments, whether it's apartments or single-family dwellings. And the city and the taxpayers are left building schools, hiring firefighters, hiring police officers, public works. That's typically, that just comes with just about any development you see in the city. I can't speak for the, although I think the PD is getting, the law enforcement's getting a little better at it. I can speak for the fire service. I spent 25 years with Schertz Fire Department. We call it mutual aid. Between Selma and Universal, well, yeah, even Universal City, but we don't see a lot of them because they're on the other side of the creek. It blew my mind that they built a subdivision on, yeah, anyway. But, you know, Selma, Schertz, Cibolo, we help each other out all the time. In fact, several years ago, I think just before or just after I retired, we actually have entered an agreement with Cibolo where it's nearest unit. Doesn't matter whether the call is in Schertz or Cibolo, it's whoever has the closest unit, they respond. So I will tell you, I live up the hill. I live in Savannah Square. I live on the corner of Forsyth Park and Savannah Drive. I've lived there since 1989. I've been through this. The Savannah Drive used to end at Davenport. There was no Wilder Intermediate. There was no Carolina Crossing. And I happen to live on a corner with a four-way stop sign. So, you know, I hear you about the traffic. I've been through that, especially when school, you know, going and coming to school. Again, for the Marine, wherever he's still here, I grew up in Poway, California. You can throw a rock from my house and hit NAS Miramar. Okay, I grew up with that outfit. In fact, I worked out there as a high school kid. And I know exactly what you're saying. They started my sister lived in Mira Mesa right next to them. You're absolutely right. You all know the movie Top Gun. Well, the Top Gun school was at Miramar. It's now at Fallon, Nevada. And fortunately, the Marines moved, they closed their El Toro outfit, moved their helicopters down there, and it wasn't that long afterwards. Now they've got their jets out there, okay? So part of the presentation, and I think I've got a question here about community benefit, but I'll jump ahead and say what they're trying to do, the city of Schertz is very, I'm not going to go into considerate is not the right word, but we as a city work very closely with Randolph. We're doing everything we can to mitigate their concerns. We don't want them moving. I retired from Randolph. Richard, were you at Randolph? I think Richard was there. I mean, there's military everywhere. And do we have a slide of the APZ, the whole thing? Is there some way to see that? Because at the end of each runway, what you've got is the first part of it is called a clear zone. You can't put anything in there. And then there's an APZ, Accident Potential Zone 1, and then beyond that is APZ 2. And somehow the Air Force looks at their operations and they calculate a risk factor. So the risk factor in the clear zone is higher than APZ 1, which is higher than APZ 2. And the reason I'm hoping Mr. James can bring it up here is because I want to show you something. And we could barely see it in the presentation slides. Yeah, I'd like to see the north part there, right there where we're looking. Okay,
so if I may, for folks who maybe can't see the blue, the APZ2 is the area outlined in blue that I just went around with my cursor, and then you've got the APZ1 does the same thing down here, and then the clear zone is here. So
if you look at APZ1, that's old. I call that Old Town Schertz. That's been there since the 50s. But you look out here in APZ2, where we're talking about, and just a sliver. You've got 2 rows of homes in Kensington Ranch that are actually in the APZ. But you look to the left, and there's Selma. Down here's UC. So what we're looking to do is that 12 acres or whatever it is right there is to not build in it. But you look at that and you say, well, obviously Selma and Universal City don't care. Yeah, so that's just a personal comment. But that's how the APZ works. And Brian,
If I may, Commissioner,
Sure.
just so folks know, I appreciate Commissioner Bro giving staff a heads up about information he was going to ask to pull up, but we want to make sure you guys can hear the dialogue and conversation. So just for folks to know, Commissioner Bro had the same thought. He was asking staff to give us a heads up when he was going to speak to pull up the APZ zone and then also the population projections, just so everybody knows what the conversation was.
all righty. Thank you, Brian. Notification. The 200-foot notification zone, that's state law. We are required by law to notify the property owners within 200 feet. We're not required to do anything else. In our attempt to recognize that a lot of these things impact more than just the people in those 200, that's where the signs came from. And we keep trying to do better. Emily, is that the newest sign that we put out there? Yeah, that's our latest effort. But unfortunately, we can only require them on the property. We can't, it'd be nice if we could have run up the hill and put one there, Savannah Bluff or whatever it's called. But so we try, and and we keep revising that. Apparently, our previous signs weren't working, so we tried. Well, maybe if we go a little brighter and maybe just a little bigger. So we appreciate that input, and we'll take another look at that. I'm not a big social media guy, but I saw this on Neighborhoods. No, I'm sorry, ma'am. No. I saw this on a group called Neighbors or Neighborhood or something like that. So obviously somebody got the word out, okay, which is a good thing. Environmental impact statements, this kind of stuff, you're doing a big federal or a state project, NEIS is probably required. But these local projects and housing developments, right, Brian, they're not required. And, that's something that maybe down the stream somebody wants to change, but right now they're not required. HOA contacts, I know PD used to keep, who does somebody, if somebody wants to know an HOA now, but my understanding is they're probably going to have the management company, not the direct line to the HOA. Does staff know anything about how somebody?
So again, I don't know what happened in this case, but yeah, typically the city keeps some records as best we can, though they change often, of HOA management companies. So again, it's either the city secretary's office, code enforcement, or PD are the ones who typically have that. So when we get those requests, we shoot an email out, see if anybody's got a contact with either somebody on the HOA board or the management company.
Okay, thank you, Brian. One of the last few people asked about Area 1 and Area 2. In the PDD, the way the PDD is written, Area 1 is that sliver, that 12 or 13 acres that's actually in APZ 2. The PDD says nothing will be built there. To change that, they have to, if they do decide they want to build something other than that street, they would have to come back in and get city approval. They can't. So for right now, the way the PDD is written, they will build nothing in that APZ. So I hope that answers that question. It's been several years, but we had the school district come in. The school district does a lot of planning. If you ever go out to the county appraisal district and start poking around on the map, just seeing who owns what, you'll be surprised how many properties you come across that are owned by school districts. They have somebody in the district that their job is forecasting, You know, what's population growth? Where's it going to be? Where do we need to put schools? And if I remember right, that's a 5 to 7 year plan, something there. So they're looking out in the future, and they're always changing that. So the city, I think, that we do notify them in case they don't know already. But there's a lot that goes on, and you know, I don't know that I've ever been to a school board meeting, but the school districts do a lot that you and I don't typically hear about. And the other thing, the other general question I want to try to answer is that access from Savannah into somebody somewhere said something about an easement. So apparently when, I'm guessing when Kensington, is it part of the Kensington Ranch plat is that there's an
If I may, yeah, it was,
Sure.
so the most recent replat of Kensington Ranch actually dedicated the right-of-way for the stub, and I'll zoom in so folks can see, actually dedicated the stub right in through here. So the original plat, a subsequent replat, all designated as right-of-way reservation, which isn't actually dedication, but the most recent replat actually dedicated that stub of Irish Creek Road across that drainage area.
as an easement. So technically, the property would still belong to the HOA.
So, well, yeah, again, I didn't attend law school. I only
Okay.
know enough to be dangerous. You know, we often refer to right-of-way as kind of different than a typical easement dedication, but it's actually a right-of-way easement. So typically what it is the property owner still, who dedicated it, owns the underlying fee simple, but they don't pay taxes on it. And so it's dedicated as right-of-way to be used as right-of-way and associated improvements. So it's right-of-way dedication in the city. You know, if we felt the need to, we could go out tomorrow and build a street section across that. So the right-of-way has been dedicated via the most recent replat.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to take a break and let the other commissioners, and again, there's 2 or 3 other questions that were asked that I have on my list to ask, okay? So who's next? Because you know if you don't, you know I do, so.
Just want to remind Mr. Outlaw, this is not a job because we don't get paid, we're just volunteers. So if I got paid, I would consider it a job, but it's not. Mr. Outlaw made some comments about the schools. I went into the demographic study that they do every quarter, and they look outside of 10 years. And for Pascal will be below their functional capacity for the next 10 years. Schertz Elementary will be within their maximum capacity, but slightly above their functional capacity. So there's no indication from the school district that that any of this growth is going to be an issue. And then Wilder Intermediate is below their functional capacity. So I don't have any concerns about the school being overcrowded. For city staff, do we have a requirement, part of the notification requirement, are we required to notify people in Selma and Universal City?
So customarily, we send notices to every parcel within the 200 feet, whether they're in Selma or UC. But I believe everyone within the 200 feet was either in Schertz or UC for the subject property.
Okay.
So I will say, though, that just for clarity, we notify everyone within 200 feet as a courtesy, and because of state law in the city, for the purposes of the opposition and the 20%, it's only the properties within Schertz that count towards that.
And I had a question. There was some concern about the amount of people coming into this area and coming into Schertz and how Schertz is getting crowded. Do we have the population projections for Schertz? Where are we today and what's our projection?
So we are expected 1.8% compound growth year after year. So by 2030, we'll be at 58,000. By 2040, 70,000. And by 2050, 81,000.
81?
81,734, that's what we're projected.
Okay.
In 1989, it was 10,000. So.
So if you have any concerns about population and growth and traffic, we're supposed to max out at 84,000. So that's double what we have now. So hang on to your seats. And I hope you understand a little bit better about the APZ zones. Schertz is trying to keep the APZ zones clear, but Kensington Ranch is in APZ 2. Kensington Ranch is already overcrowding APZ 2 and causing risk, and airplanes crashing into living rooms, which was mentioned before, and airplanes crashing into little kids. You're already in APZ 2. So is Universal City, and so is Selma. So we're trying to stay out of it. And a question for either the city or the developer. Will this complex be any of the above? Will it be income-based, Section 8 voucher, or market rate?
So I'll give you a city answer, and then I'll let the developer come up and give you an answer. So just as a reminder, and for folks out in the audience, the city cannot regulate or require or restrict whether any property, be it a single-family home that's purchased or rented, or an apartment complex, is either income restricted, is eligible for Section 8 vouchers, or is market rate. The city legally cannot regulate that. So again, you often hear staff say, we tend not to talk about it because we can't regulate it, so we can't control what happens with regard to that a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. It's just not something the city can regulate. But certainly the developer can come up and tell you what their plan is or what they intend to do, if you'd like.
And Brian, that's very similar to if I want to rent out my house. My neighbors have no control over who I rent my house out to.
That is correct. And again, it's just for folks, to understand this. They're often surprised that there are homes that accept Section 8 vouchers as part of the rent component within neighborhoods in the city of Schertz. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, on behalf of the developer, we are not seeking any tax credits, any bond through TDHCA. We are not building an affordable or workforce product, okay? It is a market rate product. But just like the city can't regulate it, we can't turn down someone who shows up with a Section 8 voucher at our, if they can make the rent. Now remember, the voucher would not cover the entire rent on a market rate deal. But if they have the means and they have a voucher to cover part of it, we cannot turn them down under the Fair Housing Act. We are building it as a market rate product.
Okay, thanks. And there's something else. I mean, some folks, you mentioned that you lived in apartments previously, and so have I, and probably everybody. The way you're talking, it sounds like you and me and everybody else up here were some kind of a vagrant or some kind of a criminal kind of thing. I have a son who's a teacher, who's been teaching for quite a while, and he can't afford a house. Where's he supposed to live? I have a son who works for the Forest Service and was a Marine. He doesn't make enough to buy a house in today's market. Where's he supposed to live? We need places in Schertz that are affordable, where people can live, that are not single-family homes. And the market right now, we've heard from other developers, is as folks get older and they become empty nesters and they have a 3,500 square foot house and they want to downsize, where can they go? They can go to a place like this and rent a single-family house in an apartment complex and have no maintenance, no grass cutting, none of that stuff. There's a market for that nowadays, and it just so happens that there's a developer that wants to put one of these in Schertz. So you might be in that situation one of these days, maybe not today, but you might be in that situation one of these days. So it's just a signifier of what the market is today and what people are building today. I think that's all.
Okay, anyone else?
I have an issue with the one access to this area. Is there thoughts about putting a road to the south? Is there access that maybe to the west? I know it says emergency only, but the one access in and out or the egress area, just, I have an issue with that. Can we address that?
Sure. So just again, for clarification, there's right-of-way dedicated here for the primary point that they've talked about. There's right-of-way that appears to be dedicated up to the property line through the residential neighborhood, and you see whatnot. Just as a reminder for the commissioners, this last legislative session, the state legislature passed and went into effect House Bill 3699. And so cities, local governments, counties can no longer essentially require dedication of streets that the developer does not want to dedicate and which is not on the city's capital improvement program and funded. So the answer we have is the city cannot require another street point of access. And again, the bigger challenge that we will talk about with the commission going forward is our ability to actually get roads on our thoroughfare plan and substantive future development in light of that new state law that passed this time. And so that's the case. Now I will say this, that what you've got here as a reminder is a zoning event. And so just for folks to remember, the other steps for development is in order to get a building permit, the developer would have to plat the property, and they would have to meet our requirements for that. They would also have to get a site plan approved and meet the city's requirements for that. And so typically, and I'll say this, the biggest hammer the city has in one of those circumstances is in fact with the fire department and the ability to require appropriate fire access for emergency purposes. And so again, that's why they have the second likely plan. So typically we have complexes with 2 ways in and 2 ways out. So again, that's not to say that the commission might feel that access or impact on road infrastructure is such, and that may be a factor why you would recommend denial of the zoning, or it is, and recommend approval. But essentially, in terms of the question the resident asked, why not a stub street to the south? The city can't mandate that, can't require that going forward. That's a function of our state legislature that chose to further restrict the powers of cities and counties. And so one of the challenges that we'll be talking with you about is how we build the roads that we're going to need in our community in light of that going forward. Not to pontificate, I have not seen what the logic of that law was on the part of the state, but is what it is.
I have a question about the radius of the traffic study that one of the residents had. Was it just for that Savannah Road, or how far did that radius extend?
Yeah, so generally in this case, and let me say this, we require traffic impact analyses and at different steps in the development process. So again, there's a requirement with the zoning. There's a requirement, I believe, with the plat and with the site plan as well, and often some of those TIAs, it's the same document. But for example, while the zoning may cap the number of units at 486 and make some assumptions about the mix of type in terms of the sort of detached, which is more like a single family, generates more traffic than a typical multifamily unit. When the site plan were to come in, that's when we know exactly how many units, and likely they would adjust the TIA based on that. For the purposes of this TIA, essentially what was looked at was the length of Savannah, as folks have said, and I got to look at which map I'm looking at because I'm looking that way and getting off, really down to 1518 in the 1518 intersection and all the way up to Schertz Parkway and that intersection. It did not go beyond that. Now, that being said, staff in reviewing this, and I appreciate the comments from the residents, you can read a TIA, but until you've kind of gone out during peak times in particular and sat there in traffic, and we often do that, particularly with regard to the work we do with our Traffic Safety Analysis Committee, is to sort of experience, understand how many cycles you're going through, how many things like that. So I will say this as just in general. Yeah, traffic on FM 1518, this section is a mess. The road is undersized. It needs to be improved. It was certainly, those who've lived here long enough remember what it was like when they had the stop signs. And it's a big improvement when they went to the traffic signals. And again, if we can get those traffic signals adjusted or someone out there when we release at an event, and I know soccer's one, but certainly Jubilee, for example, trying to get folks out that way is a mess. And so if I could a minute, the reality, and folks talked about, it would be great if schools were built in advance and roads were built in advance. Again, love living in Texas. As one of the guys talked about, I wasn't born here either. My dad was in the Air Force. Of all my siblings, I was the only one not born in Texas because he was stationed in Oklahoma when I was born. And my siblings give me grief about not being a native Texan. But one thing about Texas, again, is unlike some other states, California, Florida, that have concurrency laws with infrastructure, Texas does not have that. And so in Texas, infrastructure follows development. And really what happens is, in practice, traffic has to get bad before it becomes enough of a priority for there to be funding allocated for those improvements to occur. And in large part, that's because Texas is a great place and there are a lot of folks moving to Texas. And just up the road in New Braunfels is one of the fastest growing areas of the state and the country. And so that's the reality of it, is we can't require, again, state law doesn't let us require folks to widen, private development, to widen FM roadways. And that, again, is really a function of the state. Again, I will say we certainly partner with our neighboring cities, some of the councilmen on our neighboring cities, including Selma, who sit on the AMPO board, which is the regional kind of funding mechanism. But it lags. So as you know, 1518 to the south of 78 should have been improved 6-7 years ago, and it's just kicking off now for construction. 1103 the same way. 35 probably should have. 10 should have. Unfortunately, they're all kicking off and all under construction at the same time or going into construction, but we'll take what we can get. So the TIA went to those intersections primarily. Staff has awareness of the background traffic that occurs to understand what's going on at the intersection. So we were keenly aware of what happens every morning and every afternoon on Savannah with Pascal, because there is not adequate stacking on the Pascal campus because it's an older campus, and cars line up down Savannah as well, and again, the intersections. But the reality is, it wasn't included necessarily in the TIA, but there's an awareness on the part of staff of what is going on there. But really, again, I can't require them to make improvements to 1518. And again, as we talk about, when we look at zoning cases, and again, I know folks are going to be mad and frustrated, and I can appreciate that, we make zoning case decisions based on what is our plans and what's the ultimate condition call for. And ultimately, 1518 will be improved and widened to accommodate it, so there's not a concern there. What we do look at is those areas within the TIA, what happens to level of service and where it drops. And I want to also be real clear. Every time we get a single house built, we get more traffic on our roads and our traffic gets a little bit worse. Now, with one house, you may not notice it. When you get 200 houses, you may start to notice it. When you get an apartment complex with 485 units, you notice it. It adds traffic. That additional traffic makes it worse. It drops level of service, but it doesn't drop it to the point that it isn't intended to accommodate or can't accommodate it. But what folks, again, need to remember, and I think Commissioner Outlaw's conversations were good, if you go back and you look at what was out here 25 years ago, a lot of this stuff was not out here. And so there's a lot of background traffic that is coming regardless that is making the road situation worse. So again, from a staff perspective, to be clear, the additional units add more traffic and makes congestion worse. The applicant, with that TI coming in with development, not the zoning, would have to mitigate for some of those. But yeah, it is going to add more traffic and create more congestion, and that would happen whether this is apartments or single family, but certainly this number of apartments adds more traffic than the number of single family that could be built there, to be perfectly clear in deference to the residents that are right on that. So it's perfectly reasonable for them to say, I don't think you should approve this because it adds traffic, makes it worse. In terms of what we look at though with zoning cases, it doesn't rise to that level to be problematic to deny the zoning. That's a long-winded explanation, but I hope that kind of helps, or maybe it just confused you more.
Do you have any examples of what those mitigation measures would be?
Sure, I can tell you, and again, one of the things that staff looks at with this, and I want to be real clear, and so for this, folks are certainly welcome to submit an open records request. If you go to the city's website, the city secretary's office, we in fact have a new software where you can more easily do that and then get a copy of the TIA. And so staff kind of looks those things over. We don't necessarily approve them because we can't guarantee what happens when they come in and develop, which is actually what triggers it. But so for example, common things that might occur on a TIA like this could be coming in and adding an additional turn lane off Savannah at 1518, right? Because you think about some of the streets you drive on, when the road starts out and it's just one lane and people can either make a left, go straight, or make a right, the guy who's trying to make a right, waiting for the person to make a left in front of him, is getting really frustrated going, God, would you just go? I just need to make a right. And so part of how you mitigate that is, again, you add a left turn lane, you add a through lane, and you add a right turn lane. And so those are some of the improvements that could be made. Now, some of the changes that are made, and it's not typically considered an improvement, is looking at the traffic signal timing. And that should generally be done, given the growth in the area, periodically as well, because as those patterns of traffic change, whether this develops or not, you need to look at those signal timing to get efficiency. Does it need to be longer one way now than it used to be because we have more traffic going one way or the other? Those are some of the issues. I will say this, that again, the Schertz Parkway is a much more significant challenge, and in large part, the issue is it's because of Pascal, and it's because of that significant stacking on Savannah to get into Pascal, and we would need to look much more carefully at improvements, because one of the things that affects this is typically during those peak times in the morning and the afternoon is when you got people coming in and out of Pascal. It tends to overlap. And as y'all know who drive through this, we have crossing guards. They're city employees, they're my coworkers, who are out there every morning and every afternoon, and they're out there when it's 105 degrees, and they're out there when it's 30 degrees and it's raining. I'm sitting in my office. And so that affects what improvements can be made, because some of the things you would typically do if you didn't have that is different here, because you've got a crossing guard who is standing in the road here, not letting cars turn to let students pass. And so I will just say that we are not in any way, shape, or form close to making a recommendation on what needs to happen. This was an initial look for the zoning, but a much more detailed look at that intersection that focuses on the signal timing and the patterns of the crossing guards needs to be looked at before we do anything up there to look at it. And again, I'll just take the minute and go on a little bit of a tangent here. The folks I think talked about it is right. They're going to TSAC, Transportation Safety Advisory Committee, was an improvement in the middle of the road to allow for a safer crossing. The problem we have here is not just building a sidewalk over here, it's the width on the Dietz Creek Bridge does not allow for the sidewalk. And so, again, the way the process works, we appreciate you showing up tonight. I would encourage everybody here who says, I want a sidewalk built on the south side of Savannah, and I want that intersection crossing improved, whether the apartment happens or not, but certainly if it were to go through, to email your council people. We have a council pre-budget retreat on the 22nd of this month. So I will tell you, if they got 50 emails from residents going, you need to fund this, I can pretty much guarantee one of the first things out of their mouth at that retreat would be, are we putting in money for the sidewalk and the crossing? So I'd encourage you to participate. It's how you get heard. It's how things get funded again. Okay.
No, sir, I'm sorry. Well, what you, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Thank you, Brian. Well, to keep the meeting moving, it's one way at this point, but I'm sure Mr. James and at least they'll be available when we close this part of the meeting to answer those kinds of questions. Okay.
It takes 4 to approve. So again, one last note as a reminder that doesn't happen often. Per the bylaws of the Planning and Zoning Commission, it takes an affirmative vote of 4 to recommend approval of an item.
You don't have to. Any things you can knock off my list?
Yeah, so the traffic impact analysis, I have a question as to whether or not the results of that are made public or were shared.
So what I will say this, so they are available to the public.
Okay.
Folks need to go to the city's website, turn in an open records request, because there's certain requirements if it's a document from an engineering firm that we have to notify, et cetera. So folks can get that. They can go home tonight. They can go on the city's website. I believe it's under the city secretary, an open records request. There's a new software program, and they can request a copy of that TIA for this zoning case.
Okay, all right. And also the mitigation to the traffic impact analysis?
So the TIA, the traffic impact analysis, has the recommended mitigation items in it. And again, I just want to be clear for folks that what staff looks at on a zoning case is not, yes, it's definitely that improvement, because we look at it and go, yeah, I'm not so sure about that, right? What we're really looking at is, does the proposed zoning create essentially a failure, a dropping to a level of service F that cannot be mitigated, is the standard we look at with the zoning. And that's different again than when they come in with the site plan and we're looking at the TIA more specifically for here's how many units, here's what type, and here's exactly what we're going to support and can require and mandate to happen. So it's in there, but I just want people to be clear. It's recommendations at this point. It's not a guarantee that those would happen, either because of that change when it comes in, or staff may look at it and say, yeah, I don't think that actually helps, or you need to look at this additional factor. Again, I went on a long diatribe with Schertz Parkway and Savannah, and that's a good example where the recommendation there, we will want more detailed study to do something because of those factors.
Okay, and does it also include what that failure would look like, right? So if I were to look at it to see the actual analysis as well as the mitigation, would I also be able to determine what you would view as a failure versus something that you, as the city, could support?
Yeah, so what I'll say is you do. What it gives you is the level of service that the change goes to. And then it gives, I believe, and I'll look to the Collier engineer, wherever he is, the length of time of delay, the additional number of seconds. So it provides you that in there. The challenge I'll tell folks with TIA, and this is where I'm certain that the developer's attorney would be able to help probably provide some more information to folks, is the challenge we have, even the folks who look at it, is saying, how do I take that and translate that to me sitting in my car, and what it feels like is at times difficult. But yeah, the TIA talks about the level of service change, talks about how the mitigation changes the level of service, and talks about the change in time delay, how many more seconds one would sit to go through an intersection. It gives you that. The challenge is always in translating that, of what does it really feel like moving forward. But it gives you that.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay.
You know, so these topics are tough, and we've dealt with several of them, especially as it relates to traffic concerns. And someone did ask the question about an environmental impact study. Was one of those done? No?
You can get up on this one too if you wanted. So no, the city of Schertz and most of the cities around us, we do not require environmental impact studies. Again, and I will just say this, I can certainly appreciate folks, they move into an area that's growing, they see the field, they see the deer, particularly in this area as an example, and that wildlife's gonna get moved out, but we do not require, our neighboring cities do not require, at least kind of the small ones around us, require an environmental impact study with it. Now we have regulations dealing with stormwater runoff and quality, and those would come into effect for development. But again, we're not like California or Florida where we require environmental impact studies. And so again, to be, just in fairness to folks, environmental impact studies weren't done with any of these folks. Wasn't done with City Hall, right?
Okay.
We just don't require them.
Okay, all right, thank you. So the traffic is a concern, right? I often walk up and down Savannah, and I have been almost hit a couple of times because of cars speeding around. Those two blind curves are for real. And unfortunately, people don't mind driving to see if they can make the curve, all right, on two wheels. I did have a question for, so the structure of the HOA, and I guess I was confused as to whether or not the developer actually spoke to the actual HOA, or was it the management company? Can you just clarify that?
I do not believe that we have spoken to the HOA. We got the name of the management company because we felt like they would be the best, they'd have the best ability to get a hold of their client. And so that's why we went through the management company. And we have had emails back and forth, but mostly it was about that right-of-way, that dedication of right-of-way and the access point.
Okay. All right. Okay. No, thank you. Yeah. So I did just want to mention, I heard a lot of talk about the housing crisis. That's a nationwide concern, right? There appears to be one. And that could be true in some communities and not in others. I did also want to just recognize that, I'm a product of the projects. And so, unfortunately, I have heard that many times as a concern, which is a little disconcerting to me, quite honestly. Because everyone needs somewhere to shelter, and I've never committed a crime in my life, and so when I hear that inference, I get concerned. So I would just say that as a community, Schertz is a great place to live. I've been here over 20 years myself and raised my kids here. I appreciate, the safety and all the goodness that comes from living in this community. I would just hope that we are definitely considerate and tolerant of others, and especially of those that may not have grown up like we did or had the same experiences as we've had, because everyone wants and is looking for an opportunity. That's what makes America what it is. So aside from that, I will yield the floor. That's all that I had, Mr. Outlaw.
All right, I'll try not to drag this out too long, but I'd like to get back and look at the PDD itself. Because, you know, apartment complexes aside, there are some things that, for instance, and one of the residents asked the question, were we talking about 11 dwelling units per acre? That's when you talk about all 42 acres. Okay, what they're really doing is cramming 15 dwellings per unit or per acre into the 32 acres. So to me, it's a little misleading. And I understand that it's all their property. And maybe that's just the way it's calculated. But to put that in perspective, I did some probably not highly accurate research this morning, but I went out to Google Earth and I measured the Schertz portion of Kensington Ranch. And you know, with Google Earth, you can calculate. So I came, and I wish I'd brought my notes with me. I came up with a certain number of acres, and I counted the number of houses. Now that's just in the Schertz portion. And did the division, and it's about 1.5 dwellings per acre. I went over and I looked at the Universal City subdivision here and did the same thing, and it comes out to around 2.5, okay? And then I looked up, I live up in Savannah Square, which I think was either R6 or R7. And again, roughly 5 dwellings per acre. So here's what bothers me the most about this, and it's nothing new. You guys have heard it before. They come to us and they want a PDD. They give us a conceptual plan, okay? And here's what your memo says. However, per the PDD, the property can be developed in a standard suburban style apartment complex with a maximum of 486 dwelling units. So the only good thing is they cap it at 11. So they're saying they're never going to have more, but basically what you're asking us to approve, and you know, I say this every time we look at one of these things. You want me to write them, you want me to recommend City Council give them a blank check. We approve the PDD, and other than the cap, okay, they can basically do what they want when it comes time. Am I wrong?
Yeah, let me be clear, Commissioner Outlaw. The reason we are doing a PDD here, as opposed to have them come in and request straight zoning of the property, and if they went straight zoning, it's 24 units per acre, right? So a much greater number of units. The PDD was the mechanism that staff had to guarantee we would not have development on Area 1. So the only real reason, and not the applicant's terribly pleased with staff, given what we went through on this either,
Yeah.
is the reason to do the PDD is solely to prohibit development on Area 1, which is in the APZ of JBSA Randolph. The applicant could have walked in and said, you know, I want to go straight zoning. I don't want to change the density. I don't want to mess with it. Fine, give me the normal density on Area 2. And that would have been 24 units per acre. And staff said, I don't think you're going to get that. I think it's too much. I think it's far too much. The TIA And the answer was to drop it. And so to be perfectly blunt, and we agreed, staff tried to be real upfront about it, whether you want to cap it at 11 units per acre, calculated over the 44, or whether you want to come in and do it over the 32.28 on 14, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Now again, I'll say this for folks. The commission can recommend approval, denial, you can table it, or you can recommend approval with changes. So to me, again, the biggest thing, and I think likely for the applicant, is not what methodology you use of how you get there, but it's what you want to cap those number of units at, right? And so I doubt anybody is going to be much happier to say, all right, well, calculate it just over area 2 and give it 14 units per acre, it's the same number of units. It's the same thing.
Gotcha.
So that would be, again, to be clear, the reason we did a PDD here is to be able to bring this property into compliance with the J-Luce.
So what we get out of this then is the way the PDD is structured. He could go all apartments if he wanted to, but he can't exceed the 11 per acre.
That's right. And Daisy tried to make that very clear in the staff report and very clear in the presentation that while their plan is this, they've given a conceptual, we kind of give you a worst case scenario, which he walks in and goes, I'm going to do straight apartments, 486 units. That's what he can do. That's with the intent to staff try to make clear.
Okay. Can you explain to me single family attached and single family detached? What do we mean by those terms?
So single-family detached would be like what's existing in the Kensington Ranch subdivision. Everybody's kind of separated. The houses are, apart. Single-family attached would be like a duplex or a three-piece townhome stuck together.
All right. So then the fire marshal asked the question, because they're doing they're going to go with 50-foot setbacks on all four sides of a single lot, okay? So how do we control the building separation inside that lot?
The fire code and the building code.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you see.
Because as you know, if I may, you can tell me if I'm wrong, the fire code looks at the building type and requires that minimum separation. But I know where you're going, which is, if it's considered all one lot in multifamily, even if it's a single unit, then potentially they could bring the buildings closer together than the 20 feet, which is what we typically require on single family detached. But you also have the hammer of the material fire rating requirement, et cetera, because of the product type.
Here's what's wrong with that, Brian. I don't have a concern over the 3-story apartments. Those are regulated in the building code. And now we talk about distance from property lines and fire. However, single family and duplexes are regulated by the residential code, which has a side yard setback of 5 feet. And you know how I feel about 5-foot side yard setbacks, okay?
So if I may, Commissioner, again, to be clear, because I want folks out there to really understand what we're talking about, because we're having a very technical, detailed conversation. The zoning of this is a multifamily zoning district, and as we understand it, the intent on developing this, because of what they've laid out in zoning, is each unit will not be on its own separate lot. So you will not have a side yard setback. You'll have a separation requirement from the building. But I certainly understand your point. On those single unit buildings, you would want them to be 20 feet apart, not 10 feet apart. I clearly understand that.
Right, okay.
Didn't we do this in Crossline?
So this is a different
and we approved
deal
all that.
because, if I may, what we did in Crossrun was a garden home product, and so in fact, it was a single-family detached product. And so each unit was on its own separate lot, and you could buy it fee simple. What we are seeing now, and that Commissioner Outlaw references, is they're technically multifamily. They're generally on one lot, and it's either all for rental or it's maybe a condo regime, but it's not a fee simple. Because again, to do it as fee simple, you got to have city streets coming through. It kicks in a whole different set of requirements.
Okay, and then the secondary access for emergency purposes off Behringer Way, I think you've probably answered that question for me. That stub out street is there. We don't need Universal City's okay or anybody's approval for him to connect to that.
So let me offer this up. We are not Universal City. So what Universal City has to allow, can preclude, I can't tell you. But again, what I will say is that if they can't get access from there on Universal City, and they only have one point of access, I highly doubt that the fire marshal would permit this project to be approved at that site development stage. And the applicant understands that. So let me be clear again, we've talked about this before. Just because someone gets zoning doesn't guarantee that they can meet every development regulation we have and actually be able to build their project. And we have certainly seen projects get stuck because they've misunderstood, misinterpreted, didn't realize a requirement, and got hung up because while they got zoning, they can't meet the development regs we have.
Okay. And the last thing I want to ask about is you had I guess Google map or whatever, because what I'm curious about, no, it was the map that Brian had up. Well, yes, that one. So if you zoom out a little bit for me, I'm curious about our city limits, and so you can see what's already built in APZ2 between Selma and UC. So you see that area that's still there, is that ours or is it somebody else's?
This area right here, sir?
Well, I mean, it's either our ETJ or it's somebody else's.
It's UC, I believe.
Yeah, it's UC.
Once again, one of the big benefits.
I echo your comments. When there's a fire here,
no.
Good luck getting getting a fire truck here. It's going to be
No, because you know what? Schertz is going to go anyway. I mean, that's just the way fire guys are like that.
Yep.
No, my question was about all our efforts, and the one big benefit I see from this PDD is trying to protect APZ. But as I said earlier, apparently Selma and UC don't care. So if the rest of that is not ours, and we can't control it, why would I not expect to see that whole thing filled with homes? So why are we bothering with that 12 acres?
Because the city of Schertz's core values are do the right thing. And if we feel that the right thing to do is, as per the JLUIS, which we were part of development of, and as we understand the impact of JBSA Randolph on our community and our country and our way of life, staff's perspective is the right thing for us to do is to try to bring this in compliance with the JLUIS, whether somebody else does the right thing or not. Because if we're not willing to step up and do the right thing, why should they? But I will tell you that we will likely remind those communities they need to do the right thing as well. I think they certainly understand the impact. I can't speak to what happened in those particular circumstances, but I can tell you the county, the city, all keenly aware of protecting JBSA. And I will, on this point, give credit to the state legislature, because when they just changed the law to essentially allow people to opt out of cities' ETJs on a whim, they did put in a provision that if you're within 5 miles of a base that provides active flight chaining, i.e. Randolph, that doesn't apply to you to give us the ability to better regulate.
Okay.
But there are houses in UC and Selma where the paint hasn't dried yet. So it's obvious to me they don't care. And if city council and the mayor watch this video, I would strongly suggest that they contact our friends in Selma and Universal City to get them on the team to stop development in this area, because it's obvious to me they don't care.
Okay. Anybody else have anything?
Just one last thing.
Go ahead.
Will short-term rentals be allowed in this community?
Yeah, you guys are going to love me after this, and I'm going to have to go outside and talk to them. Where's the police officer? I'm going to need him out there with me maybe after this answer goes over. Yeah, I know. Oh, he's sitting in the corner. He's got, you're on your own, Brian. No, so again, to be clear with short-term rentals, the city of Schertz does not regulate short-term rentals. So we have had this run to Planning and Zoning Commission. We've had this run to City Council. So we do not regulate Airbnbs, and we don't have a ton of those. We have some of those, but again, as folks probably know, what we have are issues with pit pads, right? And so again, it's folks who are in training at JBSA. They share a house together, don't know each other going in. And we've taken that, the decision has been made not to regulate those. So we do not regulate short-term rentals like some communities have stepped in. Again, I would say this, generally the short-term rental as an Airbnb isn't our issue. Where we've had complaints, it tends to be the pit pads, and when we kind of delved into it, not to speak for P&Z and council, I think what we find is that the problems that some people see there aren't really that different than their neighbor a couple houses down that owns and lives in the house. So we don't regulate short-term rentals. And that's a policy decision.
There's a pit pad on Blue Moon Gate. If you take a look at Google Maps, on Blue Moon Gate is a pit pad. So they're already there.
So sorry, we shouldn't have done it, but I'll give you this. So a pit pad is essentially a short-term rental, and generally they are for multiple people in the military who are doing training at Randolph, flight instructor training. And so again, it is essentially, you get, depending on the size of the house, 3, 4, 5 people, don't know each other, are each renting a room, sharing the common area of the house, the kitchen, the living room, for 6 to 9 months, whatever their time in training at Randolph is what a pit pad is. That's what we tend to have, as Commissioner Bro pointed out, and they're throughout the community.
And am I correct that staff had no concern with the density?
So let me offer this up, and this is sort of it in a nutshell again. From the city staff policy in terms of our current comprehensive plan, we want a diversity of housing types for a variety of reasons. We often, and again, what generally we get is what we have here, which is single-family residents don't want apartments next to them. If we didn't put apartments near single-family homes, we wouldn't have very many apartments, because we also would not want them to go in the industrial area where the industrial businesses don't want people living there, where they've got truck traffic and things like that. And so what we do is we look at the areas. So again, just as a reminder, and if there are anyone in residents of Crossvine or Homestead out there, when we came in and did the initial zoning of Crossvine, we included designations for multifamily so that they could be integrated in the development. As some of the commissioners remember, when Homestead came in for zoning, it's a little bit different, it's a little closer to the frontage, but it's not necessarily. Zoning was made to allow multifamily next to the single family. So what I would say is that we don't view it as inherently problematic. Now that being said, some of the factors that the residents have talked about, what's the traffic situation? What was the zoning that was in place? Is there a problem, if you will, with the zoning being in place? Is a factor. And at times we have shown deference to the residents based on some of those things and not supported it. And so, and again, I'm not trying to dance, but what I will say is we look at everything. A big factor in this case, why we recommended approval of this at the density, is what's been discussed, which is to prevent development in the APZ2. And so if that weren't a factor here, would this be our recommendation? Probably not quite at this density, but I want to be clear, there isn't a fundamental problem from a planning perspective or an infrastructure perspective with 486 units on this property. It's right. I'm trying to be clear what I'm saying. I understand the residents don't want it, but it's not problematic in terms of all the things we look at with regard to that. Again, when those residents are Crossfire and see the multifamily going up that likely they didn't know was already zoned, we're going to be inundated with those calls and emails, the same sorts of things and concerns.
Anybody else? All right, our action tonight is to make a recommendation to City Council on this request. And as usual, we have three options. We can recommend approval, we can recommend denial, or we can recommend approval with conditions. And as Mr. James pointed out earlier, to move, affirmative action requires 4 affirmative votes out of the 5 that we have. So with that said, I will entertain a motion for one of those 3 options.
I recommend denial of PLZC 202400004.
All right, now it's not a done deal yet, okay? So don't, yeah. All right, so I have a motion to recommend denial. Do I have a second?
A second.
All right, that was from Commissioner Brown, correct? All right, any further discussion? All right, I just want to make sure that the commissioners understand that a yes vote on this motion would recommend denial to City Council. So if nobody has anything else, if you would go ahead and record your votes. Okay, I'm seeing 6 votes. You publish that. We have 5 in favor, 1 opposed. So this measure will go to City Council with a recommendation of denial. Now, all right, appreciate that, but it's not over, okay? All we did was recommend. So, do we happen to know when this will hit council?
The first hearing's going to be on April 2nd.
April 2nd at 6 p.m. right here, okay? So again, it's really, the council is the decision makers. And so you got one more chance, okay? So if you would, Mr. James is going out in the lobby. I think 5 minutes? Because we really need to move on here. So let's take 5 and allow the folks that don't want to stay to leave, okay? I just think it's the whole area is All right, it is 9:36 p.m. and we'll call the meeting back to order. We're at item 5B is PLZC 2023-0283, hold a public hearing, consider and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 7.7 acres of land, a portion of Bear County property ID number 339286, to single-family residential district R1, also known as 8215 Trainer Hill Road, City of Schertz, Bear County, Texas. Read fast.
Okay. Good evening. PLZC 2023-0283, zone change on 7.7 acres of land to single-family residential district R1, Halley's Court at Halley's Cove. Oscar, can we get the presentation? Daisy Marquez, planner. Here's the subject property. It is at the rear of the existing Halley's Cove subdivision. Here is 1518. So the existing, there is no zoning district assigned to this because it was under a development agreement, one of those delayed annexations. So they actually pulled a resolution to request to be annexed into the city. So to the north of the property, here it is outlined in green. It is the PDD. It is part of this Halley Cove's PDD. To the south, it is also the PDD part of Halley's Cove. To the east is the rest of the property under the delayed annexation agreement. And then to the west is the Halley's Cove subdivision. So on February 21st, a total of 23 public hearing responses were sent out to everyone within the 200-foot buffer. We received 9 in opposition, 0 in favor, and 0 neutral, and 1 sign was posted on the property here where the property touches Halley Fox. So per UDC section 2154, a zone change is required to establish the use of land and development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development. The proposed zone change to single-family residential district R1 per the letter of intent is being requested to develop approximately 19 single-family homes. And if the zone change is approved, the applicant will have to go through the site plan process in conformance with UDC section 21912 and will have to meet all City of Schertz UDC requirements as listed in Article 9. So again, we have to go through the UDC section 2154D criteria for approval when it comes to zone changes. So whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the comprehensive land use plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. So the comp plan designates the subject property as a state neighborhood. The intent of a state neighborhood is to address residential development patterns within the southern Schertz with large lots and incentivizing quality open space and neighborhood design. The proposed R1 is defined as single-family detached residential dwellings with a minimum lot size of 9,600 square feet, together with schools, churches, and parks necessary to create basic neighborhood units. The zone change to R1 would meet that intent of the land use designations in the comp plan by providing more residential dwellings of a similar density to the Halley's Cove subdivision development and the adjacent agricultural land. 2, whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, healthful development of the city. And as part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. The chosen single-family residential district R1 dimensional and development standards as stated in section 2157 of the UDC are compatible with existing Halley's Cove subdivision. And here at the bottom, you can see that table of the dimensional requirements for R1. And 3, whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land and be reclassified. The proposed R1 is appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified because to the west of the subject property, the Halley's Cove Planned Development District is built on the single-family residential district R1 zoning district. So whether the proposed change is in accordance with any existing or proposed plans for providing public school streets, water supplies, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. The proposed development is approximately 117 feet from the intersection of Halley's Path and Halley's Fox and will construct a road to serve their development. And additionally, The Texas Department of Transportation and the City of Schertz have worked together to provide funding for the reconstruction of FM 1518, which the development will have access to from the existing Halley's Cove subdivision. And after construction, FM 1518 will have 2 lanes in each direction plus a center median. Additionally, there will be a median opening lined up with the Halley's Cove subdivision entrance at Halley's Brook, and that's the southern entrance to Halley's Cove. And a public hearing notice was mailed to the Schertz Universal City Independent School District to notify them of the potential addition of 19 residential homes. The proposed development has available water and sewer, but the developer will need to reconcile the water service areas during platting so that either the City of Schertz and SSLGC dual service areas service the property or Green Valley Special Utility District. And at the December 5th, 2023 City Council meeting, Resolution 23R128 was approved. The approved resolution authorized an agreement to dedicate right-of-way and existing parkland for secondary access in exchange for public park improvements. A 55-foot greenbelt will be given to the City of Schertz during the platting process to the east of the subject property. This is that 55-foot greenbelt they're talking about. And the City of Schertz is proposing a trail expansion within that buffer. The developer agreed to give the City of Schertz $30,000 that will be used for a small playscape to be installed by the City of Schertz on the northern parkland property. So this parkland property up here will be getting that small playscape. Whether there have been environmental and/or economical changes which warrant the requested change. No, there have been no environmental or economical changes that warrant the requested zone change. 6, where there is an error in the original zoning of the property for which a change is requested. There was no original error in the original zoning for which a change is requested because there was no existing zoning as the property is in the extraterritorial jurisdiction and under a delayed annexation agreement. And whether all the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. No application will receive final approval until all back taxes are paid in full. This does not impact the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to City Council. And then whether other criteria are met, which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change and at this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council. And given the location of the proposed development and compatibility with the surrounding land uses and the comprehensive land use plan land use designations, staff recommends approval of PLZC 2023-0283. Comments or questions?
All right, thank you. The applicant here tonight? No? Okay. So this is a public hearing. Just like the one we just went through, it is 9:44. And I will get my pen to work. I will open the floor for public comment. Anyone wishing to address the council, please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Keith Morris, 7004 Haley Path, Schertz. I strongly oppose this initiative. One being that you guys live in Schertz just like we do. This place is beginning to be jam-packed with personnel. We talk about expansion for 1518. That's going to be coming in, 2028? I mean, the traffic, the personnel is just ridiculous. Also, when me and my family decided to move in that particular neighborhood, one of the things that drew us to that neighborhood was the fact that we would actually have some space. Again, the people in Schertz are packed in here like sardines. And we actually had to pay a premium price for that premium lot because it was our understanding, as directed to us by the builder, that there was going to be no more construction taking place in that neighborhood. So now the builders took our money, and now they're saying, hey, we want to get more money, so let's go ahead and try to convince the city of Schertz to help us shirk all of these tenants that are currently living in that neighborhood. It's just unfair. Thank you.
I'll try to be brief. Daryl Robinson, 6998 Haley Path. I believe my neighbor covered it pretty well. He lives right next to me. When we bought our house, the builder promised that there would be nobody behind us. That's why my wife wanted it so bad, because the green belt was there. Now that plan shows that the green belt's going to be moved 19 houses, not 19 houses deep, but
beyond where it was supposed to be in the first place. We've witnessed the farmer having problems with our builder because they cut his fence down and he put a barbed wire fence like literally on top of our rear fence, saying that he still owned the property. So I don't understand, how the plan is being proposed, but we're against it and I appreciate your time.
Hi, Leslie Pratt, 6986 Halley Path. I definitely oppose of this. Like my other neighbors mentioned, I picked Halley's Cove back in 2019 because it was a small community. And yes, the builder did state no one was building behind our homes. Understood that people do sell land. Got that. But I do believe it is the builder who stated that they are not building back there. They are going to build back there. Of course, no one has given me the, yes, it's Highland or Guillen Homes, but the word on the street, it is. So if Highland is, are they paying back the money that they said that they weren't going to build? Obviously, they must have known that it was going to build, and I didn't understand everything that was in her brief, but I would like to look at that one slide where the parks were going to be, because the other exciting thing, or one thing that the reason why I wanted to move to Halley's Cove, because there's going to be 2 parks put in Halley's Cove, owned by the city of Schertz, and a walking path. And even when I moved in, I was actually talking to the Parks and Rec, Mr. Mahoney, I do believe his name is, going back and forth, hey, when is that park gonna come in? Are they gonna mow the lawn? Just trying to get some information because we don't have a pool there. Again, that's why I moved there. There isn't any walking paths. We do have sidewalks, but it would keep our HOA fees down, right? The bigger, more homes, you're gonna have more pools, paths. So again, that's why I moved down to Halley's Cove. So just a lot of questions and understanding where are those parks. $30,000 is not going to cover a lot for a park. And we've been waiting since 2019. It would have been great if we could have that in there now, but now are we even going to get a park? And a buffer zone. It doesn't look like we're going to have a buffer zone at all. It's going to be fence on fence, if I remember correctly, and I'm not sure if we can look at that slide. But that's all I have. Thank you.
Hello, Jonathan Cruz, 6992 Halley Path. The previous 2 speakers are actually my neighbors. We moved into Haley's Cove in 2020, and we very much so lucked out with our neighbors. But we were also told that there would be a green belt behind us, and we also paid a premium. And now it looks like that's not going to be the case. And I'm pretty disappointed that the applicant's not here to even show us what the plan is. So I also came here with the hopes of getting more information on that, and it looks like it's just the same information that we got in the letter. So I strongly deny, or hope that you guys deny this request. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ben Padilla. I live at 6974 Halley Path. Also neighbors here with a few that spoke before me. I come here similar to some of you, retired Air Force. I did 30 years retired and moved around a lot and relocated here to Schertz in 2020. Found a nice home there in Halley's Cove. And one of the things when you're getting ready to retire and transition out of the military, you hear a lot of things about, nailing the transition, going from military to civilian. You got to find the right community to live in, try to find the perfect house, somewhere where it has good schools. And I think I nailed it. I found a great place to live in Schertz. There's great schools. I have 2 kids that go to the schools in Schertz. And the house that I have there at Halley's Cove is damn near perfect. You pick certain things you want in the house, and one of the main priorities for me was not having anybody behind me. And just like the people said, when I went there to visit the builder, we were told that was a green space. There's going to be no development back there. You got to pay a premium if you want to be back there, but the premium is because it was private property and they weren't going to build anything. And I did some research. I looked and saw that there's a flood zone there, and the flood zone is a little bit farther than I expected. And a few times I would go on there hoping maybe that flood zone would expand, but it didn't. But like I said, I feel like I had everything going. Everything was lining up perfect for the last 3.5 years, until I got that gut punch of a letter saying that they were going to try to rezone that park space back there and build houses in there. So as far as me, my wife, my kids, this rezoning, this potential build back there is causing me and my family a lot of unnecessary stress now. Because now I'm looking at, I don't want anybody behind me. I don't want another house behind me. And that's why I bought there. And if this project goes through and houses get built, I'm going to have somebody right up on me. And if it's potential, there's closer to the flood zone, they're probably going to build that house higher than what I am. So I'm going to have people, I'm going to be looking right at my neighbors pretty much out my backyard. And I put a lot of money into my house. I've invested a lot of money into my house because that was supposed to be my forever home. Go in there with the notion that you're going to stay there for years. I want to raise my kids there till they're off and on their own. I don't know if I'm going to die there, but everything's lining up that way. But if this goes through and there's somebody behind me, I'm seriously considering just selling and moving out. And I don't want to have to do that. So on behalf of myself, my wife, and my 2 kids, I respectfully request that you deny this request and keep that area as parkland. And I'd also maybe consider if there's a possibility of if me and my fellow residents could maybe potentially buy those little plots of land ourselves, so leave that area as a green space. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Going once? Twice? Okay, it is 9:53. And the floor is closed to public. All right. Commissioners, questions, comments?
Sir, do we know why the developer is not here to speak? Did they give us a reason? Okay, thank you.
Why is this Trainer Hill and not 1518? Trainer Hill's,
The address?
yeah.
Oh, it's the address of the larger parcel. So this larger parcel, they bought a piece of it, so it still has the address of that one.
Which one's the larger one?
The map is still open. So it's part of this larger parcel, and they got a section of it.
So that piece goes all the way to Trainer Hill.
Correct, sir. That's why it has that address.
Good Lord. Is this going to be part of Halley's Cove, or is this going to be different?
They're calling it Halley's Court at Halley's Cove. It's not part of the PDD. They're just going to go with straight R1 zoning.
So this particular parcel was not included in the Halley's Cove master plan.
Correct.
Can you go back to your slide where we were talking about, you talked about the exchange and, yeah, I think that one's probably adequate. The lady mentioned, there was supposed to be some parkland in Halley's Cove, right?
So with the PDD, this northern portion and this southern portion was given to the city. So it's really bad, but you can see the city of Schertz actually owns both these parcels. And there is, you can kind of see the little trail that they built, but this is going to be where they're going to place the little playground.
Yeah, all right, thank you. Yeah, makes sense. And the $30,000 was for playground equipment? Yeah, okay. I answered both of those. I like to tell a story, and the staff has heard it before, but, I don't know, longer back than I think, because I've been retired now for many years, but as the fire marshal, I was out, it was when southwestern Schertz was starting to develop out there. And about the second or third subdivision that went in, I was just driving out there one day, and I come on off of Scenic Lake, I think it was, and I make a right turn into the underdevelopment subdivision. It's a little stub street, and then you have to go right or left. Well, I made the left turn, and you only go about a block, and it dead ends, and you have to turn right. So as I turn right and I'm driving up that street, over on my right hand, the internal part of the subdivision, about half the lots are sold. Over on my left, where the lots back up to a barbed wire fence, every single lot was sold. Why? Because nobody's going to be behind you, except back in the office on my desk were the subdivision plans for the other side of that fence, okay? I can't speak, I can't tell you, I can't say what the developer told you, what he didn't tell you, you paid extra, I'll take your word for it, okay? But he didn't own that property on the other side of that fence. And that's the problem we run into. Texas is very owner-friendly. We can't not let him do something back there. And that's, we do what we can. It's like the one before, where, we could talk about traffic density and errands, the APZ, and, we don't have any of that out here. And we're going to see the same thing, if not the next one, the one after over here on 3009. We're going to see the same thing. We're now undeveloped land on the other side of their fence all of a sudden wants to have a medical office building on it. Okay, anybody else? I mean, I understand, I really do. And, but you just never know. So, anybody? All right, so again, this is a recommendation to City Council. We can recommend approval, denial, or approval with conditions, if someone would like to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, on agenda item 5B, PLZC 2023-0283, I make a motion that we recommend approval of City Council.
All right, I have a motion to recommend approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
And I have a second. Any other comments or questions? Okay, again, and a yes vote on this motion would be to recommend approval. So if you all record your votes, please. All right, I see 6 votes. He's published the vote as 4 in favor, 2 against. That motion passes. Now, do we need any explanations, anything from the nay votes? Do we need to know why they, no? That's just on plats or something, I guess, huh? Okay, moving right along. Item 5C, PLZC 2023-0207, hold a public hearing and make a recommendation or request to rezone approximately 3.6 acres of land from single-family residential district R1 to neighborhood services district NS, known as Guadalupe County Property Identification Number 42797, more specifically described as 3517 FM 3009, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, Texas.
Good evening. PLZC 2020-30207, zone change from single-family residential district R1 to neighborhood services district NS on approximately 3.6 acres. Daisy Marquez, planner. So here is the subject property outlined in green. Here's FM 3009. It is currently zoned single-family residential district R1, and they are proposing neighborhood services district NS. So again, here's the subject property is the only little orange yellowish one. To the north, we have the PDD and neighborhood services district. To the south, we have neighborhood services district, and there are currently some single-family homes, and then we have some medical office here closer to 3009. To the east, we have FM 3009, also known as Roy Richard right-of-way, and to the west, we have single-family residential district R6, single-family homes. So on February 21st, we sent a total of 44 public hearing notices to everyone within the 200 feet, and we received 9 in opposition, 3 in favor, being from the applicant, and 0 neutral, and 1 sign was posted on the property on 3009. So UDC section 2154 states that a zone change is required to establish the use of the land and the development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development. The proposed zone change to neighborhood services district per the letter of intent is being requested in order to expand the existing Kellam development. If the zone change is approved, the applicant will have to go through the site plan process in conformance with UDC section 21912 and will have to meet all City of Schertz UDC requirements as listed in Article 9. So again, we go through UDC section 2154D, criteria for approval when it comes to a zone change. So 1, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. The proposed zone change to neighborhood services district does implement the policies of the adopted comprehensive plan, and the comp plan designates the subject property as single-family residential, and single-family land use designation is intended for a mix of residential with some commercial activities that support the daily activity of development. The requested neighborhood services district is compatible with existing and proposed comp plan land use designations as per its statement of purpose and intent from UDC section 2156, and that intent of neighborhood services district is to provide suitable areas of development of certain limited service and retail uses in proximity to residential neighborhoods in order to accommodate the basic everyday retail and service needs of nearby residents. So 2, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. As part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impacts. And as stated in UDC section 21576B, neighborhood services district NS uses occur most often at the periphery of established neighborhoods at the intersection of collectors and minor arterials, and have generous landscaping and contain non-residential uses but require appropriate buffering from residential uses. And the subject's property access point is on FM 3009, and FM 3009 is classified as a principal arterial at from 120 to 130 feet of right-of-way. And whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. Yes, the proposed permitted uses in neighborhood services district are meant to be near established neighborhoods and at the intersection of collectors and minor arterials. The subject property is located on FM 3009, which is a principal arterial and is located on the other side of 2 established neighborhoods. The proposed development will need to meet UDC Article 9 design requirements, which will require additional screening, buffering, and increased building setback requirements adjacent to residential use and residential zone properties. So whether the proposed zone change is in accord with any existing or proposed plans for providing public schools, streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. The proposed development is located on FM 309, and the developer has already communicated with TxDOT and has come to the agreement that the existing signalized T intersection on FM 309 and Green Valley Road will be modified to a fully signalized intersection so that the main access point for the development is at that FM 309 and Green Valley Road intersection. And there is existing water and sewer for the proposed development, with water being serviced from Schertz and SSLGC dual CCN, and sewer from Schertz and CCMA dual CCN. And 5, whether there have been environmental and/or economical changes which warrant the requested change. FM 309 has been developing as a corridor within the city of Schertz that provides local services and local commercial uses for residents. And with these continuing improvements on FM 309 and increasing commercial development directly adjacent to FM 309, the applicant's request for zone change from single-family residential district R2 to neighborhood services district is warranted to expand existing and continuing medical office development that corresponds with what is existing on FM 309. And whether there's an error in the original zoning of the property or for which a change is requested, there was no error in the original zoning of the property, and whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. This does not impact the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to City Council. And whether other criteria are met which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and the City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change, and at this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council. So due to the location of the proposed development on FM 309, compatibility with the comprehensive land use plan, and the minimal adverse impact on the surrounding neighborhood, staff recommends approval of PLZC 2023-0207. Yeah. And then the applicant is here.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Patrick Christensen, 315 East Commerce, San Antonio. I know you're already had a long evening. I'll be super quick. So my client owns the property that's both on the north and south side of this flag lot, if you will. They need to, on the southern end, they already have some medical offices and a small pharmacy. They need to build a parking lot on the north end of this, of the flagpole, if you will, of the flag lot on Roy Richard Drive. So we need to make the zoning consistent to neighborhood services. It's 3.6 acres, but what's interesting is although it's zoned R2, it's almost undevelopable because the main portion of the property, there's only a small 15-foot wide drive out to Roy Richard Drive. You know, it was an old house. It's been vacant for a number of years, and you just have a small driveway out to Roy Richard Drive. So we want to combine that property with the properties on the north and south to make a small medical office development, and that's why we're asking for the neighborhood services. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. All right, this is a public hearing, and it is 10:09 p.m. I don't know why, anyway. And at this time, I'll open the floor. Anyone in the audience wish to address the commission on this topic? Welcome to step forward. No? Nobody. All right. So it's 10:10 p.m. and that public input is closed. Commissioners? Anybody? Audrey?
Make a recommendation to approve PLZC 2023-0207.
Second.
All right, that was motion by Commissioner Hector. The second was Commissioner Craig. Okay. I did have a couple of comments before we vote on it. I was trying to look real quick at the permitted use table as to why we asked for neighborhood services and not office professional. Because it's, you know, I was thinking a doctor's office back up in there, probably, you know, we received some comments about noise and traffic, and I think a professional building of some kind would fit fairly well, but neighborhood services allows so many other things. But office professional, I was a little disappointed as I looked through there. Even there I see things I'm not sure would fit. So 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. What's staff's opinion? If you want to stick your neck out for me. I've seen what the Kellum folks have done, and so no doubt in my mind that they want to build another office building. But anyway, I ask you a question. What do you think?
So I think twofold. One comment that we have received previously in terms of a medical office, we received this further down the lot past Fresenius. They came in and they didn't go office professional, they went neighborhood services because a pharmacy is not permitted by right in office professional, but it is in neighborhood services. So I'm not sure if maybe that's potentially down the road, but from staff's perspective, zoning this neighborhood services would be consistent with the other two Kellum properties. It's consistent with the row of properties south of this one as well. So keep it consistent, neighborhood services. It would allow what the applicant has proposed and has in mind for the development to be more of that Kellum medical complex, if you will.
Yeah, well, we're really, with this lot, we're really encroaching on those homes. And, some of the comments about, are they going to construct another two-story building? All right. Yeah, because I kind of went down the list and it's, I didn't pick up, I did see where a pharmacy was a special use permit okay. Do you know why you chose neighborhood services over office professional? Or did you even think about it?
Yes, sir. Really, it was just to be consistent with everything that was above and below us. They don't have any immediate plans for that back portion. They do have plans to have a driveway connecting through the flagpole, like I said. But that was really the main reason.
Okay.
It's not suitable for any kind of retail. There's no visibility from the road at all. So we thought,
Okay, thank you. I do have to tell you, I occasionally ride a bicycle along 3009. It's a really nice sidewalk until you get to the entrance to the Kellum, where basically you go around and now it's a blind, you can't see what's coming on the driveway, and so you kind of stick your head out there looking. But it would be nice to have the traffic so it's there at the light. All right, anybody else? See, I can't help myself, I gotta talk. All right, so I currently have a motion and a second to recommend approval of PLZC 2023-0207. If there's no further discussion, please record your votes. All right, I have 6 votes. Can we publish that? And we have 6 in favor and none opposed, so that motion passes. All righty, we're getting there slowly but surely. 5D, PLZC 2024-0007, hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a request to rezone approximately 11.7 acres of land from general business to General Business District 2, known as Comal County Property Identification Number 78053116266. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought, okay, where was I? Guadalupe County Property ID numbers 68327, 68329, 114080, and 114082. Generally located 500 feet west of the intersection of FM 2252 and IH 35 Frontage Road, City of Schertz, Guadalupe, and Comal County, Texas. Read fast.
PLZC 2024-007, a zone change request from General Business District GB to General Business District 2 GB2 on approximately 11.7 acres, Daisy Marquez, planner. So here is the subject property outlined in green. Here's FM 309. It is currently zoned General Business District, and you might recognize this property from an SUP that was approved recently for a convenience store with gas station pumps. And here is the existing Bessie's Flea Market. So again, to the north, we have I-35 North Access Road. To the south, the property is kind of split up between General Business District and Single Family Residential Agricultural District, but that parcel is currently vacant. And then to the east, again, we have that General Business District with an approved SUP for a convenience store with gas pumps, but it is currently vacant. And then to the west, we have the private right-of-way of Denot Hill. On February 21st, we sent out 7 public hearing notices, and we received 0 responses, and 2 signs were posted on the applicant's property. Here is that zoning exhibit, and this is I-35, just to orient you. So the applicant is proposing to rezone approximately 11.7 acres from General Business District to General Business District 2. The subject property is currently used for portable building cells, specifically mobile mini. Portable building cells is defined as an establishment which manufactures portable buildings such as manufactured homes and job sites are displayed and offered for sale, lease, or order to the general public as per Article 16 of the Unified Development Code. And per the letter of intent submitted with the application, the applicant desires to bring the property's current illegal non-conforming land use of portable building cells into conformance with the Unified Development Code. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to remodel a vacant building on their property for retail. UDC Section 2154 states that a zone change is required to establish the use of land and development associated with the proposed zoning classification for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development. The zone change, if approved, with the accompanying specific use permit request, would make the existing land use conform to the UDC Section 2158 permitted use table and no longer be a non-conforming use subject to Article 7. And although the land would no longer be non-conforming if the zone change and specific use permit are approved, the applicant would still need to plat their property, provide improvements, submit a site plan, demonstrate compliance with the UDC, and receive a certificate of occupancy. So again, we go through UDC Section 2154D criteria for approval when it comes to zone change, and whether the proposed zoning change or zoning map amendment implements the policies of the adopted comprehensive land plan, including the land use classification of the property on the future land use map. The proposed zone change does not meet the intent of the comprehensive land use plan. The current comprehensive land use plan designates the subject property as commercial campus with a little portion of the back as single-family residential. The commercial campus land use designation is intended to encourage the development of lower intensity commercial and office uses as a buffer between I-35 and adjoining neighborhoods. The proposed zone change from General Business District to General Business District 2 would allow for more intense land uses that are not compatible with the current nor the proposed comprehensive land use designations for this area. And more specifically, General Business District 2 permits by right uses like truck sales, heavy equipment, welding machine shop, nursery major, genuine manufacturing, industrial uses, and bottling works. And additionally, the accompanying specific use permit is to specially allow portable building cells which do not meet the intent of a harmonious center where services of the local residents are met. 2, whether the proposed zone change or zoning map amendment promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and helpful development of the city. The proposed zone change does not promote the generally orderly and helpful development of the city. This portion of the I-35 North Access Road from Cibola Valley Drive to FM 2252 is slowly becoming a corridor that meets the needs of the local community with personal services, restaurants, and retail. There are more appropriate locations for this type of development and proposed use where the land is already zoned for portable building cells. And whether the use is permitted by the proposed change in zoning district classification and the standards applicable to such uses will be appropriate in the immediate area of the land to be classified. The proposed zone change to General Business District 2 is not appropriate with the immediate area of the land to be reclassified. Whether the proposed change is in accord with an existing or proposed plans for providing public school streets, water supply, sanitary sewers, or other public services and utilities to the area. The subject property is using an existing on-site sanitary sewer system, and during the plotting process, the subject property will need to conform to the City of Schertz development requirements in the UDC. The subject property uses I-35 North Access Road as its frontage, and the Texas Department of Transportation has acquired the right-of-way necessary for the Texas Next project already. The Master Thoroughfare Plan East and West Connector does not affect their property directly, as alignment has been set by other development and consequently will affect their neighboring properties. Water is available and provided by the Schertz and SSLGC dual CCN on I-35 North Access Road. And although the site is operating with on-site septic, sewer is available and provided by Schertz and CCMA dual CCN, and the development will be required to extend sewer across their frontage to the existing Bussey's lift station. Any plans for sewer extension will be submitted at the time of final plat with their public infrastructure permits. And whether there have been environmental and/or economical changes which warrant the requested change. No, there have been no environmental or economical changes that warrant the requested zone change. The northern portion of the majority of the subject property was annexed on April 7, 1981 with Ordinance 81-810, and the remainder on February 6, 1990 with Ordinance 98-5. Portable building cells was established as a use in the permitted use table of the Unified Development Code with Ordinance 6S33, the 2006 amendment of the Unified Development Code. The 2006 Unified Development Code stipulates that portable building cells requires a specific use permit in General Business District 2 and General Business District 3 and is permitted in Manufacturing District Light M1. UDC Section 2171B states that nonconforming uses, lots, and structures shall not be enlarged upon, expanded, or extended, and shall be used as a basis for adding other structures or uses prohibited elsewhere in the same district. However, the applicant has been continually expanding the business on the original parcel onto new parcels without permits. And here is just some aerial shots how from 2005 to 2012 it has expanded onto the other parcel without permits until 2023. 6, whether there is an error in the original zoning of the property for which a change is requested. There was no error in the original zoning of this property. Whether all of the applicant's back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full. This does not impact the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to City Council. And whether other criteria are met, which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the amendment. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed zone change, and at this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or the City Council. And again, we just want to reiterate that this is a zone change recommendation. This is just for the zone change, and we just provided a table that shows the allowed uses in General Business District 2. If it has an S, it requires an SUP, but these are the uses allowed or would require an SUP that are not allowed in General Business 2 outright, but I did add the uses that require an SUP that may be allowed in GB2. So the proposed zone change to General Business District 2 would allow more intense uses that are not compatible with the surrounding development and is incompatible with the comprehensive plan land use designations. The existing General Business District and the permitted uses within General Business District are more compatible with the surrounding adjacent land uses and the comprehensive land plan land use designations. Therefore, staff recommends denial of PLZC 2024-007. And the applicant is here if you have any questions for him specifically.
I'd like to make a presentation. Come on up. Oh, don't look at that. It's.
Good morning.
We're here for the duration.
Ron Carrillo. We have owned, my wife and I, it's her birthday today, happy birthday. We have owned the property for about 25 years or so. When Mobile Mini moved in there, the zone was general business. Actually, I don't believe there was even a zone. So they moved in there. We have leased the property for a restaurant. We're planning to take the restaurant off and put a nicer building because the restaurant is not, the building is not very nice. Mobile Mini moving there, all they do is they sell containers, lease containers. Mm-hmm. I'm a little bit shocked because I believe we've been working with engineers and with the city of Schertz, and I was under the understanding that everything that we have provided was approved, so we were supposed to just come here to get an approval. And I don't see why the recommendations, but when we moved there, Mobile Mini did not apply as a tenant for a certificate of occupancy. So therefore, initially they just had some units as a storage. And after a few years, they moved their offices, which were across the street on the south of Highway 35. They moved their offices to our location. And they keep operating. They've been operating as a clean business, been operating for several years. And we were under the understanding that we were supposed to apply for general business too, and then after that been approved and have a second amendment, which is under your schedule, to have a new or something that will allow the specific use. We know the neighbors. They don't oppose the business that is there. And it's a business been, actually, if I'm not mistaken, I was told by the city of Schertz that we were applied to this and then we'll be grandfather because we've been there for so many years. So, I don't know why this should not be approved. It's just a clean business. It doesn't affect anybody. The company's been there for many years. And if you look, the business, as the grounds are kept properly, it's been a very good tenant. And, if you look at the property, we are taking off the old building that was a restaurant, which is in the same location, and we're going to put a nicer building. And we're waiting for some sewer. We have right now septic, and we're waiting for sewer so we can use the sewer for the new location. But other than that, I really think that it is a very clean business, doesn't affect anybody. The neighbors are happy. It's on Highway 35, and it's been there for over 20 years. So,
All right.
Any questions?
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, public hearing time. It is 10:28 p.m. and I'll open the floor for public input. Anyone? There's a stampede to the microphone. Nobody, all right? Okay, it is still 10:28 and public input is closed. Commissioners. So thank you. I'm glad you got up there and spoke because I didn't realize, I'm looking at the aerial, but it didn't occur to me that that restaurant, just recently it was Solomon or something. I didn't realize that was included in this property. I'm used to seeing Mobile Mini, as you go north, they kind of set up on a hill and you really didn't see much of what was going on back there. Where did we recommend approval of that SUP? Is that the Womack property directly next to them? Is that?
It's not, I don't remember if it's owned by the Womacks, but it is the property right next to them.
Okay. So I'm kind of, so I guess we need to bring the need to bring it into conformance is so that they can tear down and replace that building. Is
So
right?
what's non-conforming is the portable building use sales. So that's why they need the GB2 with the SUP to bring it to conformance in addition to plating and site plan.
Yeah, but as long as they continued portable building sales, they can continue non-conforming, right?
They have expanded onto the other parcel without permits when it was non-conforming on the singular parcel. And as per the UDC, they cannot expand their business if it's non-conforming to a certain extent.
That's an enforcement. You understand what I'm saying? Non-conforming is non-conforming, right? And as long as they continue doing what they're doing, they don't have to rezone it, correct? But if they want to make, at what point, in other words, they want to tear down that old restaurant building and put up a new building. Would that require conformance?
No. So tearing down the existing building and building a new restaurant, retail, they could leave the property as general business. but it's still an enforcement issue with Mobile Mini not having a certificate of occupancy, never having a certificate of occupancy, doing the expansions without permits. There's other code issues as well on the sites
All right.
besides just the portable building sales.
So here's where I'm torn, okay? To approve this would be rewarding noncompliance, okay? In other words, Mobile Mini's been doing their own thing out there and not paying any attention to following the rules, and so we changed the rules to fit them. The other flip side of that is just what the applicant has said. They've been there forever, you know, and so why wouldn't we want them to continue?
So I would say we have this conversation a lot with the zoning. Take Mobile Mini out of this conversation. As a commission, the request is general business 2 the appropriate zoning? Because ultimately, Mobile Mini could go away tomorrow.
Yes.
And anything that's permitted by right, if the zoning's approved to be general business 2, could go there.
And that,
So it's
was
really, is general business 2 the most appropriate zoning?
that was my next comment was, you know, I'm not a big fan of GB2 because of some of the things that can be in it, okay? But again, it's been there almost as long as I've been around. So, yeah, I don't know. Okay, what do the rest of you think?
So if it's not changed to GP2, what happens to their current business? Do they continue to operate in non-compliance?
I would say it would then be evaluated by the planning staff and code enforcement through neighborhood services on next steps.
All right, I think the applicant wanted to answer that question.
Okay. First, I'd like to say that Mobile Mini is not operating intentionally on non-compliance. As soon as we learned that there was no certificate, we had an inspector. And we talked to the inspector and says, what we need to do, we need to have some fire extinguisher stuff. We need to apply for the CFO. To do the CFO, we have to do a replatting, which we have been through the process. And it's been costing me thousands of dollars in over a year. And after the city says, okay, you do the replatting, we do the rezoning, and most likely it's going to be grandfather, okay? So we did everything they have requested. And as a landlord, I told Mobile Mini, we are going to do this. It looks like everything is going to be good. We're going to do the certificate of occupancy. We don't want to be non-compliance. You know, we've been operating a business, and we want to do it properly. And the understanding is that a GB2 was suggested. I have talked to Mrs. Marquez, and she says that's the best route to go. I hired an engineer who has been communicating with her, and they both agree that was the best route. Now, if there is a concern about Mobile Mini, they've been there for 25 years. The likelihood of their moving is, you know, unless, I mean, they don't really want to move there, from there. So, but if there is an issue of, I understand, if they were to move, if we were to use that zoning for something else, that would be a concern. If there is a way that we can sign something that says this will be particular use for Mobile Mini, and if the future, if anybody else will move, will be prohibited unless conforms with the city. I think that will solve that issue.
Right. Yeah, the issue is whether GB2 is the appropriate zoning. Because of all, today it's portable building sales, okay? Mobile Mini moves out and what moves in, a recycling center? That's what we're wrestling with right now. Anyone else have something? All right, well, go ahead, Richard.
All this GB stuff is a little confusing. If it remains GB, is portable building sales allowed in GB?
No.
No, sir.
Not at all.
GB2 is required to ask for an SUP for portable building sales. It is allowed by right in M1.
See, the simple solution in Glenn's little brain would be just to allow things in all of the zoning district or zoning with an SUP. No. Because again, maybe we're okay with portable building sales being there, but we don't want an office warehouse distribution center. Well, if just everything was allowable over here, and you just say, well, yeah, you can, but you need an SUP, then we could do it a case-by-case basis without having to rezone the property GB2. Does that make sense? Anyway. Well, yeah, we don't do things the easy way around here. Because that's sort of the one of the ones coming up is sort of like that. Okay. Roderick, you have something?
I was just looking at this list here. So if I wanted to put a gym, an athletic training center on that property, I would have to have it rezoned to GP2. Oh, okay, because it's part of,
A health fitness center would be permitted by right in general business.
okay. Okay. And was there ever any consideration given to just putting them all under general business and requiring the SUP for special use to? Okay.
So I think, when we look at land uses that automobile repair and service major, you're going to request that in general business with a specific use permit. So theoretically, there's areas in the city of Schertz that are general business that an automobile repair and major would be okay. So you can come and you can request a specific use permit, it would be evaluated. My thought process in that is there, since portable building sales requires GB2 with an SUP, the thought process was, in general business, it's not permitted. It's not desirable in the general business zoning based off of where general business zoning is within the city.
It does. It does. Thank you.
Is the intent with the building to make a restaurant or just remodel the building for an office building?
Property has, let's say, two tenants. One is a restaurant that is empty, and one is mobile mini. Okay. The restaurant is something that we're planning to remodel and put it out for lease as a restaurant. There is the flea market next door. Some people have asking if they can rent as a retail. So it may be a restaurant, it may be a retail, the market will say whatever makes it to pay rent and pay taxes and all that. The different issue, so that we don't have an issue with that. That looks like that is fine. The thing is, the mobile mini is, according to what I hear now, is that, okay, it's not allowed. That's the purpose of having the rezoning and the replatting, to have it conforming. Now, all of that is being done. And according to this, we were supposed to look into this and approve it for GB2, and then after that, get some kind of, if you look at the next step on this agenda, there is something that we were supposed to have that a special thing of GB2 for mobile mini to be allowed. That was what it's supposed to be. Now the concern is that, and I understand, if there was another engine machinery or recycling facility or something coming in the future, how will the city be protected because they already allowed GB2? I understand that. We don't have any intentions to do that. I don't think, the location is good, and we try to respect the rules. So my solution, if there is a way to put this, is approve the GB2 for mobile mini and restrict it to any other uses that will be non-conforming in the future that will be not allowed. And I can sign that, and we can sign that as a deed that in the future, if we were to sell the property to anybody else, will be in the deed that nothing else can be allowed. That is that always intended to have the continuance of mobile mini.
Well, yes, sir, we appreciate that offer, but the city can't legally enforce those kinds of things. This has come up before, and it's just, that becomes a civil issue, and the city, has no authority to enforce it. So
now, on that, can mobile mini as an entity be grandfather? Only mobile mini, no any other?
No. No, it's not the way that, unfortunately, and see, that's why we're concerned. We have, and I'm sure staff has no doubt of your intentions and what you want to put there. But zoning is not about or what's there or what you intend to put there. The zoning says, you see this list that says GB2. If we approve the zoning change, any of these things can go there. There's no way for us, the way we restrict it to mobile mini is with this special use permit. That will only work for portable building sales. Now, not necessarily mobile mini. If they move out and one of these shed makers comes in or something, that would still be good. But that doesn't keep in the future any one of these other things coming in. That's what the concern is. It's not about you, your intentions, or mobile mini. It's about zoning in general. So, thank you.
I wonder if there can be some where the zoning remains, as best as the benefit for the city, and just have a special use for mobile mini or only for containers.
Well, that was my comment about it. Would be nice if we could just leave a general business and get an SUP, but that's the system. Right now, it's not set up that way. That's not something we can do. So, but thank you.
GB2 doesn't have a restaurant in it, right? So if we go GB2, then that.
Permits a restaurant and retail.
Where? I was just looking at the slide you had up there. That's not the complete list?
It's not the complete list. That's just the items that are permitted in
okay, never mind then.
GB2 versus.
You don't need to bring it up, Emily. That's fine. Could you throw that 3-picture slide up there? Yeah, that one. I'm just curious. You see, what I remember is seeing the restaurant. But you went by that, and I'm just having a hard time reconciling his photographs with what I remember seeing from 35.
So that's the restaurant.
Okay.
How long have they been, has Mobile Mini been in business there?
Yeah. It's been a long time.
Was it permitted 24 years ago?
But that's why it's continued as a non-conforming use, because, the city changed the zoning. Well, when you do that, anybody that's already operating gets to stay. And that's how we get these non-conforming uses.
But with non-conforming uses, there's an entire UDC article, Article 7, that has very strict guidelines on what a non-conforming use can do. They can't expand, and you can see over the years they've clearly expanded their operations.
Right. And we just didn't say anything about it, or?
So I don't want to speak to,
I mean, if you don't know, I mean, maybe you weren't here, so, but I'm
Out of sight, out of mind. I think you get a chance, because again, I remember you're right there where you're going up that hill to 2252, and so it kind of sits off to the right, and it's up a little bit high, so I don't know that you really see the back of the property when you drive by it.
So these are some slides out of the SUP presentation, but this is what it currently looks like. So you can see there is a fencing with an unapproved fence material, and they're stacked anywhere from 3 to 4 high at this point from on the property. But again, right, this first case is GB2 appropriate?
Okay, I got it, yeah.
Can he make a request to have this particular thing be?
So a request for a UDC amendment to allow portable building sales in GB?
Yeah.
So he could. We'd have to go through the full UDC amendment process, come back to P&Z for that, go to City Council.
Okay.
Well, again, I'm gonna stick my neck out here. While I'm not a big fan of GB2, I'm not sure taking a long time, long-term, somebody that's been in business and they've been there for such a long time, and then drop the hammer on them, and all righty. Anyone else? Okay, this is, once again, it's a recommendation to City Council to approve, deny, approve with conditions.
Again, I know I'm beating a dead horse here, but this first case is GB2 appropriate? That's what you're voting on, not mobile mini, not the portable building sales, but do we want this acreage to be GB2 on 35?
I get it, Emily, but you know how hard it is to separate that, okay?
Understand.
I mean, it's one thing if we're talking about a piece of vacant property where nothing's on it but a bunch of scrub brush. So, anyway, anyone want to make a motion?
I have another comment.
Okay.
We're in a tough spot here because staff doesn't want GB2. So what's the alternative? If we say no, I mean, if we approve your recommendation and say no, and it goes to City Council and they agree and says GB2 is not appropriate, what's our alternative? To modify the UDC or tell him to go away?
So I would say, right, they could request to have a UDC amendment. Brian's going to come up. But so they could request to make a UDC amendment. We could run that through the process.
And in the meantime, he stays non-conforming while we take care of our administrative business.
Yeah, I mean, so again, I think you got a couple things, and I think Emily kind of touched on it. Your fundamental kind of thing, as difficult and as painful as it is do you want to allow mobile building sales up and down 35, right? And that's really what it is. So, we could run a UDC amendment to allow it in GB with an SUP, but I will tell you then staff's recommendation is when the next guy comes in front of Belmont or wherever with GB and let's do, we're going to say, yep, because that's what P&Z wants to have happen. I mean, I get the struggle here. The challenge that we have is this need to be consistent and treat everybody in a kind of a consistent manner. And that really becomes the issue. I mean, and again, we have two issues here, I think, that are at stand. One is this issue of, his contention is, I'm this not legally non-conforming use on this part of it. And again, he's got certain things he's got to deal with, but could continue that way theoretically. But if you want him to be able to grow and expand this business, the only way that can happen is that's the case. And so let me give you an example. So we have Commissioner Outlaw and Bro, do you remember when Christian Brothers was built? In your tenure here, Christian Brothers is parking vehicles in the dirt behind their facility. And we didn't realize that till the railroad came in and kind of cleared out some stuff and go, oh, they've been doing that. And their answer is, well, we've been doing it. It's in some ways the same kind of a thing, but we couldn't see it, so we didn't know. That's a little bit of the challenge. And so that would be the only thing I would say. And let's not say couldn't do it, but if you want to allow it here, when the next guy walks in, what's the difference to say no if effectively what we're doing is we want to allow him to expand this thing? That's the tough part. That's where it's hard. I don't have a good answer for you.
The difference is he's been here for 25 years and it's a successful business. Now, if somebody wants to come in down the road and put one in,
so if
that's brand new, I'd probably say no.
So if we, but again, is what you want is to allow him to expand and continue to expand as much as he ever wants? Or is it he was here on this part and he can keep doing that part? Because again, I will tell you this. This is in the back corner. Every business we've got virtually where we struggle that they started out one way and they've grown and expanded without going through the process non-conforming, their answer has been because our business is good and we were out of room and so we just grew it, right? So the collision place on Borgfeld, right, just on the other side of 319, they got cars parked all over the grassy area where they're not supposed to at the back of that. They've been here forever, you can argue, right? So if the answer is, and I mean this sincerely, that if a business owner was here at one point and what they started with was in keeping with the codes, they didn't have the ability to do things not in conformance with the code because they've outgrown their space, then we're going to have a lot of issues because that's the struggle that staff deals with, right? And that's where then we get the calls going, how come you're letting them do that? But I'm empathetic, I really am, but the challenge we have is you just need to understand there are implications to this that become problematic. And so if the answer is we're willing to allow mobile building storage on 35, yeah, we can run a code amendment, allow it in the GB district. Now keep in mind where all we have GB and you know, they could do it.
So they can keep it, but not to the extent of what they've expanded to.
Yeah, I mean, because those are what the photos, you can clearly see where they've expanded over the years after they started that the zoning did not allow that.
What's the acreage on that?
So, I am all for needing the consistency. That's one of the things that we've kind of struggled with. A lot of the things that's come before us. The challenge that I'm having is the fact that they have been functioning with this business out of compliance for so long.
Mm-hmm.
So it sounds like it's an enforcement issue regarding that piece, right?
Yep.
But yet they've still been allowed to operate.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I'll give you the example. It's the Christian Brothers, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's we don't sort of see it. And again, I can't say how long it was ignored versus didn't know what was going on kind of a thing. But yeah, this is a bit of the challenge that we have is, you know, I think we've either got to enforce the codes and do it consistently, or we need to change the codes to let this stuff happen.
I would say, why have the codes if we're not going to enforce them?
Yeah, I'm
Right?
with you as well. Yeah.
Yeah, so, and I guess I'm just not real clear on what the position of the city is at this point.
Well, Board of Adjustment I watched their video the other night, and again, it was a variance for signs where permits issued a permit where they shouldn't have.
Yep.
And so, unless I misunderstood, BOA approved that variance, allow them to keep that sign.
Yep.
So how is that different than this, where we've got a business that the city has let, as just, you know?
So, yeah, I think, Commissioner Outlaw, in your career here, it's one thing where the city made an error, issued a permit in error. It's another where, again, and I mean this sincerely, and I'll take it to the next. If the answer is, how long does somebody get away with something before we stop them, and then you say, at that point, we're going to let them keep doing it? A month? 6 months? And I get we can go to extremes.
Right.
But I literally said, how many cases do we have where people, where we're trying to deal with them that have done things in violation of the code that are outstanding? How many of those do we have pending, would you guess? Yeah, we are literally, so let me give you an example. We are doing a special workshop with council on the 26th to literally take them where again, almost on a weekly basis, people are doing things in violation of the code. Every time we drive up, the latest was we got a guy who moved an RV out there and has set up a little thing with plants around it and is storing his Corvette on the grass and dirt on a tarp. And is there water or sewer? No.
No, no penalty for that? No
again,
consequence?
Again, let me kind of go.
Okay.
How long till we caught the guy? Does the commission take the stand? Well, he's been doing it, and now you're just stopping him. So my point is, all I would offer is I think you would be surprised to learn how often we have people just go do stuff, and how many of those cases, and why it is a challenge for us to catch everybody doing all of the things that they're doing. It's not like we got one or two. I'm literally doing this special workshop council going, here's all the stuff going on.
I just think this is an easy way to think about it. He's been speeding for 25 years, and he finally got caught. And so at the end of the day, he's got to pay his ticket. And so just because he's been speeding and he hasn't been caught for 25 years doesn't mean we allow him to continue to speed. And so as the long arm of the law, as the representatives of the city of Schertz, we have to enforce our UDC and our codes, especially when staff is telling us that's exactly what they want us to do. And now remember, this is just a recommendation to staff. I mean, to council. Council can go, no, they were wrong. Let him do what he wants to do. So I think we're belaboring the point of just saying that, hey, listen, he's out of code, and we need to make sure he's in code before he continues, period.
Sir, if somebody had a question for you, I'd let you speak, but approve, deny, approve with conditions. No. Okay. If somebody had a specific question for you, that would be appropriate. But it's not appropriate for let you get back up here and defend yourself. Okay? I'm just sorry. So if we're done talking, somebody want to make a motion?
I make a recommendation to, I guess it's approve your denial? Is that what we're doing?
No.
Well, because you're recommending to deny it, so I.
You would recommend to deny the zoning request.
Okay, thank you. I recommend a denial of PLZ C 2024-0007.
Do I have a second?
A second.
Commissioner Brown again?
Yes.
Well, we'll answer that one when we come to it. All right, so I have a motion and a second to recommend denial of PLZC 2024-0007 to City Council. Any further discussion or comment? And again, a yes vote is to deny. So cast your votes, please. Okay, I'm missing somebody. There you go. All right, I have 6 votes. Would you post that, please? I have 4 ayes, 2 opposed. That motion passes. So again, this will be on the City Council agenda, and you'll have another opportunity. All right? No, sir. This issue's closed, so. So what do we do with the, so now we have, is the special use permit, or that's a separate item. We'll make a separate recommendation to council. Okay. So we're not done yet. Okay. So hold a public hearing and make a recommendation, PLSPU 2024-0009. Hold a public hearing and make a recommendation on a specific use permit to allow portable building sales in General Business District 2 on approximately 11.7 acres of land known as Comal County property ID numbers 78053, 116266, Guadalupe County property ID numbers 68327, 68329, 114080, and 114082, generally located 500 feet west of the intersection of FM 2252 and I-35 frontage road, City of Schertz, Guadalupe County, and Comal County, Texas.
Good evening, PLSPU 2024-009, request for a specific use permit for portable building sales on 11.7 acres, Daisy Marquez Planner. Again, here's the subject property outlined in green. They're proposing a specific use permit in GB2 for portable building sales. On February 21st, we sent 7 public hearing notices. We received 0 responses, and 2 signs were posted on the property. So to the north, we have IH-35 North Access Road right-of-way. To the south, again, the parcel is separated by General Business District and Single Family Residential Agricultural District, and it is vacant. To the east, we have Property Zone General Business District with an approved SUP for a convenience store with gas pumps, but it is currently vacant. And then to the west, we have the private right-of-way known as Denot Hill. The applicant is requesting a specific use permit for approximately 11 acres of land to allow portable building sales within the General Business 2 District. The applicant is also requesting a zone change to General Business 2 District in addition to this SUP. And as per the Unified Development Code Section 2158, a specific use permit is required for portable building sales in General Business District 2. And per the letter of intent submitted with the application, the applicant is desiring to bring their property current non-conforming land use of portable building sales in General Business District into conformance with the Unified Development Code. And although the land use would no longer be non-conforming if the zone change and the specific use permit are approved, the applicant would still need to plat the property, provide improvements, submit a site plan, demonstrate compliance with the UDC, and receive a certificate of occupancy. And here is the SUP exhibit for that property. So we go off of UDC Section 21511D, criteria for approval. The proposed use at the specified location is consistent with the policies embodied in the adopted comprehensive land plan. The proposed specific use permit to allow portable building sales does not meet the intent of the comprehensive land use plan. The current comp plan designates the subject property as commercial campus with single-family residential at the rear of the property, and the commercial campus land use designation is intended to encourage the development of lower-intensity commercial and office uses as a buffer between I-35 and adjoining neighborhoods, and single-family residential is intended for a mix of residential with some commercial activities that support the daily activities of development. The requested specific use permit to allow portable building sales on the subject property is a use that does not meet the intent of lower intensity commercial and is not a compatible transitional use from I-35 North Access Road to the neighborhood. The requested specific use permit additionally requires a zone change to General Business District 2, and the uses allowed within GB2 are not compatible with the intent of the comprehensive land use plan land use designations. 2, the proposed use is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the applicable zoning district regulations. The subject property is currently zoned General Business District, and General Business District is intended to provide suitable areas for the development of non-residential uses that may include retail and service establishments that are generally oriented towards serving the overall needs of the community and are usually located along principal transportation routes. Portable building sales requires a specific use permit in the General Business District 2, thus there is a zone change application accompanying this SUP application. And portable building sales is permitted by right in Manufacturing District Light M1. The General Business District 2 is intended to provide suitable areas for the development of non-residential and light industrial uses that offer a wide variety of retail and service establishments oriented toward serving the community and are appropriately designed with attractive landscaping along principal transportation corridors. And although the property is located along I-35 North Access Road, the light industrial uses within the GB2 zoning that is being requested with a specific use permit is not compatible with the surrounding area. 3, the proposed use is compatible with and preserves the character and integrity of adjacent developments and neighborhoods and includes improvements either on-site or within public rights-of-way to mitigate development-related adverse impacts such as safety, traffic noise, odors, visual nuisances, drainage, or other similar adverse effects to adjacent development and neighborhoods. The proposed portable building cells use is not compatible with and does not preserve the integrity and the character of adjacent development and neighborhoods. With recently approved zone changes and current active developments, the area of I-35 North Access Road from Cibolo Valley Drive to FM 2252 is actively transforming into a corridor that provides services with retail, restaurants, and commercial that serves the local, existing, and new residential developments. The business is also currently stacking portable buildings on top of each other, with each portable building ranging from 8 feet to a maximum of 20 feet in height. And additionally, the property would need to prove compliance with UDC Code Section 2189 for general outdoor storage, which requires that general outdoor storage be a maximum of 20 feet in height, be completely enclosed or moved to the rear of the structure, and in no event be visible from the public right-of-way. And additionally, the subject property does not meet the requirements of Unified Development Code Article 9, Site Design Standards, and Article 10 due to the use of prohibited fence material in unpaved surfaces. And here again are those pictures of the existing conditions. Four, the proposed use does not generate pedestrian, vehicular traffic, which will be hazardous or conflict with the existing anticipated traffic in the neighborhood. And the proposed portable building sales use currently uses access along I-35 North Access Road, which is a one-way road for the existing business. Any new proposed access points along I-35 Access Road will be reviewed by the City of Schertz Engineering Department and the Texas Department of Transportation. And 5, the proposed use incorporates roadway adjustments, traffic control devices or mechanisms, and access restrictions to control traffic flow or divert traffic as may be needed to reduce or eliminate development-generated traffic on neighborhood streets. Access to the subject property is only along I-35 North Access Road, which is a one-way road, and again, any new proposed access points along I-35 North Access Road will be reviewed by the City of Schertz Engineering Department and the Texas Department of Transportation. 6, the proposed use incorporates features to minimize adverse effects, including visual impacts of the proposed use on adjacent properties. If the zone change to General Business District 2 and the specific use permit to allow portable building cells is approved, the subject property will have to meet all site development requirements within the Unified Development Code. The adjacent properties of the south and east are zoned General Business District and are not currently being used for single-family residential. As a result, no additional screening requirements from the subject property to the adjacent properties is required. Additionally, all outdoor display and storage requirements in Article 8 of the Unified Development Code will need to be met. 7, the proposed use meets the standards for the zoning district, or to the extent variations from such standards have been requested, that such variations are necessary to render the use compatible with the adjoining development and neighborhood. The proposed use will have to meet all dimensional and design requirements of the General Business 2 District as mentioned in UDC Section 2157, and no variations to the requirements have been requested. And 8, the proposed use promotes the health, safety, or general welfare of the city and the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. And as part of promoting health, safety, and welfare, the city should encourage development compatible with surrounding uses, utilizing standards and transitional uses to alleviate negative impact for the safe, orderly, and efficient and helpful development of the city. Given the intensity of the requested specific use permit for portable building cells, its incompatibility with the comprehensive land use plan land use designations, and portable building cells not being an appropriate transitional use, the proposed specific use permit does not promote the safe, orderly, efficient, and helpful development of the city. And no application made under these provisions will receive final approval until all back taxes owed to the city have been paid in full, and this does not impact the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to City Council. And 10, other criteria which at the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council are deemed relevant and important in the consideration of the specific use permit. Staff has ensured all UDC requirements have been met for the proposed specific use permit, and at this time have not received any special considerations from the Planning and Zoning Commission or City Council. And given the intensity of the requested specific use permit for portable building cells, its incompatibility with the comprehensive land use plan, land use designations, and portable building cells not being an appropriate transitional use to surrounding properties, staff recommends denial of PLS PU 2024-009, special use permit for portable building cells at the subject property.
About a year and a half ago, probably 2 years ago, I was told by the city planning that I needed to process replatting in order to have this conforming. I understand the analogy about speeding. Keeping something wrong for a long time doesn't make it right. However, I have to say that this was not something that I've been speeding purposely or not speeding at all. So what happened is that in the property we have restaurants, not mine, but tenants. And every single time there has been an application for a COO. When Momini moved in there, I don't know why they did not apply, probably because before they moved, we used to have a small furniture. The furniture was approved, had a COO, and then we closed the furniture store. Shortly after that is when Momini moved. So this is 25 years ago, they moved, but I don't understand why we had a certificate of occupancy for the restaurant and the inspectors keep going to my property and we were never told, or we were never aware that we needed a certificate of occupancy for Momini. If that would have been the case, that would have been done, there's absolutely no problem. We had all the requirements and everything. Now the zone changed. When Momini was there, it was allowed by zoning. So it was not like we were speeding or they were speeding. It was allowed. So they moved in there. There was no change of zoning until after they have moved there. So now, after they moved and we knew that there was a requirement to get a certificate of occupancy, immediately we called inspections to get a certificate of occupancy. They told us that we needed to have a process. This process has been taking a year and a half and thousands of dollars. If we will have been told from the beginning, from the planning department, that they were going to deny it, I will have tried to work something with Momini on a timetable, and we will not have to spend thousands of dollars of going through this process. Now, there is a gas station next to us. It was disapproved. I believe that a gas station presents more, I don't oppose the gas station, I think it's a wonderful business, but it presents more health hazards than lease or sale of containers. Another thing is that I heard that there was some kind of fear of expansion. We cannot expand anymore. The land that we have, the 11 acres, the part that is used by Momini and the part that is being used for the restaurant is, there's no way that we can, Momini doesn't need to expand. not anymore, and it's not even financially feasible for us to allow Mobile Mini to move into the restaurant. The restaurant creates more lease, and once it's remodeled, it's going to create more rents. So I really think that, we did have certificates of occupancy for the restaurant. In the actual building where Mobile Mini has their offices, we did have a certificate of occupancy for a furniture store. So there is no something that we were, trying to speed or purposely doing something wrong. We've been trying to do things, and we had, through the course of the years, we had inspectors going to the restaurant, approve the restaurant. Sometimes they told us we need to modify something, and we did immediately. So we're not trying to, I heard the example of some Christian brothers that did this or that, or, we've been in business we have a furniture store, been in business for 35 years. We are not in business for 35 years if you try to do sneaky things here or there. It was never an intention to do that. We did have CFOs on that property on different businesses. For some reason, I don't know, I imagine that Mobile Mini had their offices on a different location, and they first moved only to have some containers, and then eventually they moved their offices to where we had the furniture store. So, and as soon as we knew that Mobile Mini didn't have a certificate of occupancy, we applied for it. So it's not like we're trying to speed or trying to do things a sneaky way. That's not an intention. The intention is to do the things properly. And we were led to believe that doing the replatting, we have to hire Cook Engineering. I don't know how many thousands of dollars, probably close to $20,000 that we spent on that in over a year and a half of doing that. And we were led to believe that after this process, we will have this approved, the GB2, and the GB2 was recommended by Mrs. Marquez. I talked to her several times. She talked to the engineering, and she says that's the best route to do. Let's go to GB2, and then we do this pass. This step was not my idea. This step we're going right now was not my idea. It was her idea. We approved the GB2, and then we go through this. So 25 years of good business. There is several, if you go north, San Marcos, New Braunfels, there is several container buildings that the container sells. They're doing exactly the same that we're doing. It's a clean business. It doesn't involve a lot of traffic. We don't have a lot of, they don't have a lot of employees. It's a very clean business. It's going to use much less traffic than a gas station. And then again, I approve. I'm very happy the gas station is going to move in there. I think it's part of business, part of life. We have a gas station going there. It's going to create a lot of traffic. That's good. It's on 35. So.
All right, thank you, sir.
Do you have any questions?
Okay. All right, this is also a public hearing. It is now 11:19. And I will know why this pen quits. It's from the fire department. All right, it's 11:19. I'll open the public hearing for public comment. Anybody? Sure, come on up. You got 3 minutes. Need your name and address for the record, please.
It's Claire Carrillo. I've never done this before, so forgive me, and I'm a little tired. My address is 5370 Prue Road, San Antonio. So, yes, so I'm Ron's wife, and we've been doing this for many years. We have never intended to be, we've always tried to do things. I hate to say this, but I'm going to. A few years ago, our realtors came and they wanted to buy our property. And they told us there was a gas station, a huge company, and they wanted to have a gas station and do all this stuff. And we talked about it because it was a good offer. But we wanted this as an inheritance for our children. I'm 62 today, and we decided that we were not going to do that because we wanted it as an inheritance from our children. And I had a bad feeling after that. And I thought, something's going to happen because something's going to happen. And sure enough, it was not 6 months. And all of a sudden, the city comes down on Mobile Mini. And out of the blue, again, after over 20 years, it just was very strange to me. We've given the county, Comal County and Guadalupe County, probably close to $1 million in property taxes over the years because of Mobile Mini. And because of Mobile Mini, we're paying a lot of property taxes there. So I just wanted to make that point. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here for so late.
Anyone else? 11:22, I will close the public hearing, the public input. Commissioners? Now, this is a separate, while it's connected to the zoning issue, you can look at it this way. If council were to approve GB2, would you be okay with portable building sales? I think that's the way to look at this one. All right, right now we've recommended denial of the zone change. And if council decides to deny it, then the SUP becomes a moot point. But at this point, we don't know what council is going to do. So what I'm saying is there is a possibility that council might approve the zoning change. If they do, what do we want to tell them about the SUP? Would we be okay with portable building sales in GB2 if they were to approve that move? Go ahead, Daniel.
I'm curious how to prevent this for the future? Are we, what steps has the city taken to alert them of this? They said within the last 6 months, but what's been going on?
So what I would say is, just because it's kind of a code enforcement thing related, is, part of it is we need to aggressively enforce our codes with little tolerance or no tolerance for violations if you want to avoid it. Now I say that, but again, let me give you the flip side, which is everybody we go out and enforce on, and I'm looking at Lisa, has some story about why for them. Emily and I sat down with a guy yesterday, and he explained why his violation of the code wasn't doing what he wanted. It was this perfectly logical business reason to him. And we received, I don't know how many emails and complaints from him about why we're sort of on him. So I mean this sincerely, the solution is a very active, where staff is actively going out and looking for stuff. But again, I will tell you, you will then get complaints that staff is being overly aggressive and too hard and mean, and it's just this short-term thing. I mean, we regularly have people with violations of junk say, I don't think it's bothering anybody, so I'm not going to move it. So that's the solution, is to actively and aggressively go after with little tolerance, so we don't let this stuff, we don't miss it. I just want you to know that, yeah, then you will hear, man, staff is on me for the slightest thing. I only had it out there for a couple of days, and I got a notice of violation, and now I got to go to court. So just kind of an eyes wide open. Does that make sense?
It does. But there's a lot that doesn't, right? So I guess my question is, so what's the city's policy, I guess, on enforcement? Like, do we have a plan where we go out and ensure that businesses are not speeding and in compliance?
So what I would say is, I think what has happened is the problem has grown, and it got to the point where people are starting to say, look at all of this stuff, we need to do something. So we're going out and looking. But it really, in my experience dealing with kind of code enforcement, it is having staff go out and actively look for violations, right? That they're actively looking, trying to spot them, as opposed to dealing with the ones where we get a complaint or dealing with the ones that are sort of readily apparent, right? That are more glaring. But it's slowly driving down the road with two people in the car. One of the code officers who's not driving is actively looking and going, turn around, come back. What can we see from the public way? And that's what it kind of comes to. And I think the challenge is, again, then what you get is people saying, oh, you're literally actively looking for it. But yeah,
we don't do that now.
No.
So we do not drive around with two code officers, one driving, who's focused on driving, and the other literally sitting there in the passenger seat, actively, and then saying, stop, turn around, come back.
That's astounding to me.
Make it again, right? We got code officers that drive around the truck, and as they're driving, they're kind of glancing around, but it's a different level of enforcement.
I'm going to interrupt you here, Brian. It's for a large part, it's a staffing issue, okay? As the fire marshal, I had a deputy, and for a while, I had a fire inspector, and we had a plan. And we went out and we visited every commercial business in this city at least once a year. We were being proactive, not reactive. My understanding and my experience with code enforcement is they responded on a complaint basis. And part of that was, I'm going to stick my neck out here, and I may be wrong, but I think it's having enough staff that they could start going out and doing what Brian's describing, where they can try being proactive. I mean, I used to have to call, you could drive down Savannah Drive in my 12-foot motorhome, and I'd start hitting tree limbs, okay? And the code requires, I don't know, 13 and a half, 15 feet. Well, the only way to get that done was to call in a complaint, because code enforcement was not going around with a measuring stick checking trees, okay? So, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I think that's all right. I think part of it's a staffing level, and I think part of it is just this, the example we use with like tall weeds and grass, it's the elderly woman whose son is serving overseas in Iraq, who can't mow her yard, and as soon as that hits, how many inches? 8 inches, notice a violation. And nobody in our community is going to go, that's the right thing to do, right? That's part of it is how we deal with it and how aggressive we are with it and things like that. So I think there is that. I think it grows over time. I think the city growing over time. And let me be clear to Commissioner Bro, our code enforcement officers, and this is kind of where I think it's at point, they are looking for violations. But again, the example I'll give you, it's a code enforcement officer driving down the road looking for things that jump out at him versus you literally are driving up and down the street 5 times, slowing down, checking every angle, right? I mean, it's to what degree you want to sort of do that stuff.
Again, let me jump in here, and I don't mean to stifle the conversation, but we're going back over the same stuff. The same questions, the same what ifs that we did with the zoning. We've made the decision on the zoning case to recommend denial. So I'm going to restate the question again on the special use permit. If council were to approve GB2 zoning, would you be okay with portable building sales on that lot? So again, it's a recommendation to City Council. We can recommend approval, denial, approval with conditions. What's the commission's pleasure?
This is hard. Okay, I recommend denial of PLSPU or 2U. Oh my God, I'm so tired. T202400009.
Okay, I have a motion to recommend denial. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Commissioner Carbone. Now, just so you all understand, an SUP runs with that particular use, okay? So this was, anyway. All right, well, if nobody else has anything else, again, a yes vote on this motion is to recommend denial. If you'd please record your votes. All right, I see 6 votes. If you publish those, please. I have 4 ayes to oppose. That motion passes. All right, Sam, I'm going to pull rank here, and we're going to jump down to I.
I was going to suggest that, so
okay.
Sounds good.
Because I think we try to get rid of the folks that have been sitting here almost, I want to know where my lunch break was. Okay, we've been here 5.5 hours. Where's my lunch break?
Before we started.
All right, so we're going to jump down to item I. Hold a public hearing, PLUDC 2024-0048. Hold a public hearing, workshop, and discussion and possible action to make a recommendation on amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code, Article 5, Zoning District. Sam.
Okay. PLUDC 2024-0048, UDC amendments to Article 5, automobile sales. So the simple background of this is that there's been interest in the city for automobile sales within the general business district. And staff has drafted language as a way to best move forward with this interest in this particular zoning district. So currently in the UDC, automobile sales is defined as sales, rental, and or lease of new or used automobiles or light load vehicles, including as an accessory use, automobile repair major. And that's permitted by right in manufacturing light M1 and manufacturing heavy M2. And it's permitted with the SUP in general business 2. So what we are proposing is that we permit it by right in M1, M2, and GB2, and with an SUP in GB. But we're also proposing some limited uses. We have this new section in the UDC that went through with the Main Street amendments. I don't know if you remember, it was about tattoo parlors, about distance requirements and things. So we're going to kind of, in that same vein, we're doing this with automobile sales, or we're proposing anyway, and that no automobile sales shall be within 3 miles of another automobile sales. And we did this with the intent of I-10 and I-35 in mind. But both of those are about, a little over 3 miles in length. I think I think it's 7 miles for I-35. That's our whole stretch of Schertz. So probably maximum of 2 automobile sales. No automobile sales shall be within 250 feet of a residential zoning or use. So zoning or use. And then automobile sales shall be required to have an automobile repair major as an accessory use. So in our criteria for approval here, sorry, a little formatting issue there. Number 1, the proposed amendment promotes health, safety, and general welfare of the city, the safe, orderly, efficient, and healthful development of the city. So automobile sales to be adjacent to residential uses, staff feels that this is counter to healthful development. And our general business district tends to be these high value, high visibility areas of our commercial real estate. Think FM 3009 and all the stuff along I-35. Automobile sales in a wider sense in the region, it's pretty prevalent. I mean, anybody driving up 35 can see automobile sales after automobile sales after automobile sales before you get to Schertz. So staff really is pondering the question, if we have this limited high value, high visibility property in the city, do we want to permit this in a saturated market, right? So we don't feel that if the UDC has a criteria to have efficient development in the city, we don't feel that that is an efficient use of land in the city of Schertz. So number 2, is the amendment to the text consistent with other policies of the city? In 2009, auto sales was made the way it was as part of the UDC amendment back then, and it was considered an intense land use. That's why it's permitted in the industrial districts and within SUP in general business too. These are our more intense commercial districts. So permitting within GB is not consistent with this past policy. Number 3, any proposed amendment is consistent with the goals and objectives of this UDC and the city. So in the UDC 2112 and purpose and intent, there's this explicit desire to protect and conserve the value of land throughout the city, and to also minimize the conflict among uses in land in the buildings. So the way that staff analyzed this was, in these, do we want automobile sales in general business where we have decided as a city these are valuable commercial districts, high visibility, high value. Are we protecting and conserving the value of land by permitting this in this district? Are we minimizing the conflicts between residential uses? So staff feels that no, we are not, by allowing these amendments. Now, there's a caveat at the end of this, so I'll get to that. You know, in the strategic plan, we're trying to find better ways to do things, well-planned, well-landscaped, well-built, well-maintained community. Is that what we're doing by permitting automobile sales within general business? Staff feels it is not. So criteria for number 4, is there any other that the discretion of the Planning and Zoning Commission, City and Council deem relevant? That's what we're here to decide. So these current UDC regulations, staff feels are sufficient. We feel like we don't need a change in the city. The proposed amendments do not align with the city policies and goals, and staff is going to recommend denial of these amendments. I know that sounds funny because we drafted this language. So the caveat I want to tell you in all this is that if there is an appetite for automobile sales in the city from the Planning and Zoning Commission, from our decision makers on City Council, staff feels like these amendments is the best way forward. So everything I just said, we're recommending denial. I want to make that clear. We feel like the UDC does not need to change in this respect. But if you feel like it does, staff is proposing that this is the best way forward. Any comments and questions?
All right, thank you. Well, I don't know how to handle this because you're not really an applicant. The city brought this forward, so.
It's still a public hearing.
I'm getting there. Slow down. All right. So this is a public hearing. It is 11:39, well past my bedtime. And so at this time, anyone in the audience step forward, name and address for the record, please. You can have 3 minutes, she can have 3 minutes, okay? How's that?
I don't think it's going to take 3
Okay.
minutes. Ken Brown, 100 Northeast Loop 410, Suite 1385, San Antonio. I think most of you were here. The last time I was here in October. I'm going to make a lot of mistakes. I am so tired. This came before you. It was a dealership. If you recall the location, right on the boundary line with Selma. And we brought the application under the GBT2 with an SUP. This body approved the GB2 zoning 5-2 and then approved the SUP 7-0. But there was concern by this body about putting a GB2 based district here because it allows, just like the last guy, it allows a lot of industrial uses. But it was approved, and we moved to council and made the same sort of arguments, and they were not comfortable rezoning it to GB2 because of the underlying uses that were allowed. Just a show of comments on that day, most of them said, look, I would be fine with it if it were in GB, but I just don't feel comfortable putting it there. It doesn't feel right, it doesn't look right, it doesn't look compatible. And I think there was a suggestion for staff to come back with a possible amendment to allow an SUP in the GB for automobile sales and service. That was in October. We had an election, then we had a runoff election. Staff had to do their due diligence with the new council, and that's why it is before you today. We are supportive of the amendment. It's the same user in the same, I could give the same presentation, but we believe that it is appropriate. It is pretty common to have automobile dealerships and services in commercial districts. Most cities have exclusionary zoning, meaning commercial goes in commercial, industrial goes in industrial. I think it's appropriate to have an SUP here. We would fully support the staff's proposal with the limitations that they suggested. However, we would respectfully request that the recommendation about 250 feet to residential be 250 feet, prohibition 250 feet to single family residential. Our site, as you approved in October, has apartments on the backside, and I think when we discussed it at that time, it is pretty common to have a transition of zonings from commercial and a major arterial to multifamily to single family. And so we are here to support the change with that amendment of clarifying that residential will be single family. If you have any questions, I would be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Anyone else? All right, it is now 11:43, and public input is closed. And again, I'm not sure who was here and who was absent. We were, as a group, there was a lot of apprehension about, again, GB2, particularly where this property is, because of some of the other uses that were allowed. And did we in fact recommend approval? Okay. And I know on the SUP, because I think it was unanimous that we were all okay with this particular project, this particular car dealership going here. So one of the, this kind of goes along with what I was saying earlier. I think there may be some things that you can put in GB, but an SUP is a good idea because it gives us that way it's a case by case. We can say yes to this guy and no to that one. Commissioners, questions, comments, discussion?
If I remember correctly from last time, it was Outlaw that had said something along the lines of wishing you guys communicated with the apartment complex. I was wondering if you guys did that this time. Did you guys let the apartment complex know or anyone in there?
And we'd had support from There's a gas station next to us. Behind us, we had talked to them about it also. Remember, their owner isn't local. We weren't talking to the tenants, we talked to the owner. And then we also talked to the owner of the property that is in Selma.
Thank you.
Sam, off the top of your head, do you remember what's in automobile repair minor?
Yeah, it's like, think of like your oil change places, just do minor, like inspections, fluid replacement, things like that. Major is actual repairs.
Because the dealerships I go to do all that. They do oil changes, the inspections, they do detailing, they do cleaning, yet I don't think you added automobile minor to your recommendation, correct? Just
Well, I
major?
think it's implied that if major includes minor as well, like I don't know of any repair shop that would only fix your bumper and not change your oil.
But does our UDC state that? They're two separate definitions, two separate.
I mean, yeah, I think we've always interpreted that if it's major, it covers the minor, but it doesn't, maybe it doesn't explicitly say that. Let's see if I can get down into I don't know if I included that definition.
I don't think it was in there. And I'm too tired to pull it up. But what you're saying is it's implied. If you do minor, major, you're going to do minor as well.
Yeah, we've always interpreted that you're probably doing minor as well.
Okey-doke.
All right, if there's no more discussion, once again, approve with conditions, or deny. I did mark on the staff memo, the condition B and C, no automobile sales shall be within 250 feet of any residential zoning or use. Automobile sale uses are required to have automobile repair major as an accessory use. What was the intent of that one, Sam?
So one, we wanted to minimize the conflict between land uses.
I get that one, but why require the major repair?
And we wanted to require the major repair because we didn't want just like a lot. We wanted this use to have like a dealership to where you could full service, instead of just a
So again,
lot that sells cars.
one of the things in considering your motion, you can recommend approval as it's written here. You can recommend approval, you can say remove item 1B or conditional or however, or we can just flat out recommend denial.
And there was a request to change B to single-family residential, and I just want to say that staff is comfortable with that change. So if you want to propose that, we're comfortable with that.
So you asked us to recommend denial?
True.
So I would be recommending denial with conditions for this particular.
So this particular application, we are recommending denial, but you can recommend approval. I know. We're making a recommendation.
You do realize it's almost midnight, right? So
yeah, there wouldn't be any conditions on a denial.
You deny his denial.
Okay.
It would
so then I'm going to recommend approval with conditions of PLU DC 20240048, and the condition is that it be single-family home instead of, yes.
All right, I have a motion to recommend approval with the condition that condition 1B be changed from any residential zoning to single-family. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Brough. Any further discussion? All right, if you would, please record your votes. All right, I have 6 votes to publish that. I have 5 ayes, 1 no, and motion passes.
Table the rest of it.
I guess. All right, so now let's do, let's do the comp plan. Let's go down to item J.
Not healthy, you know.
All right, don't you start that, Tiffany.
I just want to note for the record.
Yeah.
A note for the record, this is not healthy.
Yeah, guys, if you need a restroom break, just take one, okay? So, you know, you can still hear pretty well in the restroom, and, you know, we'll...
The beginning part of this presentation, you guys have all seen before.
So I would ask you to please, I don't know how much detail you need to go into. Yeah.
Yeah, Samuel and I were talking about that earlier.
All right. It's your show. Go ahead.
All right. So, hello, nice to see you again. My name is Caitlin Admire. I am with Friesen Nichols, your consultant for the updated comprehensive plan. So we were here just almost exactly a month ago to do our final CPAC meeting with you all. And so here we are at the very end of our process, March 2024, looking at adoption. So this is our formal Planning and Zoning Commission adoptions. This is not a CPAC meeting, which is why we still wanted to go through this beginning portion of slides, but I will run through them as quickly as possible, but it will be a little bit of repetitive from last time. So we've done quite a bit of community engagement for this, including 4 CPAC meetings, of which the Planning and Zoning Commission served that role. We had a community survey with 409 responses, 1 public event last October. That was the Duncan for Pumpkins event. We had a project website and online mapping exercise open for the duration of the entire project, and we had 5 focus group meetings that we held throughout the project as well. Some of the major outcomes that came from that engagement was the need and desire for safe neighborhoods, additional retail and entertainment options, this desire for responsible growth, which means something different in every community, diversity of housing options, and additional flood control. So what you will see in the document, or what you hopefully have seen in the document, it starts out with a snapshot. This is really just our background information. This is the baseline that we're starting with today within Schertz. And then a set of policy statements looking at where you're wanting to go and how are you going to get there. The staff had identified 4 focus areas at the beginning of this exercise. We ended up breaking up. Number 3 and 5 used to be together, but we broke those up into 2 separate ones because they were so distinctively different. And these were really just the areas that are most susceptible to change within the community of Schertz, and so they really wanted to focus on those. And so for each of those areas, we specifically look at existing conditions, proposed character and intent for those areas, and some specific recommendations just for those focus areas. We got some very specific input on land use, which I won't run through all of these here, but you can see them in your document. One idea that we really wanted to point out is this idea of complete communities, and it's really just about putting things close to people so they're not having to drive as far, they're not having to get into their car as often. They have their basic daily needs met within a reasonable distance of their homes. And this is going to be especially applicable to some of the land use categories of Main Street, complete neighborhoods, and mixed use centers that you will see in the future land use map. To address this idea of the concern about flooding that we heard from the community, one addition that we've made to this update for your comprehensive plan and land use plan is the idea of innovative stormwater management and green infrastructure. So you will see just some general best practices and recommendations about a better way to go about stormwater management that really can help some of that localized flooding concern that we heard from your community. The future land use map, Samuel's going to go into a bunch more detail on this in a minute, so I won't belabor the point here, but we have made some changes. This is the main thing we've made some changes on since we were here with you guys last time in about a month ago. Transportation, so in addition to new land uses, we also always take a second look at your transportation thoroughfare plan and make sure that what you have is still applicable to service those new land use areas. The conclusion of our transportation engineers that looked at this is that generally the future thoroughfares that are already planned for the city of Schertz are going to be generally okay. There are a few specific areas you'll see north along I-35, kind of both north and south of I-35, as well as some of those areas east of 1518 that probably will need a few more major road infrastructure improvements as they build out. We had a sub-consultant in Catalyst who did some fiscal impact analysis of what the outcomes of this land use plan would be, and so the entirety of the fiscal benefit that the city could see is $2.1 billion of net new fiscal benefit over the 30-year plan horizon, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be. And then the plan or the document ends in an implementation chapter, and this is really, for us, the most important part. This is how you're actually going to go about making sure these things happen. And so there's some general sections about using the document and best practices, but then there's also guidance on decision making, both for city boards and commissions, the city council, city staff, and then as a detailed actions matrix. And this is just the first two of about 30 actions that we have in there, just to give you a feel of how we present those. We have the action, the timeline, who's leading that, and then what you can expect in terms of benefits and outcomes from that action. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Samuel to talk through the future land use plan.
Thank you. Okay, so the main goal of all this is to provide you with a future land use plan that is flexible and allows you to really exercise your judgment. And it doesn't really, box you in and make you do this, that, or the other. The comprehensive land plan is not zoning, right? The zoning is regulation. That is what we can really get down into the nitty gritty and parcel by parcel and figure out what use is permitted in which zoning, right? The comprehensive land plan is more of a guiding document that informs our zoning decisions. So with that in mind, we made some changes to just a couple categories. Some other ones were the same, but Main Street is one of them. And so I'll just read these out. The first sentence is pretty standard. It's the same, but then we added this section at the end that said the Main Street category can be utilized as a concept to expand beyond the historic Main Street corridor. So what staff is really looking at there is that maybe as Schertz develops, there might be other areas in the city that we could potentially, have this Main Street idea, not necessarily Main Street itself, but what if FM 78 turned into something? Or something along those lines. We want to give us that freedom. But right now, you'll see that it's still only in this little tiny section that we call Main Street. And it also says appropriate transitional uses for adjacent residential areas should be considered and utilized. So we're just putting that in there, letting you use your judgment, right? Rural living was another one that we made some adjustments on. And what we really said here was that these land use types emphasize compatibility with JVSA, and residential is not appropriate in certain areas. So, as we have really hashed out tonight, the JVSA does not want residential in the APZ, period. Now, they're more comfortable in some areas, and they're not at all in some. So we wanted to really emphasize that in rural living because this is what the Southern APZ is basically gonna be. So, evaluating the appropriateness of sparse residential, agricultural, commercial, and complementary uses shall be in conjunction with JBSA. It's just something that our decision makers need to consider. Complete neighborhood. This was the one that, this one's a big one as it is most of the city. And it's essentially the residential portions of our city. So, complete neighborhoods are general areas characterized by a mixture of housing with supporting land uses such as neighborhood commercial. These areas should promote connectivity, foster a more bikeable and walkable development pattern, and when considering appropriateness of housing density or commercial activity, factors such as roadway classification, conflicts among land uses and building, as well as the undue concentration or diffusion of population should be considered. So essentially the idea here is we're giving you the tools to make your judgments. Local corridor has remained the same. Small scale retail, think FM 3009. Regional corridor has remained the same. This is our I-10, I-35 corridors. Big box stores, multifamily, warehousing, and logistic activity is appropriate. Mixed use center, that hasn't changed. Industrial hub, that hasn't changed. Public use hasn't changed, and development deferment hasn't changed. And I'll direct you to the map itself. And so we made some adjustments with the map. Essentially, this whole northern section of Schertz is development deferment now. What you see is 3. And the reason we did that is because A, there's a large material operation going on up there, and B, a lot of that stuff that's south of that material operation that we know is expanding and is going to be there for a very long time is ETJ that's not under an annexation agreement. So new state law really allows people to just leave the ETJ whenever they want. So we don't really know what the plan is and how susceptible owners are going to be to annexation in this area. So we've left it as development deferment. We're essentially saying that until such a time that we understand the direction of this area, we're going to just leave it as a kind of as is. We expanded the industrial portions down here by FM 2252, and I will say that this plan was shown to the Schertz Economic Development Corporation, and they approved it, or they at least, didn't have any objections to it. So this was all shown, and we expanded this industrial activity over here because that's what we understand to be is what they're marketing and the EDC. Going down, we extended the local corridor all the way down 3009 and into 78. We've also extended it down 1518. And that goes all the way down to I-10. We also reached out to Cibolo. We got their, they're going through a comp plan amendment right now as well. And we are, what we feel, we had the only real thing that we changed with that in mind was along FM 1103 here. Cibolo has a lot of enhanced commercial activity going on 1103, so we thought we would sync that up and put some local corridor there as well. So, final steps. We can make a recommendation tonight. We can make a recommendation with adjustments. We can vote to, go back to the drawing board and change some things. It's up to y'all. The City Council, if you make a recommendation to approve or deny or approve adjustments, City Council will be hearing this next on 319. So, are there any comments or questions?
Public hearing.
Public hearing. Yes.
Sure, I'm on the right one here. What this is item J. It is, good grief. It is, fire department needs to buy better ballpoints. It is 12:04 a.m. Public hearing is open for public comment. Anybody? Anybody? Nobody. Okay. 12:05, it's closed. Commissioners. All right, let me ask, did we not, I seem to recall something about Lower Seguin, whether, didn't we want to do local corridor?
Yeah, so the idea was, let's talk to Cibolo, see what they're doing. We don't want to miss out on any sort of commercial things that they're doing with Lower Seguin, and they're not. All that stuff down there in the Cibolo side is going to be residential.
Well, I think what we got is what we got. I'll tell you, I'm a little disappointed because you went the opposite direction that I was hoping you would go in terms of flexibility. I think we've got so much flexibility here, particularly where we go with, what is all this orange, complete neighborhood?
Yeah.
It's single family, okay? That's all these developers are gonna come in here and wanna build. Like I say, I don't think that surprises anybody. I was just looking, yeah, we've only got, the colors are a little hard. So out there, way out there in southwestern Schertz, that's industrial, that purple?
Yeah.
That's industrial, okay. So we've only got one, two, I only see three of the mixed-use center.
That's correct.
Okay.
And part of it, and I will just mention that, the original comp plan was from 2002, and then we had a sector plan amendment in 2013. And part of the challenge for this comp plan amendment was, we kind of had to play a little bit of catch up with where the community was already going. So that informed some of our decisions there.
Understand. Well, I mean, that's why I say this, it certainly doesn't surprise me because they were coming in here and we were approving them, City Council was approving amendments. So, yeah, you just kind of, gone with the flow here. But, yeah, as far as, I don't think, there's too much time and effort been put into this to start over again, for one thing. Anybody else have any comments? Go ahead, Daniel.
What's going to be on the other side of 78, the below side?
That's going to be all commercial for Cibolo as well. They have that marked for commercial.
Okay, thank you. Just curious.
Yeah, it is nice to know that you've looked to our neighbors to see what they're going to do and try to be consistent. Anybody else?
5 more quick trips.
Comp plan supports it.
All right, so once again, we have some choices here, as Sam pointed out. We can kick this on up to City Council with a recommendation to approve. Approve with some, if we want to try to, if we've got some specific ideas we want them to put in there. We can say, no, we don't like this, and recommend some changes and make them go back and make the changes. So we've got some options here, whatever your pleasure is here. Somebody would like to make a motion?
Yeah, I will. Make a motion, we approve PLCPA 202-40035.
All right, just to be clear, Commissioner Hector, that's a recommendation to approve.
It is.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Rowe. Any further discussion, questions, input for the team? Not, please record. Every time I look over here and say record your vote, there's already 2 or 3 of them out there. Boy, they're way ahead of me, I'll tell you that. All right, I see 6 votes. You publish that, please. That's 6 ayes and unopposed. So we will send this plan to City Council with a recommendation to approve. And I'm sorry you had to wait so long. Okay.
And make sure you send it to them at 12:10.
Okay. All right. So what do we got? We have 3 more now. And I understand we have to do those tonight because they were public hearings, right? And the other thing is he's going away he's going on some vacation, so.
Honestly, it's a tough night. I think part of the problem we have is we don't know how long these cases are going to go, right? And so we don't know if we're 12:15 or we don't know if we're 10. Yeah, part of the challenge why staff stacked the meeting though is Sam is going out, we're short with Amara's leaving. Here's what I would offer though. You could certainly just quickly move through and not act on the items, table it, and we can kick it back. We do have engineering and public works staff though. Here, and I mean this sincerely, if y'all have read that change to their stuff and you're fine with it, then they can do a super brief presentation, let you move on. If you're not sure though, or you're like, I don't understand it and I need to explain, I get it. We can table them till next time and come back.
Well, I was going to ask, number one, and I always wondered why we were all those questions and reading the answers. Well, somebody said that's what the attorney wants us to do. So is there some way we can streamline this process? Because
yeah, so let me say this. Part of with the zoning cases is we need to get the basis for the recommendation on the record in case we're challenged.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why we're having these longer zoning case presentations. For the UDC amendments though, if you guys have read them and you're like, yeah, we're good with them, then we can get them and go, we're just changing this and you can move on. If you're not, and that's fair enough to go ahead and read that whole thing, got 150 pages, I got through 75, I fell asleep. Fair enough, and I mean that.
all righty. Well, let's just run at it here real quick. So item G. F, yes, thank you. I had some scribbling in the way. Item F. Hold a public hearing, PLUDC 2023-0221, hold a public hearing, workshop, and discussion of possible action to make a recommendation on amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances. Unified Development Code, Article 1, General Provisions, Article 4, Procedures and Applications, and Article 14, Transportation. We're auditioning speed readers this evening, so.
And that
No,
is
but really, we
essentially,
want to take our time, so if, as we go through this thing, if, you have a question or something. Okay. So, Kathy, press on.
all right, so we are here to present some changes in Articles 1, 4, and 14 of the UDC. Some of the sections contain conflicts with other documents, such as the Thoroughfare Plan, Public Works Design Guide, Local Government Code. Some language is ambiguous, some sections haven't been updated in some time, and some require updates to comply with recent changes to the Local Government Code. 15 total sections are being amended with this proposal. Some are as simple as adding or changing the authority to city manager or his or her designee. Apologize for the formatting issues. The first change is the development manual section. It adds language required by the local government code regulations related to posting of the manual. Public Works specifications manual, there's a change there also because of the local government code changes requires council to approve amendments instead of leaving that up to staff. The next is removing Public Works as a separate certifying department. Public Works and Engineering work closely together and duplicate reviews. So essentially, they'll still be involved in the process, but there won't be a separate certification from them. It also matches language that conflicted with another UDC section. The section on utility service extension does remove the city's authority to require annexation as a condition of approval of a utility service to property that already exists within the city's CCN. So the city's already obligated to provide service. We can't basically say, well, you need to be annexed into the city in order for us to allow you to tie on. It also explicitly adds the requirement for a formal request for utility service extension if a project is not required to plat. So for example, if it's in an ETJ, it adds a requirement also for the applicant to process the CCN transfer, update service area map, and amend the CIP. The appeals section updates timeframes to comply with local government code limitations. And the section on public infrastructure improvements, construction plans, and improvements agreements adds limitation of extensions on the construction plan approvals to no longer than the plat extension, so it syncs those two things. It adds a requirement for electric utilities to be installed prior to plat recordation, and adds a reference to the Public Works Specifications Manual. Now, John's going to talk to you about the amendments to the Transportation Article 14.
Good evening. I'll try to run through this fairly quickly. I'm hitting kind of the high points. We talked before about how some changes in some of these sections are really minor. We're making sure we specify the right document. We're cleaning up some language, something that's really relatively minor. But in section 2114.1, we're proposing some changes to increase clarity, reduce unintended exclusions. Like, for example, if we don't specify all the different types of streets or highway facilities in the right manner, some could argue that because they're not explicitly in there, they're not included. So we're addressing that. And to properly identify some documents, we had some documents referenced by incorrect names. On paragraph E, we're addressing an internal conflict, and we're changing the cul-de-sac requirements to make them consistent with the design guide, and also to accommodate our larger vehicles that have difficulty turning around. Paragraph F, some of the information in that was contained in other documents, and so we're incorporating that information by referencing those other documents as opposed to having it in the same thing in two different places. Paragraph H is changed to reflect our current procedure for actually approving street names and addressing. Paragraphs N through P, a lot of those changes are reducing or eliminating conflicts between the UDC and other documents, particularly the Master Thoroughfare Plan. Right now, we have a conflict between those documents, and also the Public Works Specification Manual. And we also added some clarification to distinguish the difference between islands versus medians and roadways. Paragraph S, we proposed some changes there to account for improving lighting requirements to make sure we have different parts of our streets well lit, and also accounting for the different fixtures and pole heights that the different electrical providers have. And paragraph T was changed to reflect our current practice. Okay. Section 21.14.3, there are some paragraphs in there, there's still some left, but there are paragraphs in there that really aren't transportation related. They're more zoning or landscaping related, so we're taking those out of this section because they're already in another section. And then we're also providing clarification on which roadways this particular section actually applies to. 2114.5, the changes there remove conflicts with other documents and specifies that driveways on state facilities also need to meet TxDOT requirements. 21.14.6 clarifies our minimum sidewalk width, removes conflicts from other documents, and references where those standards are, the other documents again, so we don't have stuff in more than one place. So if you change one, then you've got to go back and change the UDC, and sometimes there's a lag between that happens. So we're trying to prevent from creating conflicts in the future. 21.14.7, this is the one, if you read through these sections, it probably makes your head hurt because it's all traffic engineering stuff. But we're, again, expanding a list of what we can require be included in a TIA, because the current language doesn't have that, so sometimes we get pushback from other engineers saying, well, the UDC doesn't say we have to provide that. So we're trying to make it a little bit more encompassing, particularly when we have unique circumstances or situations, to make sure we're analyzing things appropriately. We also have some current loopholes in our requirements right now. So for example, if we have an intersection that operates at a level of service of D, and a development comes in and they change that level of service from a D to an F, they're not required to do any mitigation at all. We wanted to remove that loophole, so to speak, say if there is an impact, you have to do something to address that impact. But with traffic control, in particular, and like road improvements, we also have to be cognizant of making sure that we're being roughly proportional with what we're requiring a developer to do. So we're crafting language in there to try to keep that rough proportionality theme in mind. So under the proposed requirements, the change we're going to make is, excuse me, if there's an intersection and it's impacted, just like that example I gave, goes from a D to an F, the developer is not off scot-free. They've caused a problem with that intersection. We can't necessarily make them, say, signalize the whole thing all on theirs. It wouldn't be roughly proportional. But we can say you've added X percentage more traffic to that intersection, so you've got to contribute that percentage cost towards signalization. So we're getting something to help address that, mitigating their effects. And it also helps make our requirements consistent with other cities' requirements. The final section is a brand new section in the UDC. This is one our legal team advised us to add to it. How do we address conflicts between the UDC and other documents? This specifies how we're going to deal with that. With UDC amendments, there's some general approval criteria that we evaluate or use to evaluate whether or not it's appropriate to make a change in the UDC. Staff has gone through these multiple changes, and multiple of these approval criteria, or all of them, apply in a lot of cases. You know, we're trying to improve our code and removing conflicts, improving clarity, making it more clear what's required. Our recommendation is that you recommend approval of these changes because they would remove conflicts between the UDC and other documents. They'd update some of our standards, be current with common engineering practices, and improve some of the technical requirements to better fit our community. They'll also help align the Unified Development Code better with local government code in some cases. You know, we've had some of those legislative changes, and staff recommends approval of the amendments. And we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right, thank you, John. So again, public hearing, it is 12:23 a.m. Bring a brother pen next time. So the floor is open for public comment. Anybody want to say anything? And I don't see anybody, so it is now 12:24 a.m. and public input is closed. Okay, I read these things, and so I may not be thinking of the right one. Street names. I think I seem to remember something about that would now go to P&Z? Or is that in a different one? No, I read it. It's in here somewhere.
We've always had authority to approve street names. It's still in there.
And so now your cul-de-sac radii or turning rate that agree with what the fire department has been, right? You guys have gotten together and...
Yes, earlier the fire department gave a presentation to council, and these standards have kind of already been adopted. We've already been enforcing them. We're now incorporating them into the UDC, so they're actually in the UDC.
And something about city manager and or designee, is that in this one? And that was who they submit the application to, right? Well, I'm protecting my turf here, Sam, okay? I don't want you guys taking more stuff away from us, so, okay. So see, I do read. But I tell you, it's, yeah. Well, I think, I don't know, we'll see them, but where you provided the summary sheets rather than trying to read, and then sometimes I had to go read the red lines in my eye, you know, so. Guys, anything else? Anybody else have any questions? See all this faith we have in city staff? Huh? All right, so, yeah. I don't remember doing that. It says names of all new streets shall be subject to the approval of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Okay, all right. Richard says it's always been there. Okay, so approve with conditions, deny. This is a recommendation to City Council.
I make a recommendation that we approve PLUDC 2023-0221.
I have a recommendation, or I have a motion to recommend approval. Do I have a second?
A second.
All right, I'm sorry, ladies, which one? Ms. Brown? Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second to recommend approval of PLUDC 2023-0221. Any further comments or discussion? Look at that, already. Record your vote, please. Boy, somebody wants to go home, I tell you. You publish that for me? There we go. We have 6 ayes, none opposed. That motion passes. All right, Sam, they set the standard.
All right, I promise these will be quick.
All right, so where are we? G. Hold a public hearing, PLUDC 2024-0044, hold a public hearing, workshop, and discussion and possible action. Make a recommendation on amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code to Article 5, Zoning District, and Article 9, Site Design Standards.
Okay. PLUDC 2024-0044, Samuel Haas, Senior Planner. Okay, essentially, this is a 2-part amendment. One, we are proposing to eliminate the height requirement in PUB districts. Right now, it's set for 35 feet. It's seeing as how that most of those parcels in the city, there's 70, are either government or civic use, CCMA, us, you know, another government entity, schools, or they're places of worship, and then there's this one random lot that a private citizen owns in Crescent Bend. It's tiny, it's weird, but you can't build anything on it anyway. Right now it's at 35 feet, and staff looked at this and said, what are we going to set it to? The Corbett elevated storage tank is 225 feet. Samuel Clemens is almost 60 feet, you know, the high school over there. Like, what do we set this to? So we looked at other cities, we looked at 7 other cities. Either they didn't have a similar zoning district, or when they did, they didn't have a height requirement. So we're really just matching what people are doing, you know, in the region anyway. And we also just couldn't figure out what to determine. So seeing as how that most of this is civic use anyway, and then we're adding this little key in that says that, you know, for PUB district, you got to follow the guidelines of the ACUs anyway. So there's going to be some height restrictions anyway. So this is what we're proposing. Let's just eliminate it. Let's not make it difficult. Let's not make everybody come in for a variance every time they want to build a, you know, water tower or something. And then we have some Article 9 cleanup. This SUP thing in 12, we got rid of that a long time ago. We're just making it consistent. And then we don't want setbacks on lots that we record at the county. Setbacks are determined by zoning districts, and lots are permanently recorded at the county. So if we change the zoning district and they have a different setback there's some conflict that can be there. And we don't do this anyway. I don't know why it's in our UDC, something that's probably just a holdover from a previous time. So staff's recommend approval of these. Questions or comments?
There we go. All right, so another public hearing. It is 12:30 a.m. Any public input? Anybody? Nobody? Okay, it's still 12:30 a.m. Commissioners?
I'm just curious, Sam, what's the church wanting to do?
They want to build like a 38-foot something, a facade, a greater facade to their building. That's all.
Well, I'm a little comfortable having no height. But I guess the real concern is the airplanes, and you're saying that's handled in a different way. Because it's been a while, but we did have an issue, push the wrong button there, with the United Methodist Church on 3009, when they wanted to put that spire on top of their church, they exceeded the height limit, and I don't remember somehow, anyway, so they had to run a whole gamut, and then they got their approval, so. And you say this is consistent with what's going on around us,
Yeah,
okay?
nobody else has height requirements in their civic
All righty.
districts.
Anybody else? Approve with conditions, or deny? Again, this is a recommendation to City Council. G, PLUDC 2024-0044, right? Somebody keeping me honest?
That's it. That we approve as submitted.
A second.
All righty, I have a motion and a second to recommend approval as submitted. Any further discussion, questions? Look at that. All right, I'll just try to keep up with you guys. All right, record your votes, please. There we go, we got 6. You publish that, please? 6 ayes, none opposed. That motion passes. One more, all right. Item H is PLUDC 2024-0045. Hold a public hearing, workshop, and discussion, and possible action to make a recommendation on amendments to Part 3 of the Schertz Code of Ordinances, Unified Development Code, Article 5, Zoning District, and Article 16, Definitions.
PLUDC 2024-0045, Samuel Haas, Senior Planner. So there's been interest in the city for self-storage and general business district. Traditionally, we have treated these facilities in the city as a little more intense of a land use. That's because of the way that they're generally constructed, mostly metal, low slung. We think that this is more appropriate in M1, M2, and GB as well, with a specific use permit. But storage these days is trending towards stuff like this, and a little bit higher architectural standards, even mixed use. You'll see on this, we have some retail down at the bottom of this, Chicago style, could be pizza, could be men's clothing, I don't know. But right here at the top left, that's already in Schertz. This is actually called CubeSmart. It's over off of 1103 right now. And they had to do it through a PDD in order to put it there. And part of that PDD was that they have to have 3.8% of their units to be leased as office or retail. So we're already doing in the city of Schertz. Why not make a new land use category? So the proposal from the city is we use Commissioner Outlaw's favorite word, mixed use, and we include it in self-storage. And the basic definition is a climate-controlled building containing ground floor retail services or office space with separate individual storage units for rent or lease. The storage units, no business can happen in these storage units, and the building shall be a minimum of 45 feet. That way we ensure we have something that looks something like this, minimum 45 feet. And we're permitting it by right in M1, M2, GB2, and with an SUP in GB. Staff is recommending approval of these amendments.
All right, one more public hearing. It is a 12:34 a.m. Anybody? Nobody, okay.
Wait a minute.
What? No, public hearing.
Oh,
No.
sorry.
So it's still 12:34. Public input is closed. All right, commissioners. Sam, would you put your presentation back up there? And is that the end? Yeah, back up a little bit further, right there.
Okay.
So you're talking, they've got to be at least, what, 45 feet tall?
At least.
At least. So the new, so we get no more of the little single story, okay. And the conduct of sales, business, or any activity other than storage shall be prohibited within the individual storage units.
Correct.
What we have now is a little office in the front and then a storage unit behind it. So are you seeing no more of that, or?
Yeah, so what, you can have these storage units, but you can't operate businesses out of these storage units. What we're looking for is stuff like this, what you see on these two bottom pictures here. We want ground floor retail. That's specifically what we're looking for in this.
So there'd be no storage on that first floor, on that ground floor?
So there would be no, so if you had storage on the ground floor, you couldn't be running a business out of it.
Okay, so they could have the perimeter of the building could be office space, and
Sure.
then the interior of that perimeter could be storage units. All right.
Like an actual, UPS store or,
Right, so the point I was trying to make is if you go up here to this similar facility that's up here on 35, right here by 3009, what they've done is around the perimeter, they have the front part, and I don't know whether it's half or what, that's an office. And then that business has access to the storage unit behind it.
Okay.
That would still be allowed?
So I would say if that's part of their business, yes. But so
what you're saying is if I go up second or third floor and it's just a storage unit.
Right.
I can't run a business out of it.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
We need to send code enforcement out because there's businesses being done in these storage units all over town.
Sure.
I just want to clarify, though, that each of those businesses get a certificate of occupancy, though they're inspected by the fire department and the building inspections department. So they're not just a storage unit. The ones on the bottom were built specifically for offices.
Yeah.
No, there's some storage units like the one on 3009 and 78 in other parts of the city that have businesses being run out of them.
Yeah, we have two that are permitted to do that type of business, though, the storage on the bottom. There's one on 1103, and then there's one on 3009. If they're doing them other places.
Other places is what I'm saying.
Give them a speeding ticket.
Yeah. You can turn that in anonymously at City View.
It's not my job, it's code enforcement's job.
Well, if we don't know,
I'm not a policeman, I don't have a badge, and I don't have a gun, so I'm not doing it.
Okay.
All right, commissioners. Anyone else? All right, same thing, approve with conditions, or deny. This is a recommendation.
Recommend approval, PLUDC 2024-0045.
All right, I have a motion to recommend approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
And we have a second. Any further discussion, questions, comments? All right, cast your vote. I have 6 votes. You publish that for me. 6 ayes, none opposed. That motion passes. All righty. Item 6, requests and announcements. Request by commissioners to place items on future planning and zoning agenda. Anybody? Item B, announcements by commissioners. Anybody? City staff, don't you dare. Okay. All right, and then I don't know what that A is. It goes B, C, A. Current projects and city council status update. That's part of your packet. If you shows you where everything's at. And it is now 12:40 a.m. or as us Air Force guys like to say, 0040. And this meeting is adjourned.